The hall was empty, and it seemed to Dalgliesh that Dr. Ayling's feet rang unnaturally heavily on the tessellated floor. The pathologist could not be expected to sneak in, but this was hardly a tactful arrival. He wondered whether he ought to have found Father Sebastian and effected an introduction, but decided against it. This wasn't, after all, a social call, and the least delay the better. But he had no doubt that the pathologist's arrival had been noticed, and as they paced down the passageway past the cellar steps to the south cloister door, he had an uncomfortable, if irrational, feeling that he was guilty of a breach of good manners. To carry out a murder investigation in an atmosphere of barely suppressed non-cooperation and antagonism was, he reflected, less complicated than coping with the social and theological nuances of this present scene of crime. They crossed the courtyard beneath the half-denuded boughs of the great horse-chestnut, and came to the sacristy door without speaking. As Dalgliesh unlocked it, Ayling asked, "Where can I change my gear?" "In here. It's part vestry, part office." Changing gear apparently meant divesting himself of his leathers, putting on a brown three-quarter-length overall, and exchanging his boots for soft slippers, over which he drew white cotton socks. As he locked the sacristy door behind them, Dalgliesh said, "It's likely that the murderer came in by this door. I'm securing the church until the Soccos arrive from London." Ayling disposed of his leathers tidily on the swivel chair in front of the desk, and placed his boots neatly side by side. He asked, "Why the Met? It's a Suffolk case." "There's a Suffolk DI staying in college at present. It makes a complication. I was here on another matter, so it seemed sensible for me to take over for the present." The explanation appeared to satisfy Ayling. They passed into the body of the church. The nave lights were dim, but sufficient, presumably, for a congregation who knew the liturgy by heart. They moved down to the doom. Dalgliesh put up his hand to the spotlight. In the surrounding incense-laden gloom, which seemed, in imagination, to stretch beyond the church walls into an infinity of blackness, the beam blazed down with a shocking brilliance, brighter even than Dalgliesh remembered. Perhaps, he thought, it was the presence of another person that transformed the scene into an act of grand guignol, the actor's carefully arranged body lying still with practised art, the inspired touch of the two candlesticks placed at its head, himself a silent watcher in the shadow of the pillar, waiting for his cue. Ayling, frozen momentarily into stillness by the unexpected glare, could have been assessing the effectiveness of the theatrical tableau. When he began his soft-footed prowl around the body, he looked like a director assessing the camera angles, satisfying himself that the death pose was both realistic and artistically pleasing. Dalgliesh noticed details with greater clarity. The scuffed toe of the black leather slipper which had fallen from Crampton's right foot. How large and peculiar the naked foot now seemed. How ugly and elongated the big toe. With the face partly invisible, that single foot, now forever stilled, assumed a potency greater than if the body had been naked, provoking an upsurge of both pity and outrage. Dalgliesh had met Crampton only briefly, and had felt in his presence no more than a mild resentment at an unexpected and not particularly congenial guest. But now he felt as strong an anger as he had ever experienced at a murder scene. He found himself echoing words which were familiar, although their precise source eluded him. Who hath done this thing? He would discover the answer, and when he did, this time he would also find the proof. This time he would not close the file knowing the identity of the culprit, the motive and the means, but powerless to make an arrest. The burden of that past failure was still heavy upon him, but with this case it would at last be lifted. Ayling was still prowling cautiously round the body, never lifting his eyes from it, as if he had encountered some interesting but unusual phenomenon, and was uncertain how it might react to scrutiny. Then he squatted by the head, sniffed delicately at the wound, and said, "Who is he?" "I'm sorry, I hadn't realized that you hadn't been told. Archdeacon Crampton. He's a recently appointed trustee of this college, and arrived Saturday morning. Someone didn't like him, unless he surprised an intruder. And this wasn't personal. Is there anything worth stealing? The altarpiece is valuable, but would be difficult to remove. There's no evidence that anyone has tried. There's valuable silver in the sacristy safe. The safe hasn't been tampered with." Ayling said, "And the candlesticks are still here. Brass, though. Hardly worth stealing. Not much doubt about the weapon or the cause of death. A blow to the right of the cranium above the ear, made by a heavy implement with a sharp edge. I don't know whether the first blow killed him, but it would certainly have felled him. Then the assailant struck again. Something like frenzy in the attack, I'd say. He straightened up, then lifted the unblooded candlestick with his gloved hand. Heavy. It'd take some strength. A woman could do it, or an older man, if they used both hands. Needed a bit of an eye, though, and he's not going to stand there with his back obligingly turned to a stranger, or to anyone he didn't trust, come to that. How did he get in? At Crampton, I mean. Dalgliesh realized that here he had a pathologist not over-concerned about the precise extent of his responsibilities. As far as I know, he hadn't a key. He was either let in by someone already here, or he found the door open. The doom has been vandalized. He could have been enticed in. That looks like an inside job. Cuts down on the number of your suspects very conveniently. When was he found? At 5:30. I was here about 4 minutes later. Judging by the appearance of the blood and the beginning of rigour in the side of the face, I guessed that he had been dead about 5 hours. I'll take his temperature, but I doubt I can be more accurate. He died about midnight, give or take an hour. Dalgliesh asked, "What about the blood? Would there have been much spurting?" "Not with the first blow. You know how it is with head wounds on this site. You get bleeding into the cranial cavity. But he didn't stick at one blow, did he? For the second and subsequent strikes you'd get spurting. Could be more of a spatter than a strong stream. Depends how close he was to the victim when he struck the subsequent blows. If the assailant were right-handed, I'd expect the right arm to be blooded, perhaps even the chest." He added, "He'd expect that, of course. Could have come in his shirt and rolled up his sleeves. Could have worn a T-shirt. Better still, been naked. It's been known." Dalgliesh had heard nothing he hadn't thought out for himself. He said, "Wouldn't the victim have found that a little surprising?" Ayling ignored the interruption. He'd have to be quick, though. He couldn't rely on the victim turning away from him for more than a second or two. Not much time to roll up a sleeve, get hold of a candlestick from where he'd placed it ready. Where do you suppose that was? Inside the box pew? A bit too far, perhaps. Why not just stand it up behind the pillar? He'd only need to hide one stick, of course. He could fetch the other from the altar afterwards to set up his little tableau. I wonder why he bothered to do that. Somehow I can't see it as an act of reverence. Finding Dalgliesh unresponsive, he said, "I'll take his temperature and see if that helps to fix the time of death, but I doubt whether I can put it closer than your original estimate. I'll be able to tell you more when I've had him on the table." Dalgliesh didn't wait to watch this first violation of the body's privacy, but walked slowly up and down the central aisle, until, looking back, he saw that Ayling had finished and had got to his feet. Together they returned to the sacristy. As the pathologist took off his working gown and zipped himself into his leathers, Dalgliesh said, "Would you care for some coffee? I dare say it could be arranged." "No, thanks. Pressure of time, and they won't want to see me. I should be able to do the PM tomorrow morning, and I'll ring you, although I'm not expecting any surprises. The coroner will want the forensics done. He's careful like that. So will you, of course. I suppose I could use the Met lab if Huntingdon is busy. You won't want him moved until the photographer and Sockos have finished, but give me a ring when you're ready. I expect the people here will be glad to see the last of him." When Mark Ayling was ready to go, Dalgliesh locked the sacristy door and reset the alarm. For some reason he found it difficult to define. He was reluctant to take his companion through the house again. He said, "We can leave by the gate onto the headland. It'll save you being waylaid." They skirted the courtyard on the path of trodden grass. Across the scrubland, Dalgliesh could see lights in the 3 occupied cottages. They looked like the lonely outposts of some beleaguered garrison. There was a light, too, in St. Matthew's cottage, and he guessed that Mrs. Pilbeam, probably with duster and vacuum cleaner, was making sure that it was clean and ready for occupation by the police. He thought again of Margaret Munro, and of that lonely dying, which could have been so opportune. And there came to him a conviction that was as powerful as it was apparently irrational, that the 3 deaths were connected: the apparent suicide, the certified natural death, the brutal murder. There was a cord which connected them, Its strength might be tenuous and its path convoluted, but when he had traced it, it would lead him to the heart of the mystery. In the front courtyard, he waited until Ayling had mounted and roared away. He was turning to go back inside the house when he caught sight of the sidelights of a car. It had just turned from the approach road and was coming fast along the path. Within seconds, he had identified Piers Tarrant's Alfa Romeo. The first 2 members of his team had arrived. Chapter 8. The call came through to Detective Inspector Piers Tarrant at 6:15. Within 10 minutes he was ready to leave. He had been instructed to call for Kate Miskin on the way, and reflected that this was unlikely to cause delay. Kate's flat on the Thames, just beyond Wapping, was on the route out of London he proposed to take. Detective Sergeant Robbins lived on the Essex border and would drive his own car to the scene. With luck, Piers hoped to overtake him. He let himself out of his flat and into the early Sunday morning quiet of the deserted streets. He collected his Alfa Romeo from the garage space, which was his by courtesy of the City of London police, slung his murder bag in the back, and set off eastward on the same route along which Dalgliesh had travelled 2 days before. Kate was waiting for him at the entrance to the block, where she had a flat overlooking the river. He had never been invited inside, and nor had she ever seen the interior of his flat in the city. The river, with its ever-changing light and shade, its dark surging tides and busy commercial life, was her passion, as the city was his. His flat comprised only 3 rooms above a delicatessen in a back street near St. Paul's Cathedral. The camaraderie of the Met and his sexual life had no part in this private world. Nothing in the flat was superfluous, and everything was carefully chosen, and as expensive as he could afford. The city, its churches and alleys, its cobbled passages and seldom visited courts, was both a hobby and a relief from his professional world. Like Kate, he was fascinated by the river, but as part of the city's life and history. He cycled each day to work, and used his car only when he left London, but when he drove, it had to be a car he was happy to own. Kate buckled herself into the seat beside him after a brief greeting, and for the first few miles didn't speak. But he could sense her excitement, as he knew she sensed his. He liked her, and he respected her, but their professional relationship wasn't without its occasional small jags of resentment, irritation, or competition. But this was something they shared, this surge of adrenaline at the beginning of a murder inquiry. He had sometimes wondered whether this almost visceral thrill wasn't uncomfortably close to bloodlust. Certainly it held something of a blood sport. After they had left Docklands behind them, Kate said, "All right, put me in the picture. You read theology at Oxford. You must know something about this place." The fact that he had once read theology at Oxford was one of the few things about him that she did know, and it had never ceased to intrigue her. Sometimes he could imagine that she believed he had gained some special insight or esoteric knowledge which gave him an advantage when it came to the consideration of motive and the infinite vicissitudes of the human heart. She would occasionally say, "What use is theology? Tell me that. You chose to spend 3 years on it. I mean, you must have felt you would gain something from it, something useful or important." He doubted whether she had believed him when he had said that choosing theology had given him a better chance of a place at Oxford than opting for the history, which he would have preferred. He didn't tell her either what it was he had chiefly gained, a fascination with the complexity of the intellectual bastions which men could construct to withstand the tides of disbelief. His own disbelief had remained unshaken, but he had never regretted those 3 years. Now he said, "I know something about Saint Anselm's, but not a lot. I had a friend who went there after his degree, but we lost touch. I've seen photographs of the place. It's an immense Victorian mansion on one of the bleakest parts of the East Coast. There are a number of myths which have grown up around it. Like most myths, they're probably partly true. It's high church, prayer book Catholic maybe, I'm not really sure, with some fancy Roman additions, strong on theology, opposed to practically everything that's happened in Anglicanism in the last 50 years, and you haven't a chance of getting in without a first-class degree. But I'm told the food is very good." Kate said, "I doubt we'll get the chance to eat it. So it's elitist, the college." "You could say that, but then so is Manchester United." "Did you think of going there?" "No, because I didn't read theology with a view to going into the church. Anyway, they wouldn't have had me. I didn't get a good enough degree. The warden tends to be particular." He's an authority on Richard Hooker. All right, don't ask. He was a 16th century divine. You can take it from me that anyone who has written the definitive work on Hooker is no intellectual slouch. We could have trouble with the Reverend Dr. Sebastian Morel. And a victim? Did A.D. say anything about him? Only that he's an Archdeacon Crampton and was found dead in the church. And what's an archdeacon? A kind of Rottweiler of the church. He, or it can be a she, looks after church property, inducts parish priests. Archdeacons have charge of a number of parishes and visit them once a year. The spiritual equivalent of H.M. Inspector of Constabulary. Kate said, "So it's going to be one of those self-contained cases with all the suspects under one roof and us having to pussyfoot around to avoid private calls to the Commissioner or complaints from the Archbishop of Canterbury. Why us, anyway?" A.D. didn't talk for long. You know how he is. Anyway, he wanted us to get on the road. Apparently a DI from Suffolk was a visitor in the college last night. The Chief Constable apparently agrees that it would be inadvisable for them to take the case. Kate didn't question further, but Piers had the strong impression that she resented that he had taken the first call. She was, in fact, senior to him in terms of service, although she had never made an issue of it. He wondered whether he should point out that A.D. had saved time by ringing him first, since he had the faster car and would be driving, but decided against it. As he expected, they overtook Robbins on the Colchester bypass. Piers knew that, had Kate been driving, they would have slackened speed to enable the team to arrive together. His response was to wave at Robbins and press down his foot on the accelerator. Kate had put her head back and appeared to be dozing. Glancing at the strong, good-looking face, he thought about their relationship. It had changed in the last 2 years since the publication of the Macpherson report. Although he knew little about her life, he did know that she was illegitimate and had been brought up by a grandmother in the bleakest of inner-city areas and at the top of a high-rise building. Blacks had been her neighbours and her friends at school. To be told that she was a member of a force where racism was institutionalized had filled her with a passionate resentment, which he now realized had changed her whole attitude to her job. Politically far more sophisticated than she, and more cynical, he had tried to inject some calm into their heated discussions. She had demanded, "Given this report, would you join the Met if you were black?" "No, but nor would I if I were white. But I have joined, and I don't see why Macpherson should drive me out of my job." He knew where he wanted that job to take him, to a senior post in the anti-terrorist branch. That was where the opportunities now lay. In the meantime, he was happy where he was, in a prestigious squad with a demanding boss he respected, and enough excitement and variety to keep boredom at bay. Kate said, "Is that what they wanted, then? To discourage blacks from joining, and drive out decent, non-racist officers? For God's sake, Kate, let it rest. You're getting to be a bore. The report says that an act is racist if the victim perceives it as such. I perceive this report as racist against me as a white officer. So where do I go to complain? You could try the race relations people, but I doubt you'll get any joy. Speak to A.D. about it." He didn't know whether she had, but at least she was still in the job. But he knew that he worked now with a different Kate. She was still conscientious, still hard-working, still dedicated to the task in hand. She would never let the team down. But something had gone, the belief that policing was a personal vocation as well as a public service, and that you owed it more than hard work and dedication. He used to find this personal commitment in her over-romantic and naive. Now he realized how much he missed it. At least, he told himself, the Macpherson report had destroyed forever her over-deferential respect for the bench. By 8:30, they were passing through the village of Wrentham, still wrapped in an early morning calm, which seemed the more peaceful because hedges and trees showed the dilapidations of a night's storm which had hardly touched London. Kate quickened into awareness to consult her map and watch for the Ballards Mere turning. Piers slackened speed. He said, "A.D. said it would be easy to miss. Look out for a large decaying ash on the right and a couple of flint cottages opposite." The ash, with its heavy cladding of ivy, was unmissable, but as they turned into the road, which was little more than a lane, one glance showed clearly what had happened. A large bough of the tree had been torn from the trunk, and now lay along the grass verge, looking in the growing light as bleached and smooth as a bone. From it sprouted dead branches like gnarled fingers. The main trunk showed the great wound where the branch had been torn away, and the road, now passable, was still strewn with the debris of the fall, curls of ivy, twigs, and a scatter of green and yellow leaves. There were lights in the windows of both cottages. Piers drew to the side and hooted. Within seconds, the figure of a stout, middle-aged woman came down the garden path. She had a pleasant, wind-tanned face, under an unruly bush of hair, and wore a brightly flowered overall, over what looked like layers of wool. Kate opened the window. Piers leaned across and said, "Good morning. You've had a spot of trouble here."
"Come down, she did, at 10 o'clock, right on the hour. It were the storm, you see, a real blow we had last night. Lucky we heard the fall. Not that you could miss it for the noise she made. My husband was afraid there'd been an accident, so he put out red warning lights both sides. Then, come morning, my Brian and Mr. Daniels from next door got the tractor and pulled her off the road. Not that many folk come this way, except to visit the fathers and the students at the college. Still, we thought better not to wait for the council to move it."
Kate asked, "When did you clear the road, Mrs.?"
"Finch. Mrs. Finch. At 6:30. It was still dark, but Brian wanted to get it done before they was off to work."
Kate said, "Lucky for us. It was very kind of you, thank you. So no one could have got past by car in either direction between 10 o'clock last night and 6:30 this morning?"
"That's right, miss. There's only been a gentleman on a motorcycle, going to the college, no doubt. There's nowhere else to go on this road. He's not back yet."
"And no one else has driven past?"
"Not that I saw, and I usually do see, the kitchen being at the front."
They thanked her again, said their goodbyes, and moved off. Glancing back, Kate could see Mrs. Finch watching them for a few seconds before relatching the gate and waddling off up the garden path. Piers said, "One motorcycle and he hasn't returned. Could have been the pathologist, although you'd expect him to come by car. Well, we've got some news for AD. If this road is the only access—" Kate had her eyes on the map. "Which it is. For vehicles, anyway. Then any murderer from outside the college must have arrived before 10 p.m. and can't yet have left, not by road anyway. An inside job?" Piers said, "That's the impression I got from AD." The question of access to the headland was so important that Kate was about to say that it was surprising AD hadn't already sent someone to question Mrs. Finch, but then she remembered. Until she and Piers arrived, who at Saint Anselm's could he have sent? The narrow road was deserted. It was lower than the surrounding fields, and edged with bushes, so that it was with a shock of surprise and pleasure that Kate saw suddenly the great crinkled greyness of the North Sea. To the north, a Victorian mansion bulked large against the sky. As they approached, Kate said, "Good Lord, what a monstrosity! Who would have thought of building a house like that literally within yards of the sea?" "No one. When it was built, it wouldn't have been within yards of the sea." She said, "You can't possibly admire it."
"Oh, I don't know. It has a certain confidence."
A motorcyclist was approaching and roared past. Kate said, "Presumably that was the forensic pathologist." Piers slowed down as they drove between two ruined pillars of red brick to where Dalgliesh was waiting. Chapter 9. St. Matthew's Cottage would hardly have provided sufficient or suitable accommodation for a widespreading investigation, but Dalgliesh judged that it was adequate for the task in hand. There was no suitable police accommodation within miles, and the bringing of caravans onto the headland would have been an illogical and expensive expedient. But being in college had its problems, including where they were to eat. In any human emergency or distress, from murder to bereavement, people still had to be fed and found beds. He recollected how, after his father's death, his mother's concern about how the Norfolk rectory could accommodate all the overnight guests expected, their foibles about what they could or could not eat, and what food should be provided for the whole of the parish, had blunted at least temporarily the edge of grief. Sergeant Robbins was already coping with present problems, telephoning a list of hotels suggested by Father Sebastian to book accommodation for himself, Kate and Piers, and the 3 scene-of-crime officers. Dalgliesh would remain in his guest set. The cottage was the most unusual incident room of his career. Mrs. Munro's sister, in removing every physical trace of occupation, had left the cottage so denuded of character that the very air was tasteless. The two small ground-floor rooms were furnished with obvious rejects from the guest sets, conventionally placed, but producing only an atmosphere of dreary expedience. In the sitting room to the left of the door, a bent-wood armchair with a faded patchwork cushion and a low slatted chair with a footrest had been placed on each side of the small Victorian grate. In the centre of the room was a square oak table with 4 chairs. 2 others were set against the wall. A small bookcase to the left of the fireplace held only a leather-covered Bible and a copy of Through the Looking-Glass. The right-hand room looked slightly more inviting, with a smaller table set against the wall, 2 mahogany chairs with bulbous legs, a shabby sofa, and a matching armchair. The 2 upstairs rooms were empty. Dalgliesh judged that the sitting room could best serve as an office, and for interviews with the opposite room as a waiting room, while one of the bedrooms, fitted with a telephone socket and an adequate number of electric points, could house the computer which the Suffolk police had already provided. The question of food had been settled. Dalgliesh balked at the thought of joining the community for dinner. His presence would, he thought, inhibit even Father Sebastian's conversational powers. The warden had extended an invitation, but had hardly expected it to be accepted. Dalgliesh would take his evening meal elsewhere. But it had been agreed that the college would provide soup and sandwiches, or a ploughman's lunch at 1 o'clock for all the team. The question of payment had been tactfully ignored for the present by both parties, but the situation was not without a touch of the bizarre. Dalgliesh wondered whether this might prove to be the first murder case in which the killer had provided accommodation and free food for the investigating officer. They were anxious to get down to work, but first they must view the body. Dalgliesh, with Kate, Piers and Robbins, went over to the church, put on overshoes, and made their way along the north wall to the Doom. He could be sure that none of his officers would attempt to anaesthetize horror by facetiousness or crude graveyard humour. Anyone who did so wouldn't serve under him for long. He switched on the spotlight, and they stood for a moment contemplating the body in silence. The quarry wasn't yet even a blurred figure on the horizon, and his spoor had not been detected, but this was his work in all its crude enormity, and it was right that they should see it. Only Kate spoke. She asked, "The candlesticks, sir, where would they normally be?" "On the altar." "And when was the Doom last seen unvandalized?" "At the 9:30 service of Compline yesterday evening." They locked the church behind them, set the alarm, and returned to the incident room. And now they settled down for the preliminary discussion and briefing before they got to work. Dalgliesh knew that it couldn't be rushed. Information not given by him now, or imperfectly understood, could result in later delays, misunderstandings, or mistakes. He embarked on a detailed but concise account of everything he had seen or done since his arrival at Saint Anselm's, including his investigation of Ronald Treeves's death and the contents of Margaret Munro's diary. They sat together at the table, mostly in silence, making occasional notes. Kate sat upright, her eyes fixed on her notebook, except when, with disconcerting intensity, she raised them to Dalglish's face. She was dressed as she always was when on a case, in comfortable walking shoes, narrowly cut trousers, and a well-tailored jacket. Beneath it, in winter, as now, she wore a cashmere roll-neck jumper, in summer a silk shirt. Her light brown hair was drawn back and worn in a short, thick plait. She wore no discernible makeup, and her face, good-looking rather than handsome, expressed what essentially she was, honest, reliable, conscientious, but perhaps not wholly at peace with herself. Piers, restless as always, could not sit still for long. After several apparent attempts at comfort, he now sat with his legs wound round those of the chair, and his arm flung round the back. But his mobile, slightly podgy face was alight with interest, and the sleepy chocolate-brown eyes under the heavy lids held their usual look of quizzical amusement. Less obviously attentive than Kate, he still missed nothing. He was informally dressed in a green linen shirt with fawn linen trousers, an expensively creased informality, which was as carefully considered as Kate's more conventional look. Robbins, as neat and formal as a chauffeur, sat perfectly at ease at the end of a table, and got up from time to time to brew more coffee and refill their mugs. When Dalgliesh had finished his account, Kate said, "What are we going to call this murderer, sir?" Rejecting the usual sobriquets, the squad invariably chose a name at the beginning of the investigation. Pierce said, "Cain would be appropriately biblical and short, if hardly original." Dalgliesh said, "Cain it is. Now, we get down to work. I want prints from everyone who was in college last night, including visitors and the staff in the cottages. The archdeacon's prints can await the arrival of the Soccos. You'd better make the others a priority before we make a start on the interviews. Then examine the clothes all the residents were wearing yesterday, and that includes the priests. I've checked the ordinands' brown cloaks. The right number are in place and look clean, but take another look." Pierce said, "He'd hardly have worn either a cloak or a cassock, surely. Why should he? If Crampton was enticed into the church, he'd expect to find the caller waiting for him in his night clothes, pyjamas or a dressing gown. Then the blow must have been struck very quickly, seizing the moment when Crampton turned towards the doom. Time, maybe, to roll up a pyjama sleeve. He'd hardly encumber himself with a heavy serge cloak. Of course, he could have been naked, or partly naked, under a dressing gown, and slipped it off. Even so, he'd have to be damned quick." Dalgliesh said, "The pathologist made the not particularly original suggestion that he was naked." Pierce went on, "It's not all that fanciful, sir. After all, why show himself at all to Crampton? All he needs to do is to unbolt the south door and leave it ajar. Then he puts on the light to illuminate the doom and hides behind a pillar. Crampton might be surprised to find no one waiting for him, but he'd go over to the doom anyway, drawn to it by the light, and because the caller had told him that it had been vandalized, and exactly how." Kate said, "Wouldn't he ring Father Sebastian before he went to the church?" "Not till he'd seen for himself. He wouldn't want to make a fool of himself by raising the alarm unnecessarily. But I wonder what excuse the caller gave him to explain being in the church at that hour. A chink of light, perhaps? He was woken by the wind, looked out, saw a figure, and got suspicious. But the question probably wasn't even raised. Crampton's first thought would have been to go to the church." Kate said, "And if Cain had worn a cloak, why return it to the house and still retain the keys? The missing keys are the vital piece of evidence. The murderer couldn't risk having them in his possession. They would be easy enough to dispose of, chuck them anywhere on the headland. But why not return them? If he'd had the guts to sneak in and take them, you'd think he'd have the guts to go back and return them." Pierce said, "Not if he was blood-stained, either his hands or his clothes. But why should he be? We've gone over all that. And there's no hurry. He would have time to go back to his room and wash. He wouldn't expect the body to be discovered until the church was open for morning prayer at 7:15. There's one thing, though." "Yes?" asked Dalgliesh. "Doesn't the fact that the keys weren't returned point to the murderer being someone who lives outside the house? Any of the fathers had a legitimate reason for being there at any hour of the day or night. There would be no risk to them in returning the keys." Dalgliesh said, "You're forgetting, Kate. They wouldn't need to take them. The 4 priests already have keys, and I've checked. They're still on their key rings." Pierce said, "But one of them might take a set precisely in order to throw suspicion on one of the staff, ordinands, or guests." Dalgliesh said, "It's a possibility, just as it's a possibility that the defacing of the doom had nothing to do with the murder. There's a childish malice about it which doesn't tie up with the brutality of the killing. But the most extraordinary thing about this murder is why it was done in this way. If someone wanted Crampton dead, he could have been killed without any need to entice him into the church. None of the guest sets has a lock or key to the door. Anyone in college could have walked into Crampton's room and killed him in his bed. Even an outsider wouldn't have had much difficulty, provided he knew the layout of the college. An ornamental iron gate is one of the easiest to climb over." Kate said, "But we know it can't have been an outsider apart from the missing keys. No car could have got past that fallen branch after 10 o'clock. I suppose Cain could have come on foot, climbed over the tree, or maybe walked along the beach. It wouldn't have been easy in last night's wind." Dalgliesh said, "The murderer knew where to find the keys and the code for the alarm. It looks like an inside job, but we keep an open mind. I'm just pointing out that if the murder had been committed in a less spectacular and bizarre way, it would have been difficult to bring it home to anyone at St. Anselm's. The possibility would always have remained that someone did get in, perhaps a casual thief who got to know that doors were unlocked, and killed Crampton in a panic because he woke at the wrong moment. It isn't likely, but it couldn't have been discounted. This murderer not only wanted Crampton dead, he wanted the crime fixed firmly in St. Anselm's. Once we've discovered why, we'll be on the way to solving it. Sergeant Robbins had been sitting quietly a little apart, making notes. Two of his many accomplishments were the ability to work unobtrusively and to write shorthand. But his memory was so reliable and precise that the notes were hardly necessary. Although the most junior, he was a member of the team, and Kate found herself waiting for Dalgliesh to bring him in. Now he said, "Any theory, Sergeant?" "Not really, sir. It's almost certainly an inside job, and whoever did it is perfectly happy for us to know that. But I'm wondering whether the altar candlestick could be part of that. Can we be certain it was the weapon? OK, it's bloody, but it could have been taken from the altar and used after Crampton was dead. The PM wouldn't be able to show, not conclusively anyway, whether the first blow was struck with a candlestick. Only whether there are traces on it of Crampton's blood and brain." Pierce said, "What's your thinking? Isn't the central puzzle the difference between an obviously premeditated murder and the frenzy of the attack? Let's suppose it wasn't premeditated. We're fairly sure that Crampton must have been lured there, presumably to be shown the desecration of the doom. Someone is waiting for him, and then there's an angry exchange. Kane loses control and strikes out. Crampton falls. Then Kane, standing over a dead man, sees a way of pinning it on the college. He takes the two candlesticks, uses one to strike Crampton again, and sets both of them at his head." Kate said, "It's possible, but that would mean that Kane had something ready to hand, something heavy enough to crack a skull." Robbins went on, "It could be a hammer, any sort of heavy tool, a garden implement. Suppose he saw the gleam of a light in the church last night and went to investigate, arming himself with anything he had handy. Then he finds Crampton there. They have a violent quarrel, and he strikes out." Kate objected, "But why would anyone go into the church at night, alone, armed with any kind of a weapon? Why not ring someone in the house?" "He might prefer to investigate, and perhaps he didn't go alone. Perhaps he had someone with him." "A sister, maybe," thought Kate. It was an interesting theory. Dalgliesh was for a moment silent. Then he said, "We've a lot to do between the four of us. I suggest we get started." He paused, wondering whether to speak what was in his mind. They had one murder clear before them. He didn't want to complicate the investigation with matters which might not be relevant. On the other hand, it was important that his suspicions should be kept in mind. He said, "I think we have to see this murder in the context of two previous deaths, Treves and Mrs. Monroe. I have a hunch, no more at this stage, that they're connected. The link may be fragile, but I think it's there." The suggestion was greeted by a few seconds of silence. He felt their surprise. Then Pierce said, "I thought you were more or less satisfied, sir, that Treves killed himself. If Treves was murdered, it would be too much of a coincidence to have two killers in St. Anselm's. But surely Treves's death was either suicide or an accident. Look at the facts as you've set them out. The body was found 200 yards from the only access to the beach. Difficult to carry him over that shore, and he'd hardly walk willingly with his killer. He was strong and healthy. You couldn't bring down half a ton of sand on his head unless you had first drugged him, made him drunk, or knocked him out. None of these things happened. You said the PM was thorough." Kate spoke directly to Pierce. "OK, let's accept it was suicide, but suicide has to have a reason. What drove him to it, or who? There could be a motive there." "But not for Crampton's murder, surely. He wasn't even at St. Anselm's at the time. We have no reason to suppose he ever met Treves." Kate went doggedly on. "Mrs. Monroe remembered something from her past which worried her. She speaks to the person concerned, and shortly afterwards she's dead. It strikes me that her death is suspiciously convenient." "For whom, for God's sake?" She had a bad heart. She could have died any time. Kate reiterated. She wrote that diary entry. There was something she remembered, something she knew, and she would have been the easiest person of all to kill. An elderly woman with a weak heart, particularly if she had no reason to fear her killer. Piers protested. Okay, she knew something. That doesn't mean it was important. It could have been some minor peccadillo, something Father Sebastian and those priests wouldn't approve of, but which no one else would take seriously. And now she's cremated, this cottage cleared, and the evidence, if any, gone for good. Whatever she remembered, it happened 12 years ago anyway. Who's going to do murder for that? Kate said, She found Treeves's body, remember? What's that to do with it? The diary note is explicit. She didn't remember that incident from her past when she saw the body. She remembered when Surtees brought her some leeks from his garden. It was then that things came together, the present and the past. Kate said, Leeks, a leak. Could it be a play on the word? For God's sake, Kate, that's pure Agatha Christie. Piers turned to Dalgliesh. Are you saying, sir, that we are now investigating two murders, Crampton's and Mrs. Munro's? No, I'm not proposing to jeopardize a murder inquiry for the sake of a hunch. What I am saying is that there could be a connection, and that we should keep it in mind. There's a lot to do, so we'd better get on with it. The priority is the fingerprinting and questioning the priests and ordinands. That's for you, Kate, with Piers. They've seen enough of me. So has Surtees, so you'd better see him and his sister. There's an advantage in facing them with someone new. We're not going to get far until Inspector Yarwood is well enough to be questioned. According to the hospital, that should be by Tuesday, if we're lucky. Piers said, If there's a chance he might have a vital clue, or if he's a suspect, shouldn't he be kept unobtrusively under guard? Dalgliesh said, He is being kept unobtrusively under guard. Suffolk helping there. He was out of his room that night. He could even have seen the murderer. That's why I'm not leaving him without protection. There was the sound of a car bumping across the headland. Sergeant Robbins went to the window. Mr. Clark and the Sockos have arrived, sir. Piers looked at his watch. Not bad, but they'd have been better driving the whole way. It's getting out of Ipswich that takes the time. Lucky the train didn't foul up. Dalgliesh said to Robbins, Ask them to bring their gear in here. They can use the second bedroom. And they'll probably want coffee before they start. Yes, sir. Dalgliesh decided that the scene of crime officers could change into their search clothes in the church, but well away from the actual scene. Brian Clark, the head of the team, and inevitably called Nobby, hadn't worked with Dalgliesh before. Calm, unemotional, and humourless, he was not the most inspiring of colleagues, but he came with a reputation for thoroughness and reliability, and, when he did condescend to communicate, spoke sense. If there were anything to find, he would find it. He was a man who distrusted enthusiasm, and even the most potentially valuable clue was apt to be greeted with, All right, lads, keep calm. It's only a palm print. It's not the Holy Grail. He also believed in the separation of functions. His job was to discover, collect, and preserve the evidence, not to usurp the job of the detective. For Dalgliesh, who encouraged teamwork and was receptive to ideas, this reserve, amounting to taciturnity, was a disadvantage. Now, and not for the first time, he missed Charlie Ferris, the Socko who had been on the job when he had investigated the Barone Harry Mack murders. They too had taken place in a church. He could clearly recall Ferris, small, sandy-haired, sharp-featured, and lithe as a greyhound, prancing gently like an eager runner awaiting the starting pistol. Recall, too, the extraordinary working garb which the ferret had devised for the job, the diminutive white shorts and short-sleeved sweatshirt, the tight-fitting plastic cap which made him look like a swimmer who had forgotten to take off his underclothes. But the ferret had retired to run a pub in Somerset, where his orotund bass, so incongruous in his slight frame, was adding power to the village church choir. A different pathologist, a different team of Sockos, soon to have their name changed again. He supposed that he was lucky still to have Kate Miskin, but now was not the time to concern himself with Kate's morale or with her possible future. Perhaps, he thought, it was increasing age which made him less tolerant of change. But at least the photographer was familiar. Barney Parker was past retirement age and now worked on a part-time basis. He was a voluble, wiry, eager-eyed, jaunty little man who had looked exactly the same for all the years Dalgliesh had known him. His other part-time job was taking wedding photographs, and perhaps this soft-focus beautifying of brides provided a relief from the uncompromising starkness of his police work. He had indeed something of the irritating importunity of a wedding photographer, looking round at the scene as if to ensure that there were no other bodies anxious for his attention. Dalgliesh almost expected him to chivvy them all for the family line-up, but he was an excellent photographer whose work couldn't be faulted. Dalgliesh walked over to the church with them, passing through the sacristy and skirting the murder scene. They changed in a pew near the south door, in a silence which Dalgliesh judged had nothing to do with the sacredness of the scene, and stood like a little group of spacemen in their white cotton oversuits and hoods, watching Nobby Clark follow Dalgliesh back towards the sacristy. With the hood of his suit puckered round his face and his slightly protruding upper teeth, Dalgliesh thought that Clark needed only a pair of ears to make him look like a large, disgruntled rabbit. Dalgliesh said, "The murderer almost certainly came in through the sacristy door from the north cloister. That means the cloister floor will need examining for prints, although I doubt you'll get anything useful under this weight of leaves. No knob on the door, but the prints of almost everyone here could validly be on any part of the door." Moving into the church, he said, "There's a possibility of prints on the doom and on the wall beside it, although he would have been crazy not to wear gloves. This candlestick on the right has traces of blood and hair, but again we'll be lucky to get prints. What is interesting is here." He led the way up the central aisle to the second box pew. "Someone has hidden himself under the seat. There's a considerable amount of dust which has been disturbed. I don't know whether you'll get prints on the wood, but it's a possibility." Clark said, "Right, sir. What about the team's lunch? There doesn't seem to be a pub near, and I don't want to break off. I'd like as much natural light as possible. The college is providing sandwiches. Robbins will be fixing beds for the night. We can look at progress tomorrow." "I think I'll need more than 2 days, sir. It's those leaves in the north cloister. They'll all need shifting and examining." Dalgliesh doubted whether any joy would result from this tedious exercise, but had no wish to discourage Clark's obvious attention to detail. He said a last word to the other 2 members of the team and left them to it. Chapter 10. Before the individual interviews began, the fingerprinting of everyone at Saint Anselm's had priority. The task fell to Piers and Kate. Both knew that Dalgliesh preferred all women to be fingerprinted by a member of their own sex. Before they began, Piers said, "It's a long time since I've done this. You'd better see to the women, as usual. Seems an unnecessary refinement to me. Anyone would think it was a form of rape." Kate was making the preparations. She said, "You could see it as a form of rape. Innocent or not innocent, I'd hate to have some police officer grabbing hold of my fingers. It's hardly a grab. Looks as if we've got a full waiting room except for the priests. Who do we start with?" "Better make it Arbuthnot." Kate was interested in the different reactions of the suspects who presented themselves during the next hour with varying degrees of meekness. Father Sebastian, arriving with his fellow priests, was grimly cooperative, but could not resist a moue of distaste when Piers took his fingers to cleanse them in soap and water, then firmly rolled them on the ink pad. He said, "Surely I can do it for myself." Piers was unconcerned. "I'm sorry, sir, it's a question of making sure we get a good print at the edges. A matter of experience, really." Father John didn't speak from start to finish, but his face was deathly white, and Kate saw that he was shaking. Throughout the brief procedure, he kept his eyes closed. Father Martin was frankly interested, and gazed with almost childish wonder at the complicated pattern of whirls and loops which proclaimed his unique identity. Father Peregrine, his eyes straining towards the college to which he was impatient to return, seemed hardly aware of what was happening. Only when he caught sight of his ink-smeared fingers was he provoked to grumble that he hoped the stain would be easily washed off, and that ordinands should ensure that their fingers were thoroughly clean before coming to the library. He would put up a note on the board. None of the ordinands or staff made any difficulty, but Stannard came prepared to see the procedure as a gross infringement of civil liberty. He said, "I suppose you have authority for doing this?" Piers said calmly, Yes, sir. With your consent, under the provisions of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act. I think you know the legislation. And if I didn't consent, I've no doubt you could get some kind of court order. After you've made an arrest, if you ever get that far, and I'm proved innocent, I take it my prints will be destroyed? How can I be sure they will? You have the right to witness the destruction if you make an application. And I will, he said, as his fingers were placed on the ink pad. You can be bloody sure I will. Now they had finished, and the last to be fingerprinted, Emma Lavenham, had left. Kate said, with such careful casualness that even she found her tone unnatural, "What do you suppose A.D. thinks about her?" "He's a heterosexual male and a poet. He thinks what any heterosexual male and a poet thinks when he meets a beautiful woman. What I think, come to that, he'd like to take her to the nearest bed." "Oh, come on, do you have to be that crude? Can't any of you think of a woman except in terms of bed?" "What a Puritan you are, Kate. You asked me what he'd think, not what he'd do. He has all his instincts under control. That's his trouble. She's an anomaly here, isn't she? Why do you think Father Sebastian imported her? To provide a temporary exercise in resisting temptation? You'd think a pretty boy would be a better bet. The four we've met so far, though, seem a depressingly hetero bunch to me. And you'd know, of course. So would you. Talking of beauty, what do you think of the Adonis, Raphael? The name's too appropriate, isn't it? I wonder if he'd look the same if he'd been christened Albert. Too good-looking, and he knows it. Turn you on? No, and nor do you. Time to make some visits. Who shall we start with, Father Sebastian? At the top? Why not? And after that, A.D. wants me with him when he interviews Arbuthnot. Who'll take the lead with the warden? Me. To begin with, anyway. You think he'll open up more to a woman? You may be right, but I shouldn't bank on it. These priests are used to the confessional. That makes them good at keeping secrets, including their own. Chapter 11. Father Sebastian had said, "You will, of course, wish to see Mrs. Crampton before she leaves. I'll send you a message when she's ready. If she should want to visit the church, I assumed that would be permissible." Dalgliesh replied briefly that it would. He wondered whether Father Sebastian had taken it for granted that if Mrs. Crampton wished to see where her husband had died, he would be the one to escort her. Dalgliesh had other ideas, but judged that now was not the time to argue the point. Mrs. Crampton might not wish to visit the church. Whether she did or not, it was important that they met. The message that she was ready to see him was brought to the incident room by Stephen Morby, who was now being used by Father Sebastian as a general messenger. Dalgliesh had noticed how much Morell disliked the telephone. When he entered the warden's office, Mrs. Crampton got up from her chair and came towards him, holding out her hand and regarding him steadily. She was younger than Dalgliesh had expected, heavily breasted, above a neat waist, and with a pleasant, open and unadorned face. She was hatless, and her short mid-brown hair, brushed to shininess, looked expensively cut. He could almost believe she had come straight from the hairdresser, if the idea were not preposterous. She was wearing a tweed suit in blue and fawn, with a large cameo brooch in the lapel. It was obviously modern, and looked incongruous against the country tweed. Dalgliesh wondered whether it had been a gift from her husband, and she had fastened it on her jacket as a badge of allegiance or defiance. A short travelling coat lay across the back of a chair. She was perfectly calm, and the hand which clasped Dalglish's was cold but firm. Father Sebastian's introduction was brief and formal. Dalgliesh said the customary words of sympathy and regret. He had spoken them to the family of a murder victim more times than he could remember. To him they always sounded insincere. Father Sebastian said, "Mrs. Crampton would like to visit the church, and has asked that you go with her. If I'm needed, you'll find me here." They walked together through the south cloister and across the cobbles of the courtyard to the church. The archdeacon's body had been removed, but Soccos was still busy in the building, and one of them was now clearing the leaves from the north cloister, carefully examining each one. There was already a clear path to the sacristy door. The church struck cold, and Dalgliesh was aware that his companion shivered. He asked, "Would you like me to fetch your coat?" "No, thank you, Commander. I shall be all right." He led the way to the Doom. It was not necessary to tell her that this was the place. The stones were still stained with her husband's blood. Unself-consciously and a little stiffly, she knelt. Dalgliesh moved away and walked up the central aisle. Within a few minutes she had joined him. She said, "Shall we sit down for a little while? I expect you have some questions you want to ask." "I could ask them in Father Sebastian's office or in the incident room in St. Matthew's cottage, if that would be more comfortable for you." "I shall be more comfortable here." The two Soccos had moved tactfully into the sacristy. They sat for a brief moment in silence. Then she said, "How did my husband die, Commander?" Father Sebastian seemed reluctant to say. "Father Sebastian hasn't been told, Mrs. Crampton." Which didn't, of course, mean he didn't know. Dalgliesh wondered whether this possibility had occurred to her. He said, "It's important for the success of the investigation that the details are kept secret for the present." "I understand that. I shall say nothing." Dalgliesh said gently, "The archdeacon was killed by a blow to the head. It would have been very sudden. I don't think he suffered. He may not even have had time to feel shock or fear." "Thank you, Commander." Again there was a silence. It was curiously companionable, and he was in no hurry to break it. Even in her grief, which she was bearing with stoicism, she was restful to be with. Was it this quality, he wondered, which had drawn the archdeacon to her? The silence lengthened. Glancing at her face, he saw the glister of a tear on her cheek. She put up a hand to brush it away, but when she spoke, her voice was steady. "My husband was not welcome in this place, Commander, but I know that no one at Saint Anselm's could possibly have killed him. I refuse to believe that a member of a Christian community could be capable of such evil." Dalgliesh said, "This is a question I have to ask. Had your husband any enemies? Anyone who might wish him harm?" "No. He was much respected in the parish. One might say that he was loved, although it wasn't a word he would have used. He was a good, compassionate and conscientious parish priest, and he never spared himself. I don't know whether anyone has told you that he was a widower when we married. His first wife committed suicide. She was a very beautiful but disturbed woman, and he was greatly in love with her. The tragedy affected him deeply, but he had come through it. He was learning how to be happy. We were happy together. It's cruel that all his hopes should come to this." Dalgliesh said, "You said that he wasn't welcome at St. Anselm's. Was this because of theological differences, or were there other reasons? Did he discuss his visit here with you?" "He discussed everything with me, Commander. Everything that hadn't been told him in confidence as a clergyman. He felt that St. Anselm's had outgrown its usefulness. He wasn't the only one who felt that. I think even Father Sebastian realizes that the college is an anomaly and will have to close. There were differences of churchmanship, of course, which didn't make things any easier. And then I expect you know about the problem of Father John Betterton." Dalgliesh said carefully, "I gained the impression that there was a problem, but I don't know the details. It's an old and rather tragic story. Some years ago Father Betterton was found guilty of sexual offences against some of his choir boys and was sentenced to prison. My husband uncovered part of the evidence and was a witness at the trial. We weren't married at the time. It was shortly after his first wife's death, but I know it caused him much distress. He did what he saw as his duty, and it caused him a great deal of pain." Dalgliesh privately thought that the greater pain had been suffered by Father John. He said, "Did your husband say anything to you before coming on this visit? Anything to suggest that he might have arranged to meet someone here, or that he had a reason to suppose that this visit would be particularly difficult?" "No, nothing. I'm sure no meeting was arranged other than with people here. He wasn't looking forward to the weekend, but he wasn't dreading it either." "And had he been in touch with you since he arrived yesterday?" "No, he hadn't telephoned, and I wouldn't have expected him to. The only call I had, apart from parish business, was from the diocesan office. Apparently they'd lost my husband's mobile phone number and wanted it for the records." "What time was this call?" "Quite late. I was surprised because it must have been after the office was closed. It was just before 9:30 on Saturday." "Did you speak to the person who rang? Was it a man or a woman?" It sounded like a man. I thought at the time that it was a man, although I couldn't swear to it. No, I didn't really speak except to give the number. He just said thank you and rang off at once. Of course he did, thought Dalgliesh. He wouldn't want to speak an unnecessary word. All he wanted was the number he could get in no other way, the number he would ring that night from the church to summon the archdeacon to his death. Wasn't this the answer to one of the problems at the heart of the case? If Crampton had been lured to the church by a call on his mobile, how had the caller discovered the number? It wouldn't be difficult to trace that 9:30 call, and the result could be damning for someone at Saint Anselm's. But there still remained a mystery. The murderer, better still think of him as Cain, wasn't unintelligent. This crime had been carefully planned. Wouldn't Cain have expected Dalgliesh to speak to Mrs. Crampton? Wasn't it possible, no, more than possible, that the telephone call would come to light? Another possibility occurred to Dalgliesh. Could this have been precisely what Cain had intended? Chapter 12. After the fingerprinting, Emma collected some papers she needed from her guest set, and was setting off for the library when she heard quick footsteps in the south cloister, and Raphael caught up with her. He said, "There's something I want to ask you. Is this a good time?" Emma was about to say, "If it isn't going to take too long," but after a glance at his face, stopped herself. She didn't know whether he was seeking comfort, but he certainly looked in need of it. She said instead, "It's a good time. But haven't you a tutorial with Father Peregrine?" "That's postponed. I've been sent for by the police. I'm on my way now to be grilled. That's why I needed to see you. I suppose you wouldn't be willing to tell Dalgliesh that we were together last night. After 11 o'clock's the crucial time. I've got an alibi of sorts until then." "Together where? In your set or mine? I suppose I'm asking if you'd say that we slept together last night." Emma stopped walking and turned to face him. She said, "No, I wouldn't. Raphael, what an extraordinary thing to ask. You're not usually so crass." "But not an extraordinary thing to do, or is it?" She began striding quickly ahead, but he kept pace with her. She said, "Look, I don't love you, and I'm not in love with you." He broke in. "That's a nice distinction, but you might just think it possible. The idea might not utterly repel you." Emma turned to face him. "Raphael, if I had slept with you last night, I wouldn't be ashamed to admit it. But I didn't, I wouldn't, and I shan't lie. Apart from the morality of lying, it would be stupid and dangerous. Do you think it would deceive Adam Dalgliesh for a moment? Even if I were a good liar, and I'm not, he'd know. It's his business to know. Do you want him to think you killed the archdeacon? He probably thinks it already. The alibi I've got isn't worth much. I went to keep Peter company to help him through the storm, but he was asleep before midnight, and I could easily have crept out. I expect that's what Dalgliesh will believe I did do." Emma said, "Assuming he does suspect you, which I doubt, he'll certainly do so more strongly if you start fabricating an alibi. It's so unlike you, Raphael. It's stupid, pathetic, and insulting to both of us. Why?" "Perhaps I wanted to find out what you thought of the idea in principle." She said, "You don't sleep with a man in principle. You sleep with him in the flesh." And, of course, Father Sebastian wouldn't like it. He had spoken with casual irony, but Emma didn't miss the note of bitterness in his voice. She said, "Of course he wouldn't. You're one of his ordinance, and I'm a guest here. Even if I wanted to sleep with you, which I don't, it would be a breach of good manners." That made him laugh, but the sound was harsh. He said, "Good manners? Yes, I suppose that's a consideration. It's the first time I've been turned down with that excuse. The etiquette of sexual morality. Perhaps we should introduce a seminar into the ethics syllabus." She asked again, "But why, Raphael? You must have known what answer you'd get." "It's just that I thought that if I could make you like me, or perhaps even love me a little, I wouldn't be in such a muddle. Everything would be all right." She said more kindly, "But it wouldn't. If life is a muddle, we can't look for love to make it all come right." "But people do." They were standing together in silence outside the south door. Emma turned to go in. Suddenly Raphael stopped and took her hand, and, bending, kissed her on the cheek. He said,
"I'm sorry, Emma. I knew it was no good, really. I just had a dream. Please forgive me."
He turned, and she watched him striding back through the cloister, and waited until he had passed through the iron gate. She let herself into the college, confused and unhappy. Could she have been more sympathetic, more understanding? Did he want to confide, and should she have encouraged him? But if things were going wrong for him, and she thought they were, what use was it looking to someone else to put them right? But in one sense, hadn't she done just that herself with Giles? Tired of the importunities, the demands for love, the jealousies and rivalries? Hadn't she decided that Giles, with his status, his strength, his intelligence, could provide her with at least a semblance of commitment, so that she could be left alone to get on with that part of her life which she valued most, her work? She knew now that it had been a mistake. It had been worse than a mistake. It had been wrong. After she returned to Cambridge, she would be honest with him. It wasn't going to be an agreeable parting. Giles wasn't used to rejection. But she wouldn't think further about it now. That future trauma was nothing compared to the tragedy at Saint Anselm's, of which, inescapably, she was a part. Chapter 13. Just before 12 o'clock, Father Sebastian rang Father Martin, who was sitting in the library marking essays, and asked if he might have a word. This was his usual practice, to telephone personally. From the first days of his taking over as warden, he had been careful never to summon his predecessor through an ordinand or a member of staff. The new and very different reign would not be marked by a tactless exercise of authority. For most men, the prospect of a previous warden staying on in residence and in a part-time teaching post would have been to invite disaster. It had always been considered seemly for the outgoing warden not only to depart in well-organized dignity, but to take himself as far as possible from the college. But the arrangement with Father Martin, originally intended to be temporary, to cover the unexpected departure of the lecturer in pastoral theology, had continued by mutual consent, to the satisfaction of both parties. Father Sebastian had shown no inhibition or embarrassment in occupying his predecessor's stall in church, taking over and reorganizing his office, and sitting in his place at head of table, nor in introducing the changes he had carefully planned. Father Martin, unresentful and a little amused, perfectly understood. It would never have occurred to Father Sebastian that any predecessor could be a threat, either to his authority or to his innovations. He neither confided in Father Martin nor consulted him. If he wanted information about administrative details, he got them from the files or from his secretary. The most confident of men, he could probably have accommodated the Archbishop of Canterbury on his staff in a junior capacity without difficulty. The relationship between him and Father Martin was one of trust and respect, and, on Father Martin's part, of affection. As he had always found difficulty during his own stewardship in believing that he was in fact warden, he accepted his successor with goodwill and some relief. And if he sometimes hankered a little wistfully for a warmer relationship, it was not one he could envisage. But now, seated by invitation in his customary chair by the fireplace, and watching Father Sebastian's unusual restlessness, he was uneasily aware that something was needed from him, reassurance, advice, or just the mutual sympathy of shared anxiety. He sat very still, and, closing his eyes, murmured a brief prayer. Father Sebastian stopped his pacing and said, "Mrs. Crampton left 10 minutes ago. It was a painful interview." He added, "Painful for both of us." Father Martin said, "It could not have been otherwise." He thought he detected in the warden's voice a small peevish note of resentment that the archdeacon had compounded his previous delinquencies by so inconsiderately getting himself murdered under their roof. The thought sparked off another even more disgracefully irreverent thought. What would Lady Macbeth have said to Duncan's widow had that lady come to Inverness Castle to view the body? "A deplorable affair, madam, which my husband and I deeply regret. It was a most successful visit until then. We did all we could to make His Majesty comfortable." Father Martin was amazed and shaken that an idea so perversely inappropriate could have come into his mind. He must, he thought, be getting light-headed. Father Sebastian said, "She insisted on being taken to the church to see where her husband died. Unwise, I thought, but Commander Dalgliesh gave in. She was adamant that she wanted him, not me, to accompany her. It was inappropriate, but I thought it expedient not to protest. Of course, it must mean that she saw the doom. If Dalgliesh can trust her to keep quiet about the vandalism, why not trust my staff? Father Martin didn't like to say that Mrs. Crampton wasn't a suspect, and they were. Father Sebastian, as if suddenly aware of his restlessness, came and sat opposite his colleague. I was unhappy about her driving home alone, and suggested that Stephen Morby might accompany her. Of course it would have been inconvenient. He would have had to take the train back and then a taxi from Lowestoft. However, she preferred to be alone. I did ask if she would like to stay to lunch. She could have had it served quietly here or in my flat. The dining room would hardly have been suitable. Father Martin silently agreed. It would have been an uncomfortable meal, with Mrs. Crampton sitting among the suspects, and being politely passed the potatoes, perhaps by her husband's murderer. The warden said, "I'm afraid I failed her. One uses well-worn phrases on these occasions, but they cease to make any sense. Just a mutter of commonplace sounds with no reference to faith or meaning." Father Martin said, "Whatever you said, Father, no one could have done it better. There are occasions that go beyond words." Mrs. Crampton, he thought, would hardly have welcomed, or indeed needed, Father Sebastian's encouragement to Christian fortitude, or his reminder of Christian hope. Father Sebastian shifted uneasily in his chair, then willed himself into stillness. "I said nothing to Mrs. Crampton about my altercation with her husband in the church yesterday afternoon. It would have caused her additional distress, and could have done no possible good. I regret it deeply. It is distressing to know that the archdeacon died with such anger in his heart. It was hardly a state of grace, for either of us." Father Martin said gently, "We cannot know, Father, what spiritual state the archdeacon was in when he died." His companion went on, "I thought it a little insensitive of Dalgliesh to send his juniors to interview the priests. It would have been more appropriate had he spoken to us all himself. Naturally, I cooperated, as I'm sure did everyone else. I could wish that the police seemed more open to the possibility that someone outside the college is responsible, although I'm reluctant to believe that Inspector Yarwood had anything to do with it. Still, the sooner he is able to speak, the better. And I'm naturally very anxious that the church should be reopened. The heart of the college hardly beats without it." Father Martin said, "I don't suppose we shall be let back until the doom has been cleaned, and perhaps that won't be possible. I mean, it may be needed in its present state as evidence." "That, of course, is ridiculous. Photographs have no doubt been taken, and they should be sufficient. The cleaning does, however, present a difficulty. It will be a job for experts. The doom is a national treasure. We could hardly let Pilbeam loose on it with a can of turpentine. And there must be a service of rehallowing before the church can be used. I've been to the library to look at the canons, and they offer remarkably little guidance. Canon F15 deals with the profaning of churches, but gives no direction for re-sanctification. There's the Roman rite, of course, and we could perhaps adapt that, but it is more complicated than seems appropriate. They envisage a procession led by a cross-bearer, followed by the bishop, with mitre and pastoral staff, concelebrants, deacons, and other ministers in proper liturgical vestures, processing before the people into the church." Father Martin said, "I can't envisage the bishop wishing to take part. You have, of course, been in touch with him, Father?" "Naturally. He is coming over on Wednesday evening. He very considerately suggested that any time earlier might be inconvenient both for us and for the police. He has, of course, spoken to the trustees, and I have little doubt what he will tell me formally when he arrives. Saint Anselm's will close at the end of this term. He is hoping that arrangements can be made to accommodate the ordinands in other theological colleges. It is expected that Cuddesdon and St. Stephen's House will be able to help, although not, of course, without difficulty. I have already spoken to the principals." Father Martin, outraged, cried out in protest, but his old voice could produce only a humiliating quaver. "But that's appalling. It gives us less than 2 months. What about the Pilbeams, Surtees, our part-time staff? Are people going to be thrown out of their cottages?" "Of course not, Father." There was a trace of impatience in Father Sebastian's voice. St. Anselm's will close as a theological college at the end of this term, but the resident staff will be kept on until the future of the buildings has been settled. That will apply also to the part-time staff. Paul Perronet has been on the telephone to me, and will come over with the other trustees on Thursday. He's adamant that nothing of value should be removed at present, either from the college or the church. Miss Arbuthnot's will was very clear as far as her intentions are concerned, but undoubtedly the legal position will be complicated. Father Martin had been told the provisions of the will when he became warden. He thought, but didn't say, "We 4 priests will become rich men." How rich? He wondered. The thought horrified him. He found that his hands were shaking. Looking down at the veins like purple cords, and the brown splotches which seemed more like the marks of a disease than the signs of old age, he felt his meagre store of strength ebbing away. Looking at Father Sebastian, he saw, with a sudden illuminating insight, a face pale but stoical, but a mind already assessing its future, wonderfully impervious to the worst ravages of grief and anxiety. This time there could be no reprieve. Everything Father Sebastian had worked and planned for was going down in horror and scandal. He would survive, but now, perhaps for the first time, he would have welcomed an assurance of it. They sat opposite each other in silence. Father Martin longed to find the appropriate words, but they wouldn't come. For 15 years he hadn't once been asked for his advice, his reassurance, his sympathy, or his help. Now, when they were needed, he found himself powerless. His failure went deeper than this moment. It seemed to encompass his whole priesthood. What had he given to his parishioners, to the ordinands or St. Anselm's? There had been kindness, affection, tolerance, and understanding, but those were the common currency of all the well-intentioned. Had he, during the course of his ministry, changed a single life? He recalled the words of a woman overheard when he was leaving his last parish. "Father Martin is a priest of whom no one ever speaks ill." It seemed to him now the most damning of indictments. After a moment he got up, and Father Sebastian followed. He said, "Would you like me, Father, to take a look at the Roman Rite to see if it can be adapted for our use?" Father Sebastian said, "Thank you, Father, that would be helpful," and moved back to his chair behind the desk, as Father Martin left the room and quietly closed the door behind him. Chapter 14. The first of the ordinands to be formally interviewed was Raphael Arbuthnot. Dalgliesh decided to see him with Kate. Arbuthnot took some time responding to the summons, and it was 10 minutes before he was shown into the interview room by Robbins. Dalgliesh saw, with some surprise, that Raphael hadn't recovered himself. He looked as shocked and distressed as he had during the meeting in the library. Perhaps even this short lapse of time had brought home to him more forcibly the peril in which he stood. He moved as stiffly as an old man, and refused Dalglish's invitation to sit. Instead he stood behind the chair, grasping the top with both hands, his knuckles as white as his face. Kate had the ridiculous notion that if she put out her hand to touch Raphael's skin or the curls of his hair, she would experience only unyielding stone. The contrast between the blonde Hellenic head and the stark black of the clerical cassock looked both hierarchic and theatrically contrived. Dalgliesh said, "No one could have sat at dinner last night as I did, without realizing that you dislike the archdeacon. Why?" It wasn't the opening that Arbuthnot had expected. Perhaps, thought Kate, he had mentally prepared himself for a more familiar academic gambit, innocuous preliminary questions about a candidate's personal history, leading on to the more challenging inquisition. He stared fixedly at Dalgliesh, and was silent. It seemed impossible that any reply could come from those rigid lips, but when he spoke his voice was under control. "I'd rather not say. Isn't it enough that I disliked him?" He paused, then said, "It was stronger than that. I hated him. Hating him had become an obsession. I realize that now. Perhaps I was deflecting onto him the hatred I couldn't admit to feeling for someone or something else, a person, a place, an institution." He managed a rueful smile and said, "If Father Sebastian were here, he'd say I'm indulging my deplorable obsession with amateur psychology." Kate said, Her voice surprisingly gentle. "We do know about Father John's conviction." Was it his imagination, Dalgliesh wondered, that the tension in Raphael's hands relaxed a little? "Of course, I'm being obtuse. I suppose you've checked on all of us. Poor Father John. The recording angel has nothing on the police computer. So you now know that Crampton was one of the chief prosecution witnesses. It was he, not the jury, who sent Father John to prison." Kate said, "Juries don't send anyone to prison. The judge does that." She added, as if afraid that Raphael was about to faint, "Why don't you sit down, Mr. Arbuthnot?" After a moment of hesitation, he took the chair and made an obvious effort to relax. He said, "People one hates ought not to get themselves murdered. It gives them an unfair advantage. I didn't kill him, but I feel as guilty as if I did." Dalgliesh said, "The passage of Trollope you read at dinner yesterday, was that your choice?" "Yes. We always choose what to read." Dalgliesh said, "A very different archdeacon, another age. An ambitious man kneels beside his dying father and asks forgiveness for wishing him dead. It seemed to me that the archdeacon took it personally." "He was intended to." There was another silence. Then Raphael said, "I'd always wondered why he pursued Father John so vehemently. It isn't as if he was gay himself and suppressing it, terrified of exposure. Now I know he was vicariously purging his own guilt." Dalgliesh said, "Guilt for what?" "I think you had better ask Inspector Yarwood." Dalgliesh decided not to pursue that line of questioning for the moment. This wasn't the only question that he needed to ask Yarwood. Until the inspector was fit to be interviewed, he was groping in the half-light. He asked Raphael exactly what he had done after Compline was finished. "First of all, I went to my room. We're supposed to keep silence after Compline, but the rule isn't invariably obeyed. Silence doesn't mean not speaking to each other. We don't act like Trappist monks, but we do usually go to our rooms. I read and worked on an essay until 10:30. The wind was howling. Well, you know, sir, you were here. And I decided to go into the house to see if Peter Buckhurst, was all right. He's recovering from glandular fever, and he's far from well. I know he hates storms, not the lightning or thunder or heavy rain, just the howling of the wind. His mother died in the room next door to him, in a night of high wind, when he was 7. He's hated it ever since." "How did you enter the house?" "The usual way. My room is N3 in the north cloister. I went through the cloakroom, across the hall, and up the stairs to the second floor. There's a sick room there at the back of the house, and Peter has been sleeping in it for the last few weeks. It was obvious to me that he didn't want to be alone, so I said I'd stay there all night. There's a second bed in the sick room, so I slept there. I'd already asked Father Sebastian's permission to leave college after Compline. I'd promised to attend the first Mass of a friend in a church outside Colchester, but I didn't like to leave Peter, so I decided to leave early this morning instead. The Mass isn't until 10:30, so I knew I could make it." Dalgliesh asked, "Mr. Arbuthnot, why didn't you tell me this when we were in the library this morning? I asked if anyone had left his room after Compline. Would you have spoken? It would have been pretty humiliating for Peter, wouldn't it, letting the whole college know that he's frightened of the wind." "How did you spend the evening together?" "We talked, and then I read to him. A sarky short story, if you're interested." "Did you see anyone other than Peter Buckhurst after you entered the main building at about 10:30? "Only Father Martin. He looked in on us at about 11 o'clock, but he didn't stay. He was worried about Peter, too." Kate asked, "Was that because he knew Mr. Buckhurst was frightened of high winds?" "It's the kind of thing Father Martin gets to know. I don't think anyone else at college knew except the two of us." "Did you return to your own room at any time during the night?" "No. There's a shower room attached to the sick bay if I wanted to shower. I didn't need pyjamas." Dalgliesh said, "Mr. Arbuthnot, are you absolutely certain that you locked the door to the house from the north cloister when you went into your friend?" "I'm absolutely sure. Mr. Pilbeam usually checks the doors at about 11 when he locks the front door. He'll be able to confirm that it was locked." "And you didn't leave the sick bay until this morning?" "No. I was in the sick bay all night. Peter and I put out our bedside lights at about midnight and settled down to sleep. I don't know about him, but I slept soundly. I woke just before 6:30 and saw that Peter was still asleep. I was on my way back to my room when I met Father Sebastian coming out of his office. He didn't seem surprised to see me, and he didn't ask why I hadn't left. I realize now that he had other things on his mind. He just told me to ring round everyone, ordinance, staff and guests, and ask them to be in the library at 7:30. I remember I said, "What about morning prayer, Father?" And he replied, "Morning prayer is cancelled." Dalgliesh asked, "Did he give you any explanation for the summons?" "No, none. It wasn't until I joined everyone else in the library at 7:30 that I knew what had happened." "And there's nothing else you can tell us? Nothing at all that could have any bearing on the Archdeacon's murder?" There was a long silence, during which Arbuthnot gazed down at the hands clasped in his lap. Then, as if he had reached a decision, he raised his eyes and looked intently at Dalgliesh. He said, "You've been asking a lot of questions. I know that's your job. May I ask one now?" Dalgliesh said, "Certainly, although I can't promise to answer it. It's this. It's obvious that you, the police I mean, believe that someone who slept in college last night killed the Archdeacon. You must have some reason for believing that. I mean, isn't it far more likely that someone from outside broke into the church, perhaps to steal, and was surprised by Crampton? After all, this place isn't secure. He'd have no difficulty in getting into the courtyard. He probably wouldn't have much difficulty in breaking into the house and getting a key to the church. Anyone who's ever stayed here could know where the keys are kept. So I'm just wondering why you're concentrating on us. I mean, the priests and the ordinance." Dalgliesh said, "We've an open mind on who committed this murder. More than that I can't tell you." Arbuthnot went on, "You see, I've been thinking, well, of course we all have, if anyone in college killed Crampton, it has to be me. No one else would or could. No one hated him as much, and even if they did, they aren't capable of murder. I'm wondering whether I could have done it without knowing. Perhaps I got up in the night and went back to my room, then saw him entering the church. Isn't it possible I could have gone after him, quarrelled violently with him and killed him?" Dalglish's voice was calmly uninquisitive. "Why should you think that?" "Because it's at least possible. If this is what you call an inside job, then who else could it have been? And there's one piece of evidence supporting it. When I went back to my room this morning after I'd phoned everyone to come to the library, I knew that someone had entered it during the night. There was a broken twig inside the door. Unless someone's removed it, it will still be there. Now you've closed the north cloister, I couldn't go back to check. I suppose it's evidence of a kind, but evidence of what?" Dalgliesh asked, "Are you sure that the twig wasn't in your room when you left after Compline to go and check on Peter Buckhurst?" "I'm sure it wasn't. I'd have noticed it. I couldn't have missed it. Someone re-entered that room after I left to see Peter. I must have gone back sometime in the night. Who else could it have been at that hour and in that storm?" Dalgliesh said, "Have you ever in your life suffered from temporary amnesia?" "No, never." "And you're telling me the truth, that you say you have no recollection of killing the Archdeacon?" "Yes, I swear it." "All I can tell you is that whoever committed this murder can be in no doubt what he or she did last night." "You mean that I would have woken this morning with blood on my hands, literally on my hands?" "I mean no more than I've said. I think that's all for now. If you later remember anything new, please tell us at once." The dismissal was summary, and, Kate could see, unexpected. Still keeping his eyes on Dalgliesh, Arbuthnot murmured, "Thank you," and left. They waited until the front door had closed behind him. Dalgliesh said, "Well, which is it, Kate? A consummate actor or a worried and innocent young man?" "I'd say he's a pretty good actor. With looks like that, you probably have to be. I know that doesn't make him guilty. It's a clever story, though, isn't it? He more or less confesses to murder in the hope that he'll learn exactly how much we know. And his night with Buckhurst doesn't give him an alibi. He could easily have crept out when the boy was asleep, taken the keys to the church, and rung the Archdeacon. We know from Miss Betterton that he's good at imitating voices. He could have pretended to be any of the priests, and if he was seen in the house, well, no one would question his right to be there.
Even if Peter Buckhurst woke up and found him gone, there's a good chance he wouldn't betray his friend. Much easier to make himself believe that the spare bed wasn't empty. Dalgliesh said, "We'd better question him next. You and Piers can do that. But if Arbuthnot took the key, why not put it back when he returned to the house? A strong probability is that whoever killed Crampton didn't go back into college, unless, of course, that's exactly what we're intended to believe. If Raphael did kill the archdeacon, and until we've spoken to Yarwood he remains the chief suspect, his cleverest ploy would be to throw the key away. Did you notice that he didn't once mention Yarwood as a possible suspect? He's not stupid. He must realize the possible significance of Yarwood's disappearance. He can't be naive enough to assume that no police officer is ever capable of murder." Kate said, "And the twig inside his room?" "He says it's still there, and no doubt it is. The question is, how did it get there, and when? It means that the Sockos will have to extend the search area to Arbuthnot's rooms. If he's telling the truth, and it's an odd story, then the twig could be important. But this murder was carefully planned. If Arbuthnot had murder in mind, why complicate things by going to Peter Buckhurst's room? If his friend had been seriously distressed by the storm, Arbuthnot could hardly leave him, and he couldn't rely on the boy falling asleep, even at midnight. But if he was hoping to fabricate an alibi, Peter Buckhurst was probably his only chance. After all, a sick and frightened young man would be easy to deceive about the time. If Arbuthnot planned the murder for midnight, for example, he could easily murmur to Buckhurst when they settled down to sleep that he was after 12 o'clock. Which would only be helpful to him, Kate, if the pathologist could tell us more or less precisely when Crampton was killed. Arbuthnot hasn't an alibi, but that goes for everyone in college, including Yarwood, and he may hold the key to the whole business. We have to press on, but until he's fit enough to be interviewed, we could be missing vital evidence." Kate asked, "You don't see him as a suspect, sir?" "At present he has to be, but he's an unlikely one. I can't see a man in such a precarious mental state planning and executing such a complicated crime. If finding Crampton so unexpectedly at Saint Anselm's had aroused him to a murderous rage, he could have struck him down in his bed." "But that goes for all the suspects, sir." "Exactly. We get back to the central question. Why was the murder planned in this way?" Nobby Clark and the photographer were at the door. Clark's face assumed a look of solemn reverence, as if he were entering a church. It was a sure sign that he had good news. Coming over to the table, he laid out Polaroids of fingerprints, the index to the little finger of the right hand, and beside them a palm print, again of the right hand, this time showing the side of the thumb and 4 clear prints of the fingers. He laid a standard fingerprint form beside them. He said, "Dr. Stannard, sir, you couldn't hope for anything clearer. The palm print's on the stone wall to the right of the doom. The other print's on the seat of the second box pew. We can take a palm print, sir, but it's hardly necessary with what we've got. No point in sending it off to HQ for verification. I've seldom seen clearer prints. They're Dr. Stannard's, all right." Chapter 15. Piers said, "If Stannard is Kane, this will be our shortest investigation to date. Back to the smoke. Pity, I was looking forward to dinner at the Crown and a pre-breakfast walk on the beach." Dalgliesh was standing at the east window, looking out over the headland to the sea. Turning, he said, "I shouldn't give up hope of it." They had pulled out the desk from under the window and placed it in the middle of the room, with the 2 upright chairs behind it. Stannard would sit in the low armchair, now brought forward to face the desk. He would be physically the most comfortable, but psychologically disadvantaged. They waited in silence. Dalgliesh showed no inclination to talk, and Piers had worked with him long enough to know when to keep quiet. Robbins must be having difficulty in finding Stannard. It was nearly 5 minutes before they heard the front door opening. Robbins said, "Dr. Stannard, sir," and settled himself unobtrusively in the corner, notebook in hand. Stannard came in briskly, responding curtly to Dalglish's good morning, and looked round as if wondering where he was expected to sit. Piers said, "This chair, Dr. Stannard." Stannard looked with deliberate intentness round the room,
as if deploring its inadequacies, then sat, leaned back, appeared to decide that the assumption of ease was inappropriate, and resettled himself on the edge of the chair, legs clamped together, hands in his jacket pocket. His gaze, fixed on Dalgliesh, was inquiring rather than belligerent, but Piers sensed his resentment, and something stronger, which he diagnosed as fear. No one is at his best when involved in an investigation of murder. Even reasonable and public-spirited witnesses, fortified by innocence, can come to resent the intrusion of police probing, and no one faces it with an entirely clear conscience. Minor and unrelated ancient delinquencies float to the surface of the mind like scum. Even so, Piers found Stannard singularly unprepossessing. It wasn't, he decided, only his prejudice against drooping moustaches. He just didn't like the man. Stannard's face, a thin, overlong nose and close-set eyes, had settled into deeply cleft lines of discontent. This was the face of a man who had never quite achieved what he felt was his due. What, Piers wondered, had gone wrong? The upper second degree instead of the expected first? A lectureship at an ex-polytechnic university instead of Oxbridge? Less power, less money, less sex than he felt he deserved? Probably not too little sex. Women unaccountably seemed attracted to this Che Guevara amateur revolutionary type. Hadn't he at Oxford lost his Rosie to just such a sour-faced wanker? Perhaps, he admitted, that was the cause of his prejudice. He was too experienced not to keep it under control, but even to admit to it gave him a perverted satisfaction. He had worked with Dalgliesh long enough to know how this scene would be played. He would ask most of the questions. A.D. would come in when and as he chose. It was never what the witness expected. Piers wondered whether Dalgliesh knew how intimidating was his dark, silent, watchful presence. He introduced himself, then began asking the usual preliminary questions in an even voice. Name, address, date of birth, occupation, marital state. Stannard's replies were short. At the end he said, "I don't see what relevance my marital state has to all this. Actually, I have a partner, female." Without replying, Piers asked, "And you arrived when, sir?" "Friday night for a long weekend. I'm due to leave before dinner tonight. I presume there's no reason why I shouldn't." "Are you a regular visitor, sir?" "Fairly. During the last 18 months or so, the occasional weekends." "Could you be more specific?" "About half a dozen visits, I suppose." "When were you last here?" "A month ago. I forget the exact date. Then I arrived Friday night and stayed until Sunday. Compared with this weekend, it was uneventful." Dalgliesh interposed for the first time. "Why do you visit Dr. Stannard?" Stannard opened his mouth, then hesitated. Piers wondered whether he had been about to reply, "Why shouldn't I?" and had thought better of it. The answer, when it did come, sounded as if it had been carefully prepared. "I'm researching a book on the family life of the early Tractarians, covering both their childhood and youth, their later marriages, if any, and family life. The intention is to explore early experience with religious development and sexuality. As this is an Anglo-Catholic institution, the library is particularly useful, and I have an entry to it. My grandfather was Samuel Stannard, a partner in the firm of Stannard, Fox and Perronet in Norwich. They have represented Saint Anselm since its foundation, and the Arbuthnot family before that. Coming here, I combine research with an agreeable weekend break." Piers asked, "How far has research progressed?" "It's at an early stage. I don't get much free time. Contrary to popular belief, academics are overworked." "But you have papers with you? Evidence of work done so far?" "No. My papers are in college." Piers said, "These visits, I would have thought you had exhausted the possibilities of the library here. What about other libraries? The Bodleian?" Stannard said sourly, "There are libraries other than the Bodleian. True, there's Pusey House at Oxford. I believe they have a remarkable Tractarian collection. The librarian there should be able to help." He turned to Dalgliesh. "And there's London, of course. Is the Dr. Williams Library in Bloomsbury still in existence, sir?" Before Dalgliesh could reply, if he had intended to, Stannard broke out, "What the hell business is it of yours where I choose to do my research? And if you're trying to show that occasionally the Met recruits educated officers, forget it. I'm not impressed." Piers said, "Just trying to be helpful. So you visited here some half-dozen times in the last 18 months to work in the library and enjoy a recuperative weekend. Has Archdeacon Crampton been here on any of those previous occasions? No. I never met him until this weekend. He didn't arrive until yesterday. I don't know when exactly, but the first I saw him was at tea. Tea was laid out in the students' sitting room, and the room was pretty full when I arrived at 4. Someone, I think it was Raphael Arbuthnot, introduced me to the people I hadn't met, but I didn't feel inclined to chat, so I took a cup of tea and a couple of sandwiches and went to the library. That old fool Father Peregrine took his head out of his book long enough to tell me that food and drink weren't allowed in the library. I went to my room. I saw the Archdeacon next at dinner. After dinner I worked in the library until they all went to Compline. I'm an atheist, so I didn't join them. And you learned of the murder when? Just before 7, when Raphael Arbuthnot rang to say that a general meeting had been called, and that we were to assemble in the library at 7:30. I didn't much care for being spoken to, as if I were back at school, but I thought I might as well see what it was all about. As far as the murder is concerned, I know less than you. Piers asked, Have you ever attended any of the services here? No, I haven't. I came here for the library, and for a quiet weekend, not to attend services. It doesn't seem to worry the priests, so I don't see why it should concern you. Piers said, Oh, but it does, Mr. Stannard. It does. Are you telling us that you have never in fact been in the church? No, I'm not saying that. Don't put words into my mouth. I may have looked in out of curiosity on one of the visits. I've certainly seen the inside, including the doom, which has some interest for me. I'm saying that I have never attended a service. Without looking up from the paper before him, Dalgliesh asked, When were you last in the church, Dr. Stannard? I can't remember. Why should I? Not this weekend, anyway. And when during this weekend did you last see Archdeacon Crampton? After church. I heard some of them coming back about 10:15. I was in the students' sitting room watching a video. There was nothing worth seeing on television, and they have a small collection of videos. I put on 4 weddings and a funeral. I'd seen it before, but I thought it was worth a second viewing. Crampton looked in briefly, but I wasn't exactly welcoming, so he made off. Piers said, So you must have been the last person, or one of the last people, to see him alive. Which I suppose you regard as suspicious. I wasn't the last person to see him alive. His murderer was. I didn't kill him. Look, how often do I have to say it? I never knew the man. I'd no quarrel with him, and I didn't go near the church yesterday evening. I was in bed by 11:30. After the video finished, I went out by the door into the south cloister and to my room. The gale was at its height by then, and it wasn't a night for taking a last breath of sea air. I went straight to my set. It's number 1 in the south cloister. Was there a light in the church? Not that I noticed. Come to think of it, I didn't see any lights from the ordinand rooms or the guest suites. There was the usual rather dim light in both cloisters. Piers said, You'll understand that we need to get as complete a picture as possible of what happened in the hours before the Archdeacon was killed. Did you hear or notice anything which could be significant? Stannard gave a mirthless laugh. I imagine a hell of a lot was happening, but I can't see into people's minds. I did get the impression that the Archdeacon wasn't exactly welcome, but no one made murderous threats to him in my hearing. Did you speak to him at all after that introduction at tea? Only to ask him to pass the butter at dinner. He passed it. I'm not good at small talk, so I concentrated on the food and wine, which were superior to the company. Not exactly a cheerful meal. It wasn't the usual happy all boys together under God, or under Sebastian Morel, which means the same thing. But your boss was there. He'll tell you about dinner. Piers said, The commander knows what he saw and heard. We're asking you. I've told you, not a cheerful meal. The ordinand seemed subdued. Father Sebastian presided with icy courtesy, and some people had difficulty in keeping their eyes off Emma Lavenham, for which I can't say I blame them. Raphael Arbuthnot read a passage from Trollope. Not a novelist, I know, but it seemed pretty innocuous to me. Not to the Archdeacon, however. And if Arbuthnot wanted to embarrass him, he chose the right time. It's difficult to pretend you're enjoying your meal when your hands are shaking, and you look as if you were about to sick it up over the plate." After dinner, they all beetled off to church, and that was the last I saw of any of them, until Crampton looked in on me when I was watching the video. "And you saw or heard nothing suspicious during the night?" "You asked that when we were together in the library. If I'd seen or heard anything suspicious, I'd have come forward before now." It was Piers who asked the question this time. "And you haven't set foot in the church during this visit, either for a service or at any other time?" "How many times have I got to keep telling you the answer is no, 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 no?" "Then how do you explain the fact that your fresh fingerprints are on the wall next to the doom, and on the seat of the second box pew? The dust under the pew has been disturbed. It is highly likely the forensic scientists will find some traces of it on your jacket. Is that where you were hiding when the archdeacon came into the church?" And now Piers saw real terror. As always, it unnerved him. He felt no triumph, only shame. It was one thing to put a suspect at a disadvantage, another to witness this transformation of a man into a terrified animal. Stannard seemed physically to shrink, a thin, undernourished child in a chair too large for him. His hands were still in his pockets. Now he tried to wrap them round his body. The thin tweed stretched, and Piers thought he heard the rip of the lining seam. Dalgliesh said quietly, "The evidence is incontrovertible. You've been lying since you came into this room. If you didn't murder Archdeacon Crampton, you would be wise to tell the truth now. All the truth." Stannard didn't reply. He had taken his hands from his pockets and now clasped them in his lap. With his head bent over them, he looked incongruously like a man at prayer. He appeared to be thinking, and they waited in silence. When at last he lifted his head and spoke, it was apparent that he had mastered the extremity of fear and was ready to fight back. Piers heard in his voice a mixture of obstinacy and arrogance. "I didn't kill Crampton, and you can't prove that I did. All right, I lied about not visiting the church. That was natural. I knew that if I told the truth, you'd immediately seize on me as the prime suspect. It's all very convenient for you, isn't it? The last thing you want is to pin this on anyone at Saint Anselm's. I'm tailor-made to be fitted up. Those priests are sacrosanct. Well, I didn't do it." Piers said, "Then why were you in the church? You could hardly expect us to believe you went there to pray." Stannard didn't reply. He seemed to be steeling himself for the inevitable explanation, or perhaps selecting the most convincing and appropriate words. When he spoke, he looked fixedly at the far wall, carefully avoiding Dalglish's eyes. His voice was controlled, but with a barely concealed note of petulant self-justification. "All right. I accept that you have a right to an explanation, and that I have a duty to provide it. It's perfectly innocent and nothing to do with Crampton's death. That being so, I would be grateful for your assurance that this interview is confidential." Dalgliesh said, "You know we can't give you that." "Look, I've told you, it had nothing to do with Crampton's death. I only met him for the first time yesterday. I've never seen him before. I have no quarrel with him, and no reason to wish him dead. I dislike violence. I'm a pacifist, and not just by political conviction." Dalgliesh said, "Dr. Stannard, will you please answer my question? You were hiding in the church. Why?" "I'm trying to tell you. I was looking for something. It's a document, usually referred to by the few in the know as the Saint Anselm Papyrus. It's reputed to be an order ostensibly signed by Pontius Pilate, to the captain of the guard, ordering the removal of the crucified body of a political troublemaker. Naturally, you can see its importance. It was given to the founder of St. Anselm's, Miss Arbuthnot, by her brother, and has been in the custody of the warden ever since. The story is that the document is a fake, but since no one is allowed to see it or submit it to scientific examination, the question is open. Obviously, the document is of interest to any genuine scholar." Piers said, "Like yourself, for example. I didn't realize you were an expert in pre-Byzantine manuscripts. Aren't you a sociologist?" "That doesn't prevent me from having an interest in church history." Piers went on, "So, knowing that you were unlikely to be given a sight of the document, you decided to steal it." Stannard gave Piers a look of concentrated malevolence. He said with heavy irony, "I believe the legal definition of theft is taking with the intention of permanently depriving the owner of possession. You're a police officer. I should have thought you'd have known that." Dalgliesh said, "Dr. Stannard, your rudeness may be natural to you, or you may find it a pleasurable, if childish, release of tension, but it is inadvisable to indulge it when involved in a police investigation of murder. So, you went to the church. Why did you think the papyrus was hidden in the church?" "It seemed the natural place. I'd been going through the books in the library, at least as far as possible with Father Peregrine permanently there, and noticing everything while pretending to notice nothing. I thought it was time to turn attention elsewhere. It occurred to me that the document could have been hidden behind the doom. I went to the church yesterday afternoon. The college is always quiet on Saturdays after luncheon." "How did you get into the church?" "I had keys. I was here just after Easter when most of the ordinands were away, and Miss Ramsay was on leave. I borrowed the church keys, a Chubb and a Yale, from the outer office, and got them cut in Lowestoft. They weren't missed in the couple of hours it took. If they had been, I planned to say that I'd found them lying in the south cloister. Anyone could have dropped them." "You thought of everything. Where are those keys now?" "After Sebastian Morell's bombshell in the library this morning, I decided they weren't exactly the kind of thing I'd like to have found on me. If you must know, I chucked them away. To be more accurate, I wiped them of fingerprints and buried them under a clump of grass on the edge of the cliff." Piers said, "Would you be able to find them again?" "Probably. It might take a bit of time, but I know where I buried them within, say, 10 yards. Dalgliesh said, "Then you'd better find them. Sergeant Robbins will go with you." Piers asked, "And what did you propose doing with the Saint Anselm papyrus if you found it?" "Copying it. Writing an article about it for the broadsheets and in the academic press. I proposed bringing it where any document of that importance ought to be, in the public domain." Piers said, "For cash, for academic glory, or for both?" Stannard's look at him was positively venomous. "If I'd written a book as I had in mind, obviously it would make money." "Money, fame, academic prestige, your picture in the broadsheets. People have murdered for less." Before Stannard could expostulate, Dalgliesh said, "I take it that you didn't find the papyrus?" "No. I took a long wooden paper knife with me, hoping to dislodge whatever might be hidden between the doom and the church wall. I was standing on one of the chairs to reach up when I heard someone coming into the church. I quickly replaced the chair and hid. Apparently you already know where." Piers said, "The second box pew. Schoolboys' games. A bit humiliating, wasn't it? Couldn't you just have sunk to your knees?" "No, perhaps a pretense at prayer wouldn't have been convincing." "And confess that I'd got keys to the church? Oddly enough, that didn't seem to be an option." He turned to Dalgliesh. "But I can prove I'm telling the truth. I didn't watch to see who was coming in, but when they moved up the central aisle to the nave, I heard them clearly. It was Morell and the archdeacon. They were arguing over the future of St. Anselm's. I could probably reproduce most of the conversation. I've got a good memory for speech, and they weren't bothering to keep their voices down. If you're looking for someone with a grudge against the archdeacon, you don't need to look far. One of the things he was threatening was to get the valuable altarpiece moved out of the church." Piers asked, in a tone which could have been mistaken for genuine interest, "What explanation were you proposing to give if they'd happened to look under the seat of the pew and found you? I mean, you've obviously thought things through very thoroughly. Presumably you had some explanation ready." Stannard treated the inquiry as he might have an unintelligent intervention from a not very promising pupil. "The suggestion is ridiculous. Why should they have searched the pew? Even if they had looked in the pew, why should they have bothered to kneel down and search under the seat? If they had, obviously, I should have been in an embarrassing position." Dalgliesh said, "You're in an embarrassing position now, Dr. Stannard. You admit to one unsuccessful attempt to search the church. How can we be sure that you didn't return again late last night?" "I give you my word that I didn't. What else can I say?" Then he added, truculently, "And you can't prove that I did." Piers said, "You said you used a wooden paper knife to prod behind the doom. Are you sure that's all you used? Didn't you go into the kitchen at Saint Anselm's that night while the community were at Compline and take a carving knife?" And now Stannard's careful nonchalance, the barely concealed truculence and arrogance, gave way to frank terror. The skin round the moist, over-red mouth was a white penumbra, and the cheekbones stood out scarred with red lines against skin which was drained into an unhealthy greenish-grey. He turned his whole body to Dalgliesh with a vehemence which nearly overturned the chair. "My God, Dalgliesh, you've got to believe me. I didn't go into the kitchen. I couldn't stick a knife into anyone, not even an animal. I couldn't slit the throat of a cat. It's ludicrous. It's appalling to suggest it. I was in the church only once, I swear it, and all I had with me was a wooden paper knife. I can show it to you. I'll get it now." He half rose from his chair and gazed with desperate appeal from one set face to the other. No one spoke. Then he said, with a small surge of hope and triumph, "There's something else. I think I can prove I didn't go back. I rang my girlfriend in New York at 11:30 our time. The relationship has hit a sticky patch, and we have been speaking by phone nearly every day. I use my mobile, and I can give you her number. I wouldn't spend half an hour speaking to her if I was planning to murder the archdeacon." "No," said Piers. "Not if the murder was planned." But gazing into Stannard's terrified eyes, Dalgliesh knew that here was one suspect who could almost certainly be eliminated. Stannard had no idea how the archdeacon had died. Stannard said, "I'm due back at university on Monday morning. I was planning to leave tonight. Pilbeam was going to drive into Ipswich. You can't keep me here. I've done nothing wrong." Getting no response, he added in a voice half propitiatory, half angry, "Look, I've got my passport with me. I always carry it. I don't drive, so it's useful for identification. I suppose if I gave it up temporarily, there's no objection to letting me go." Dalgliesh said, "Inspector Tarrant will take charge of it and give you a receipt. This isn't the end of the matter, but you are free to go. And I suppose you're going to tell Sebastian Morel what happened?" "No," said Dalgliesh. "You are." Chapter 16. Dalgliesh, Father Sebastian, and Father Martin met in Father Sebastian's office. Father Sebastian had remembered almost word for word the conversation between him and the archdeacon in the church. He spoke the dialogue as if reciting something learnt by rote, but Dalgliesh didn't miss the note of self-disgust in his voice. At the end, the warden was silent, giving no explanation and offering no extenuation. During the recital, Father Martin sat quietly in a fireside chair with his head bowed, as still and attentive as if he were hearing a confession. There was a pause. Dalgliesh said, "Thank you, Father. That agrees with the account given by Dr. Stannard." Father Sebastian said, "Forgive me if I'm intruding on your field of responsibility, but the fact that Stannard was hidden in the church yesterday afternoon doesn't mean that he didn't return late that night. Do I take it that you have exonerated him from the inquiry?" Dalgliesh had no intention of revealing that Stannard had been ignorant of how the archdeacon had died. He was wondering whether Father Sebastian had forgotten the significance of the missing key when the warden said, "Obviously, having made a copy of the key, he didn't need to take one from the office. But surely he could have done that simply to throw suspicion elsewhere." Dalgliesh said, "That would be to assume, of course, that the murder was planned in advance, and was not an impulse of the moment. Stannard isn't exonerated. At present no one is. But I've told him that he can leave, and I imagine that you'll be glad to see the last of him." "Very glad. We were beginning to suspect that his explanation for being with us, his research into the domestic life of the early Tractarians, was a cover for another interest. Father Peregrine in particular was suspicious. But Stannard's grandfather was a senior partner in the firm of solicitors who had dealt with the college since the 19th century. He did a great deal for us, and we were loath to disoblige his grandson. Perhaps the archdeacon was right. We are too apt to be enthralled to our past. My meeting with Stannard was not comfortable. His attitude was a mixture of bluster and sophistry. He offered a not unusual excuse for cupidity and dishonesty, the sanctity of historical research. Father Martin hadn't spoken during the whole of the interview. He and Dalgliesh left the outer office in silence. Once outside, he stopped short and asked, "Would you like to see the Anselm papyrus?" "Yes, very much. I keep it in my sitting room." They climbed the circular staircase to the tower. The view was spectacular, but the room wasn't comfortable. It gave the impression of being furnished with odd pieces too old to be on public view, but too good to throw away. Such an expedient jumble can produce an atmosphere of cheerful intimacy, but here it was depressing. Dalgliesh doubted whether Father Martin even noticed. On the wall which faced north was a small religious print in a brown leather frame. It was difficult to see clearly, but at first sight it had little artistic merit, and the colours were so weak that it was difficult to make out even the central figure of the Virgin and Child. Father Martin took it down and slid off the top of the frame. He drew out the print. Beneath it were 2 panes of glass, and between them what looked like a sheet of thick cardboard, cracked and broken at the edges, and covered with rows of scratched and spiky black lettering. Father Martin didn't carry it over to the window, and Dalgliesh had difficulty in deciphering any of the Latin except for the superscription. There seemed to be a round circular mark in the right-hand corner, where the papyrus had broken away. He could clearly see the criss-cross of the compounded reeds from which it was made. Father Martin said, "It has only been examined once, and that soon after Miss Arbuthnot received it. There seems no doubt that the papyrus itself is old, almost certainly dating from the 1st century A.D. Her brother Edwin would have had no difficulty in getting hold of it. He was, as I expect you know, an Egyptologist." Dalgliesh said, "But why did he hand it over to his sister? It seems a curious thing to have done, whatever its provenance. If it was faked to discredit her religion, why keep it secret? If he thought it was genuine, wasn't that an even better reason for making it public?" Father Martin said, "That's one of the chief reasons why we've always regarded it as a fake. Why part with it when, if genuine, he would have got fame and prestige from its discovery? He may, of course, have wanted his sister to destroy it. He had probably kept photographs, and, had she done so, could have accused the college of deliberately destroying a papyrus of incomparable importance. She was probably wise to act as she did. His motives are less explicable." Dalgliesh said, "There's also the question of why Pilate would bother to put the command in writing. Surely a word in the right ear would have been the normal way." "Not necessarily. I don't have the same difficulty with that." Dalgliesh said, "But the matter could now be settled one way or the other, if that's what you wish. Even if the papyrus dates back to the time of Christ, the ink could be carbon-dated. It's possible now to know the truth." Father Martin, with great care, was putting the print and the frame together again. Finally he hung the picture on the wall, and stood back, assessing that he had replaced it evenly. He said, "You believe, then, Adam, that the truth can never hurt?" "I wouldn't say that, but I believe we have to search for it, however unwelcome it may be when we find it." "That's your job, searching for truth. You never get the whole truth, of course. How could you? You're a very clever man, but what you do doesn't result in justice. There's the justice of men and the justice of God." Dalgliesh said, "I'm not that arrogant, Father. I limit my ambition to the justice of men, or as close to it as I can get. And even that isn't in my hands. It's my job to make an arrest. The jury decide on guilt or innocence. The judge sentences." "And the result is justice?" "Not always. Perhaps even not often. But in an imperfect world, it may be as close to it as we can get." Father Martin said, "I'm not denying the importance of truth. How could I? I'm simply saying that the search for it can be dangerous, and so can the truth when it's discovered. You suggest that we should have the Anselm papyrus examined, the truth established by carbon dating. But that wouldn't stop the controversy. People would argue that the papyrus is so convincing that it must be a copy of an earlier and genuine one. Others would choose not to believe the experts. We would face years of damaging controversy. There would always be something mysterious about the papyrus. We don't want to set up another Turin shroud." There was a question which Dalgliesh wanted to ask, but he hesitated, aware of its presumption, aware, too, that once spoken it would be answered honestly, and perhaps with pain. "Father, if the papyrus were examined, and it were possible to know with almost complete certainty that it was genuine, would that make a difference to your faith?" Father Martin smiled. He said, "My son, for one who every hour of his life has the assurance of the living presence of Christ, why should I worry about what happened to earthly bones?" In the office below, Father Sebastian had asked Emma to come and see him. Sitting her in a chair, he said, "I expect you wish to go back to Cambridge as soon as possible. I've spoken to Mr. Dalgliesh, and he says that he has no objection. I understand that at present he has no power to keep anyone here who wishes to leave, provided the police know how to contact them. There's no question, of course, of any of the priests or ordinands leaving." Irritation, amounting to outrage, made Emma's voice sharper than she realized. "You mean that you and Mr. Dalgliesh have been discussing what I should or should not do? Father, isn't that for you and me to decide?" Father Sebastian bent his head for a moment, then looked her in the eyes. "I'm sorry, Emma. I've expressed myself clumsily. It wasn't like that. I rather assumed that you would wish to leave." "But why? Why should you assume that?" "My child, there is a murderer among us. We have to face that. I should be easier in my mind if you were not here. I know that we have no reason to suppose that any of us is in danger at St. Anselm's, but it can't be a very happy or peaceful place for you, for anyone." Emma's voice was more gentle. "That doesn't mean I want to leave it. You said that the college should continue with its daily life as far as possible. I thought that meant I would stay and give my usual 3 seminars. I don't see what that has got to do with the police." "Nothing, Emma. I spoke to Dalgliesh because I knew you and I would have to have this discussion. Before doing so, I thought I ought to find out whether any of us is in fact free to leave. It would have been pointless to discuss your wishes until I'd ascertained that. You must forgive my tactlessness. We are all to some extent the prisoners of our upbringing. I'm afraid my instinct is to thrust women and children into the lifeboats." He smiled, then said, "It's a habit my wife used to complain of." Emma asked, "What about Mrs. Pilbeam and Karen Surtees? Are they leaving?" He hesitated and gave a rueful smile. Emma was even able to laugh. "Oh, Father, you aren't going to tell me that they are both all right because they have a man to protect them." "No, I wasn't proposing to aggravate my offence. Miss Surtees has told the police that she intends to remain with her brother until an arrest is made. She may be here sometime. I take it that it will be she who will be doing the protecting. I have suggested to the Pilbeams that Mrs. Pilbeam should visit one of her married sons, but she asked with some asperity who, in that case, would be doing the cooking." Emma was struck with an uncomfortable thought. She said, "I'm sorry I was so sharp, and perhaps I'm being selfish. If it would be easier for you, for everyone, if I left, then of course I'll go. I didn't mean to be a bother, or to increase your anxieties. I was just thinking of what I wanted." "Then please stay. Your presence, particularly for the next 3 days, may add to my anxiety, but it will immeasurably add to our comfort and peace. You have always been good for this place, Emma. You are good for it now." Again their eyes met, and she had no doubt of what she saw in his. Pleasure and relief. She looked away, aware that he might discern in her eyes a less acceptable emotion, pity. She thought, "He's not young, and this is terrible for him. Perhaps the end of everything he's worked for and loved." Chapter 17. Lunch at St. Anselm's was a simpler meal than dinner, consisting generally of soup, followed by a variety of salads with cold meats and a hot vegetarian dish. Like dinner, it was eaten partly in silence. Today the silence was particularly welcome to Emma, and she suspected to everyone present. When the community was together, silence seemed the only possible response to a tragedy that in its bizarre horror was as much beyond speech as it was beyond comprehension. And silence at St. Anselm's was always a benison. more positive than the mere absence of speech. Now it invested the meal with a brief illusion of normality. Little was eaten, however, and even the soup bowls were pushed aside half-empty, while Mrs. Pilbeam, white-faced, moved among them like an automaton. Emma had planned to return to Ambrose to work, but knew that concentration would be impossible. On an impulse, which at first she found difficult to explain, she decided to see if George Gregory was in St. Luke's cottage. He wasn't always resident in college when she visited, but when he was, they were easy in each other's company, without ever being intimate. But now she needed to talk to someone who was in St. Anselm's, but not of it. Someone with whom she need not weigh every word. It would be a relief to be able to discuss the murder with someone she suspected would find it more intriguing than personally distressing. Gregory was at home. The door of St. Luke's cottage stood open, and even as she approached, she could hear that he was listening to Handel. She recognized the tape as one she owned herself, the countertenor James Bowman, singing Ombra Mai Fu. The voice of exquisite beauty and clarity swelled out over the headland. She waited until the music ended, and even as she lifted her hand to the knocker, he called out for her to come in. She passed through his ordered book-lined study and into the glass extension overlooking the headland. He was drinking coffee, and the rich smell of it filled the room. She hadn't waited for coffee in college, but when he offered to fetch a second cup, she accepted. He placed a small table beside the low wicker chair, and she leaned back, surprisingly glad to be here. She had come with no clear ideas, but there was something she needed to say. She watched him as he poured the coffee. The goatee beard gave a slightly sinister, Mephistophelian look to a face which he had always thought more handsome than attractive. He had a high, sloping forehead, from which the greying hair sprang back in waves, so regular that they looked as if they had been produced by heated rollers. Under thin lids, his eyes regarded the world with an amused or ironic contempt. He looked after himself. She knew that he ran daily and swam, except in the coldest months of the year. As he handed her the cup, she saw again the deformity which he never made any attempt to conceal. The top half of the third finger on his left hand had been chopped off in adolescence in an accident with an axe. He had explained the circumstances to her at their first meeting, and she had realized that he needed to emphasize that it had been an accident and his own fault, not a birth defect. It had surprised her that he should so obviously resent and feel it necessary to explain a deformity that could hardly inconvenience him. It was, she thought, a measure of his self-regard. Now she said, "There's something I want to consult you about. No, that's the wrong word. Something I need to talk over." "I'm flattered. But why me? Wouldn't one of the priests be more appropriate?" "I can't worry Father Martin with it, and I know what Father Sebastian would say. At least I think I know, although he can be surprising." Gregory said, "But if it's a moral question, they're supposed to be the experts." "I suppose it is a moral question. At least it's an ethical question. But I'm not sure I want an expert. How far do you think we ought to cooperate with the police? How much should we tell them?" "That's the question, is it?" "That's the question." He said, "We may as well be specific. I suppose you do want Crampton's murderer caught. You haven't any problem with that. You don't feel that in certain circumstances murder ought to be condoned." "No, I never feel that. I want all murderers caught. I'm not sure I know what ought to happen to them afterwards, but even if one feels empathy for them, perhaps even sympathy, I still want them caught." "But you don't want to take too active a part in the catching?" "I don't want to hurt the innocent." "Ah," he said, "but you can't help it. Dalgliesh can't help it. That's what a murder investigation always does. It hurts the innocent. Which particular innocent have you in mind?" "I'd rather not say." There was a silence. Then she said, "I don't know why I'm bothering you with this. I suppose I needed to talk to someone who isn't really part of the college." He said, "You're talking to me because I'm not important to you. You're not attracted to me sexually. You're content to be here because nothing we say to each other will change the relationship between us. There's nothing to be changed. You think I'm intelligent, honest, unshockable, and that you can trust me. All that is true. And, incidentally, you don't believe I murdered Crampton. You're perfectly right, I didn't. He made virtually no impact on me when he was alive, and he makes even less now he's dead. I admit to a natural curiosity about who killed him, but that's as far as it goes. And I should like to know how he died. But you're not going to tell me, and I shan't invite a rebuff by asking. But of course I'm involved. We all are. Dalgliesh hasn't sent for me yet, but I don't deceive myself that it's because I'm low on his list of suspects. So what will you say when he does? I shall answer his questions honestly. I shan't lie. If I'm asked for an opinion, I shall give it with extreme care. I shan't theorize, and I shan't volunteer information I'm not asked for. I certainly shan't attempt to do the police's work for them. They're paid enough, God knows. And I'll remember that I can always add to what I've told them. But words once spoken can't be recalled. That's what I plan to do. When Dalgliesh or his minions condescend to call, I'll probably be too arrogant or too inquisitive to take my own advice. Is that helpful? Emma said, So you're saying, don't lie, but don't tell them more than you need. Wait until you're asked, and then answer truthfully. More or less. She asked a question that she had wanted to ask since their first meeting. It was odd that today seemed the right time. You're not in sympathy with St. Anselm's, are you? Is that because you're not a believer yourself, or because you don't think they are either? Oh, they believe all right. It's just that what they believe has become irrelevant. I don't mean the moral teaching. The Judeo-Christian heritage has created Western civilization, and we should be grateful to it. But the church they serve is dying. When I look at the Doom, I try to have some understanding of what it meant to 15th century men and women. If life is hard and short and full of pain, you need the hope of heaven. If there is no effective law, you need the deterrent of hell. The church gave them comfort and light and pictures and stories and the hope of everlasting life. The 21st century has other compensations. Football, for one. There you have ritual, colour, drama, the sense of belonging. Football has its high priests, even its martyrs. And then the shopping, art and music, travel, alcohol, drugs. We all have our own resources for staving off those two horrors of human life, boredom and the knowledge that we die. And now, God help us, there's the Internet. Pornography at the touch of a few keys. If you want to find a paedophile ring or discover how to make a bomb to blow up people you disagree with, it's all there for you. Plus, of course, a bottomless mine of other information, some of it even accurate. Emma said, But when all these things fail, even the music, the poetry, the art, then, my dear, I shall turn to science. If my end promises to be unpleasant, I shall rely on morphine and the compassion of my doctor. Or perhaps I shall swim out to sea and take my last look at the sky. Emma asked, Why do you stay here? Why did you take this job in the first place? Because I enjoy teaching ancient Greek to intelligent young men. Why are you an academic? Because I enjoy teaching English literature to intelligent young men and women. That's a partial answer. I do sometimes wonder where exactly I'm going. It would be good to do original creative work, rather than analyze the creativity of others. Caught up in the thicket of the academic jungle? I've taken good care to avoid all that. This place suits me admirably. I've enough private money to ensure that I don't need to work full-time. I've a life in London, not one the fathers here would approve of, but I like the stimulus of contrast. I also need peace. Peace to write and peace to think. I get it here. I'm never troubled with visitors. I fend people off with the excuse that I've only one bedroom. I can eat in college when I feel like it, and be assured of excellent food, wines which are always drinkable, and occasionally memorable, and conversation which is often stimulating and seldom boring. I enjoy solitary walking, and the desolation of this coast suits me. I get free accommodation and my keep, and the college pays a derisory stipend for teaching of a standard which they would otherwise find it difficult to attract or to afford. This murderer will put a stop to all that. I'm beginning seriously to resent him. What is so horrible is the knowledge that it could be someone here, someone we know. An inside job, as our dear police would say. It has to be, hasn't it? Come on, Emma, you're not a coward. Face the truth. What thief is going to drive in the dark and on a stormy night to a remote church which he could hardly have expected to find open, in the hope of breaking into the offerings box and collecting a few dud coins. And the circle of suspects isn't exactly large. You're out, my dear. Of course, arriving first on the scene is always suspicious in detective fiction, to which I may say the priests here are addicted, but I think you can take it that you're in the clear. That leaves the 4 ordinands who were in college last night, and 7 others. The Pilbeams, Surtees and his sister, Yarwood, Stannard, and myself. I suppose even Dalgliesh doesn't seriously suspect any of our fathers in God, although he's probably keeping them in mind, particularly if he remembers his Pascal, "Men never do evil so completely and cheerfully as when they do it from religious conviction." Emma didn't want to discuss the priests. She said quietly, "Surely we can eliminate the Pilbeams." "Unlikely murderers, I admit, but then so are we all. But it would distress me to think of so good a cook serving a life sentence. All right, delete the Pilbeams." Emma was about to say that the 4 ordinands could surely be eliminated too, but something held her back. She was afraid of what she might hear. Instead she said, "And surely you're not a suspect. You had no reason to hate the archdeacon. In fact, his murder could settle the question of closing Saint Anselm's. Isn't that the last thing you want?" "It was coming anyway. The marvel is that the place has lasted so long. But you're right. I had no reason to wish Crampton dead. If I were capable of killing anyone, which I'm not except in self-defense, it would more probably be Sebastian Morel." "Father Sebastian? Why?" "An old grudge. He stopped me becoming a Fellow of All Souls. It isn't important now, but it mattered at the time. Oh, dear me, yes, it certainly mattered. He had just written a vicious review of my latest book, with a barely concealed hint that I'd been guilty of plagiarism. I hadn't. It was one of those unlikely coincidences of phrases and ideas which can occur, but the scandal didn't help." "How horrible." "Not really. It happens, you must know that. It's every writer's nightmare." "But why did he give you this job? He can't have forgotten." "He's never mentioned it. It's possible that he has forgotten. It was important to me at the time, but evidently not important to him. Even if he remembered when I applied for the job, I doubt whether it would have worried him. Not when it came to getting an excellent teacher for St. Anselm's, and getting him cheap." Emma didn't reply. Looking down at her bent head, Gregory said, "Have some more coffee, then you can tell me the latest Cambridge gossip." Chapter 18. When Dalgliesh rang to ask George Gregory to come to St. Matthew's cottage, Gregory said, "I had hoped that I might be interviewed here. I'm expecting a phone call from my agent, and she has this number. I have an intense dislike of mobile phones." A business call on a Sunday seemed to Dalgliesh unlikely. As if sensing his scepticism, Gregory added, "I'm supposed to meet her for lunch in London tomorrow at the Ivy. I'd rather assumed that this won't now be possible, or, if possible, not convenient. I've tried to reach her, but without success. I've left a message on her answer phone asking her to ring me. Obviously, if I can't be sure of getting a message to her today or early tomorrow, I'll have to go to London. I take it there's no objection." Dalgliesh said, "I can see none at present. I would prefer everyone at St. Anselm's to remain here at least until the first part of the investigation is over. I've no wish to run away, I assure you. Quite the reverse. It's not every day one experiences vicariously the excitement of murder." Dalgliesh said, "I don't think Miss Lavenham shares your pleasure in the experience." "Of course not, poor girl. But then she's seen the body. Without that visual impact of horror, murder is surely an atavistic frisson, more Agatha Christie than real. I know that imagined terror is supposed to be more potent than reality, but I can't believe that's true of murder. Surely no one who actually sees a murdered body can ever erase it from the mind. You'll come over, then? Thank you." Gregory's comment had been brutally insensitive, but he hadn't been altogether wrong. It had been as a raw detective recently appointed to the CID, and kneeling beside the body of that first, never-to-be-forgotten victim, that Dalgliesh had first experienced, in a rush of shock, outrage and pity, murder's destructive power. He wondered how Emma Lavenham was coping, whether there was something he could or ought to do to help her. Probably not. She may well see any attempt either as an intrusion or condescension. There was no one at St. Anselm's to whom she could talk freely about what she had seen in the church, except Father Martin, and he, poor man, was more likely to need comfort and support than to be able to give it. She could, of course, leave and take her secret with her, but she wasn't a woman to run away. Why, without knowing her, was he so sure of that? Resolutely he put the problem of Emma temporarily out of mind and applied himself to the task in hand. He was happy enough to see Gregory in St. Luke's cottage. He had no intention of interviewing the ordinands in their own rooms or at their convenience. It was appropriate, expedient, and time-saving that they should come to him. But on his own ground, Gregory would be more at ease, and suspects at ease were more likely to let down their guard. He could learn far more about his witness from an unobtrusive scrutiny of his rooms than from a dozen direct questions. Books, pictures, the arrangement of artifacts sometimes provided more revealing testimony than words. As Dalgliesh and Kate followed Gregory into the left-hand sitting-room, he was struck again by the individuality of the 3 occupied cottages, from the Pilbeams' cheerful domestic comfort, Surtees's carefully ordered workroom with its smell of wood, turpentine, and animal food, to this, obviously the living space of an academic, and one almost obsessively tidy. The cottage had been adapted to serve Gregory's 2 dominant interests, classical literature and music. The whole of the front room had been fitted with bookshelves from floor to ceiling, except above the ornate Victorian fireplace, where he had hung a print of Piranesi's Arch of Constantine. It was clearly important to Gregory that the height of the shelves should be designed to accommodate precisely the size of the books, a foible which Dalgliesh shared, and the impression was of a room clad in the ordered richness of softly gleaming gold and brown leather. A plain oak desk holding a computer and a functional office chair stood beneath the window, which was uncurtained but fitted with a slatted wooden blind. They passed through an open doorway into the extension. This was chiefly of glass and stretched the whole length of the cottage. This was Gregory's sitting room, furnished with light but comfortable wicker chairs and a sofa, a drinks table and a larger circular table at the far end, piled high with books and magazines. Even these were orderly, arranged, it would seem, according to size. The glass roof and sides were fitted with sun-blinds, which in the summer, Dalgliesh thought, would be essential. Even now, the south-facing room was comfortably warm. Outside stretched the bleak scrubland and a distant view of the treetops round the mere, and to the east, the great grey sweep of the North Sea. The low chairs were not conducive to a police interrogation, but no other seating was available. Gregory's chair faced south, and he leaned back against the headrest and stretched out his long legs, like a clubman, perfectly at ease. Dalgliesh began with questions to which he already knew the answers from his perusal of the personal files. Gregory's had been far less informative than those of the ordinands. The first document, a letter from Keble College, Oxford, had made plain by what means he had come to St. Anselm's. Dalgliesh, who had almost total recall of the written word, had no difficulty in remembering it. Now that Bradley has finally retired, and how on earth did you persuade him, rumour has it that you are looking for a replacement. I wonder if you have thought of George Gregory. I understand he is busy at present on a new translation of Euripides, and is looking for a part-time post, preferably in the country, where he can get on with this major work in peace. Academically, of course, you could not do better, and he is a fine teacher. It's the usual story of the scholar who never quite fulfills his potential. He is not the easiest of men, but I think that he might suit you. He had a word with me when he dined here last Friday. I made no promise, but said I would find out how you were placed. I gather that money is a consideration, but not the main one. It's the privacy and the peace he's really after. Now, Dalgliesh said, you came here in 1995 and by invitation. You could say I was headhunted. The college wanted an experienced teacher with classical Greek and some Hebrew. I wanted a part-time teaching job, preferably in the country with accommodation. I have a house in Oxford, but it's let at present. The tenant is responsible and the rent high. It's not an arrangement I want to upset. Father Martin would have called our coming together providential. Father Sebastian saw it as one more example of his power to order events to his and the college's advantage. I can't speak for St. Anselm's, but I don't think either party has regretted the arrangement. When did you first meet Archdeacon Crampton?
On his first visit about 3 months ago, when he was appointed as a trustee. I can't remember the exact date. He came again 2 weeks ago, and then yesterday. On the second occasion he went to some trouble to seek me out, and inquire on what terms precisely I thought I was employed here. I got the impression that if not discouraged, he would begin to catechize me about my religious convictions, if any. I referred him to Sebastian Morel on the first matter, and was sufficiently disobliging on the second to send him off to seek out easier victims. Surtees, I suspect. And this visit? I didn't see him until dinner yesterday. Not a particularly festive occasion, but you were there yourself, so you saw and heard as much as I did, probably more. After dinner I left without waiting for coffee and came back here. And the rest of the night, Mr. Gregory? Spent in this cottage. Some reading, some revision, marking half a dozen students' essays, then music, Wagner last night, and bed. And, to save you the trouble of asking, I didn't leave the cottage at any time during the night. I saw no one, and I heard nothing, except the storm. And you learned of the Archdeacon's murder when? When Raphael Arbuthnot rang at about 7:15 to say that Father Sebastian had called an emergency meeting of all residents in the library at 7:30. He gave no explanation, and it wasn't until we all congregated as instructed that I learned of the murder. What was your reaction to the news? Complicated. Mostly, I suppose, initial shock and disbelief. I didn't know the man, so I had no reason to feel personal grief or regret. That charade in the library was extraordinary, wasn't it? Trust Morel to set up something like that. I take it that it was his idea. There we all stood, and sat like members of a dysfunctional family, waiting for the will to be read. I've said that my first reaction was one of shock, and of course it was, but it was shock I felt, not surprise. When I came into the library and saw Emma Lavenham's face, I realized that this was serious. I think I knew, even before Morel spoke, what he was going to tell us. You knew that Archdeacon Crampton wasn't exactly a welcome visitor at St. Anselm's. I try to distance myself from college politics. Small and remote institutions like this can become hotbeds of gossip and innuendo. But I'm not exactly blind and deaf. I think most of us know that the future of St. Anselm's is uncertain, and that Archdeacon Crampton was determined that it should close sooner rather than later. Would the closure inconvenience you? I won't welcome it, but I saw it as a probability soon after I arrived. But considering the speed with which the Church of England moves, I thought I was safe for at least another 10 years. I shall regret losing the cottage, particularly as I paid for the extension. I find this place congenial for my work, and I'll be sorry to leave it. There's a chance, of course, that I may not have to. I don't know what the church will do with the building, but it won't be an easy property to sell. It's possible I may be able to buy the cottage. It's early days to be giving it much thought. I don't even know whether it belongs to the church commissioners or to the diocese. That world is alien to me. So either Gregory was unaware of the terms of Miss Arbuthnot's will, or was taking care to conceal his knowledge. There seemed nothing more to be learned for the present, and Gregory began to edge himself out of his armchair. But Dalgliesh hadn't finished. He said, "Was Ronald Treves one of your pupils?" "Of course. I teach classical Greek and Hebrew to all the ordinants, except those who read grades. Treves's degree was in geography. That meant he was taking the 3-year course here and starting Greek from scratch. Of course, I was forgetting. You came here originally to look into that death. It seems comparatively unimportant now, doesn't it? Anyway, it always was unimportant. As a putative murder, I mean. The more logical verdict would have been suicide." "Was that your view when you saw the body?" "It was a view I formed as soon as I had time to think calmly. It was the folded clothes that convinced me. A young man proposing to climb a cliff doesn't arrange his cloak and cassock with such ritual care. He came here for some private tuition on the Friday evening before Compline, and seemed much as usual. That means he wasn't particularly cheerful, but then he never was. I can't remember that we had any conversation, except that which related to the translation he had worked on. I left for London immediately afterwards, and stayed the night at my club. It was as I was driving back on Saturday afternoon that I was stopped by Mrs. Munro." Kate asked,
What was he like? Ronald Treves? Stolid, hard-working, intelligent, but not perhaps quite as clever as he thought. Insecure, remarkably intolerant for a young man. I think Papa played a dominant part in his life. I suppose that could have accounted for his choice of job. If you can't succeed in Papa's field, you can be as disobliging in your choice as possible. But we never discussed his private life. I make it my rule not to get involved with the ordinands. That way lies disaster, particularly in a small college like this. I'm here to teach them Greek and Hebrew, not to delve into their psyches. When I say that I need privacy, that includes privacy from the pressure of human personality. By the way, when are you expecting the news of this murder to break? Publicly, I mean. I suppose we can expect the usual influx of the media. Dalgliesh said, Obviously it can't be kept secret indefinitely. I'm discussing with Father Sebastian how the public relations branch can help. When there's anything to say, we'll hold a press conference. And there's no objection to my leaving for London today? I have no power to prevent you. Gregory got slowly to his feet. All the same, I think I'll cancel tomorrow's luncheon. I've a feeling there will be more to interest me here than in a tedious discussion of my publisher's delinquencies and the minutiae of my new contract. I suppose you would prefer me not to explain why I'm cancelling. It would be helpful at the moment. Gregory was moving to the door. A pity. I'd rather enjoy explaining that I can't come to London because I'm a suspect in a murder inquiry. Goodbye, Commander. If you need me again, you know where to find me. Chapter 19. The squad ended the day as they had begun it, conferring together in St. Matthew's cottage. But now they were in the more comfortable of the two rooms, sitting on the sofa and in the armchairs, and drinking the last coffee of the day. It was time to assess progress. The time and place of the telephone call to Mrs. Crampton had been checked. It had been made from the instrument with the honesty box beside it, mounted on the wall, in the corridor outside Mrs. Pilbeam's sitting room. The call had been made at 9:28. This was one more piece of evidence, and an important one. It proved what they had suspected from the first, that the killer was in Saint Anselm's. Piers had followed up the discovery. He said, If we're right, and the caller later rang the Archdeacon's mobile, then everyone who attended Compline is in the clear. That leaves us with Surtees and his sister, Gregory, Inspector Yarwood, the Pilbeams, and Emma Lavenham. I don't suppose any of us see Dr. Lavenham as a serious suspect, and we're discounting Stannard. Dalgliesh said, Not entirely. We've no power to hold him, and I'm pretty certain he has no idea how Crampton died. That doesn't necessarily mean he wasn't implicated. He's out of St. Anselm's, but not out of mind. Piers said, There's one thing, though. Arbuthnot only just arrived in the sacristy in time for the service. I got that bit of information from Father Sebastian, who had no idea, of course, of its importance. Robbins and I have checked, sir. Both of us could run from the door into the south cloister and across the courtyard in 10 seconds. He'd just have had time to make the call and get to the church by 9:30. Kate said, It'd be risky, wouldn't it? Anyone could have seen him. In the dark, and with the dim lights in the cloister. And who was there to see him? They were in church. It wasn't much of a risk. Robin said, I wonder if it would be premature, sir, to exclude everyone in church. Suppose Kane had an accomplice. There's nothing to show that this was a one-man crime. Anyone who was actually in the church before 9:28 couldn't have made the call, but that doesn't mean one of them wasn't implicated in the murder. Piers said, A conspiracy? Well, it could be. There were enough of them here who hated him. A one-man and one-woman crime, maybe. When Kate and I interviewed the Surteeses, it was pretty obvious that they were hiding something. Eric was frankly terrified. The only suspect who had produced anything of interest had been Karen Surtees. She had claimed that neither she nor her brother had left St. John's Cottage at any time during the evening. They had watched television until 11, and then had gone to bed. Asked by Kate whether either of them could have left the cottage without the other knowing, she had said, That's a pretty crude way of asking whether either of us went out in a storm to murder the Archdeacon. Well, we didn't. And if you think Eric could have left the cottage without my knowing, the answer is no. We slept in the same bed, if you must know. I'm actually his half-sister, and even if I weren't, you're investigating murder, not incest. And it's none of your business anyway." Dalgliesh said, "And you were both convinced she was telling the truth?" Kate said, "One look at her brother's face showed us that. I don't know whether she'd told him what she proposed to say, but he didn't like it. And it's odd, isn't it, that she bothered to tell us that? She could perfectly well have said that the storm kept them both awake for most of the night, and provided an alibi that way. OK, I think she's a woman who likes to shock, but that doesn't seem reason enough for telling us about the incest, if that's what it is." Pierce said, "It shows she was damned anxious to provide an alibi, though, doesn't it? It's almost as if the two of them are thinking ahead, telling the truth now, because in the end they might have to rely on it in court." A twig had been found in Raphael Arbuthnot's set in the North Cloister, but the Sockos had discovered nothing else of interest. During the day, Dalgliesh had become confirmed in his initial view of its importance. If he were right in his theory, the twig was indeed a vital clue, but he judged that to voice his suspicions now would be premature. They discussed the results of the individual interviews. Except for Raphael, everyone in college or in the cottages claimed to have been virtuously in bed by 11:30, and, although occasionally disturbed by the force of the wind, had seen or heard nothing unusual during the night. Father Sebastian had been cooperative but cool. It was only with difficulty that he had concealed his dislike of being interviewed by subordinates, and he had begun by saying that he could spare only a short time, as he was expecting Mrs. Crampton to arrive. A short time was all that was necessary. The warden's story was that he had worked on an article he was contributing to a theological journal until 11, and had been in bed by 11:30 after his usual nightcap of whisky. Father John Betterton and his sister had read until 10:30, after which Miss Betterton had brewed cocoa for them both. The Pilbeams had watched television, and had fortified themselves against a stormy night with copious cups of tea. By 8 o'clock it was time to end for the day. The Sockos had long departed to their hotel, and now Kate, Piers, and Robbins said their good nights. Tomorrow Kate and Robbins would drive to Ashcombe House to see what, if anything, could be learned about Margaret Munro's time there. Dalgliesh locked up the papers he needed to keep private in his briefcase and walked across the headland into the western court to Jerome. The telephone rang. It was Mrs. Pilbeam. Father Sebastian had suggested that Commander Dalgliesh might like to have dinner in his set. It would save him the journey to Southwold. It would only be soup, followed by salad and cold meat and some fruit, but if that was enough, Pilbeam would be happy to bring it over. Glad to be spared the car journey, Dalgliesh thanked her and said that the meal would be very welcome. It arrived within 10 minutes, carried by Pilbeam. Dalgliesh suspected that he was unwilling for his wife to walk even the short distance across the courtyard after dark. Now, with surprising dexterity, he drew the desk a little away from the wall, laid the table, and set out the meal. Pilbeam said, "If you just leave the tray outside, sir, I'll fetch it in about an hour." The thermos contained minestrone soup, thick with vegetables, and pasta, and was obviously homemade. Mrs. Pilbeam had provided a bowl of grated Parmesan cheese, and there were hot rolls wrapped in a napkin and butter. Under the cover was a plate of salad and excellent ham. Someone, perhaps Father Sebastian, had supplied a bottle of claret, although not a wineglass, but Dalgliesh, unwilling to drink alone, put it in the cupboard, and after the meal brewed himself coffee. He placed the tray outside, and minutes later heard Pilbeam's heavy tread on the stones of the cloister. He opened the door to say thank you and good night. He found himself in that discouraging state of physical tiredness and mental stimulation which is fatal to sleep. The silence was eerie, and when he went to the window he saw the college as a black silhouette. Chimneys, tower, and cupola, an unbroken mass against a paler sky. The blue and white police tape was still looped around the columns of the north cloister, which was now almost clear of leaves. In the glow from the light above the south cloister door, the cobbles of the courtyard glistened, and the fuchsia looked as unnaturally bright and incongruous as a splash of red paint flung against the stone wall. He settled down to read, but the peace around him found no echo within. What was it, he wondered, about this place which made him feel that his life was under judgment? He thought about the long years of self-imposed solitude since his wife's death. Hadn't he used his job to avoid the commitment of love, to keep inviolate more than that high, uncluttered flat above the Thames, which, when he returned to it at night, looked exactly the same as it had when he left it in the morning? To be a detached observer of life was not without dignity. To have a job which preserved your own privacy while providing you with the excuse, indeed the duty, to invade the privacy of others had its advantages for a writer. But wasn't there something ignoble about it? If you stood apart long enough, weren't you in danger of stifling, perhaps even losing, that quickening spirit which the priests here would call the soul? 6 lines of verse came into his mind, and he took a page of paper, ripped it in half, and wrote them down. Epitaph for a dead poet. Buried at last who was so wise, 6 foot by 3 in clay he lies, where no hands reach, where no lips move, where no voice importunes his love. How odd he cannot know nor see this last fine self-sufficiency. After a second he scribbled beneath it, with apologies to Marvel. He thought back to the days when his poetry had come as easily as had this light, ironic verse. Now it was more cerebral, a more calculated choice and arrangement of words. Was there anything in his life that was spontaneous? He told himself that this introspection was becoming morbid. To shake it off, he had to get out of St. Anselm's. What he needed before bed was a brisk walk. He closed the door to Jerome, past Ambrose, from which no lights were visible behind the tightly drawn curtains, and, unlocking the iron gate, turned resolutely south, making his way towards the sea. Chapter 20. It was Miss Arbuthnot who had decreed that there should be no locks on the doors of the ordnance rooms. Emma wondered what she had feared they might do if not always at risk of interruption. Had there been perhaps an unacknowledged fear of sexuality? Perhaps as a consequence, no locks had been fitted in the visitors' sets. The locked iron gate by the church gave all the nighttime security considered necessary. Behind that elegantly designed barrier, what was there to fear? Because there was no tradition of locks and bolts, none were available in college to be fitted, and Pilbeam had been too busy all day to go to Lowestoft to buy them, even if he could have found a shop open on a Sunday. Father Sebastian had asked Emma whether she would be more comfortable in the main building. Emma, unwilling to betray nervousness, had assured the warden that she would be perfectly all right. Father Sebastian hadn't asked her again, and when she returned to the set after Compline to discover that locks hadn't been fitted, she was too proud to seek him out, confess her fear, and say that she had changed her mind. She undressed and put on her dressing gown, then settled down at her laptop, and resolutely tried to work. But she was too tired. Thoughts and words came in a jumble, overlaid by the events of the day. It had been late in the morning before Robbins had sought her out and asked her to come to the interview room. There, Dalgliesh, with Inspector Miskin on his left, had taken her briefly through the events of the previous night. Emma had explained how she had been woken by the wind and had heard the clear note of the bell. She couldn't explain why she had put on her dressing gown and gone down to investigate. It now seemed rash and stupid. She thought she must have been half asleep, or perhaps the single chime heard through the wind had woken a semi-conscious memory of the insistent bells of childhood and adolescence, a call to be sharply obeyed, not questioned. But she had been fully awake when she had pushed open the church door and seen between the pillars the brightly lit doom and the 2 figures, one prone and the other collapsed over him in an attitude of pity or despair. Dalgliesh hadn't asked her to describe the scene in detail. Why should he, she thought. He'd been there. He didn't express sympathy or concern for what she had gone through, but then it wasn't she who was bereaved. The questions were clear and simple. It wasn't, she thought, that he had been trying to spare her. If there had been anything he wanted to know, he would have asked, whatever her distress. When Sergeant Robbins had first shown her into the interview room, and Commander Dalgliesh had risen from his chair and invited her to sit, she had told herself, "I'm not facing the man who wrote A Case to Answer and other poems. I'm facing a policeman." In this they could never be allies. There were people she loved and wanted to protect. He had no allegiance except to the truth. And at the end had come the question she had dreaded. Did Father Martin speak when you went up to him?" She had paused before replying. "Yes, just a few words." "What were they, Dr. Lavenham?" She didn't reply. She wouldn't lie, but even to recall the words now seemed an act of treachery. The silence lengthened. Then he said, "Dr. Lavenham, you saw the body. You saw what had been done to the archdeacon. He was a tall, strong man. Father Martin is nearly 80 years old and becoming feeble. The brass candlestick, if it proves to be the weapon, would take some strength to wield. Do you really believe Father Martin could have done it?" She had cried out vehemently, "Of course not. He's incapable of cruelty. He's kind and loving and good, the best man I know. I never thought that. No one could." Commander Dalgliesh had said quietly, "Then why do you suppose I do?" He asked the question again. Emma looked him in the eyes. He said, "Oh God, what have we done? What have we done?" "And what do you suppose, thinking about it later, he meant by that?" She had thought about it later. They had not been words to forget. Nothing about that scene would ever be forgotten. She kept her eyes on her interrogator. "I think he meant that the archdeacon would still be alive if he hadn't come to St. Anselm's. Perhaps he wouldn't have been murdered if his killer hadn't known how strongly he was disliked here. That dislike could have contributed to his death. The college can't be guiltless." "Yes," he had said more gently. "That's what Father Martin has told me he meant." She looked at her watch. It was 11:20. Knowing that it would be impossible to work, she went up to her bed. Because the set of rooms was at the end of the row, the bedroom had 2 windows, one of which looked out over the south wall of the church. She drew the curtains before getting into bed, and tried resolutely to forget the unlocked door. She shut her eyes, only to find images of death bubbling like blood on her retina, reality made more terrible by imagination. She saw again the viscous pool of spilt blood, but now there lay above it like grey vomit a spatter of his brains. The grotesque images of the damned and grinning devils jerked into life and animated their obscene gestures. When she opened her eyes in the hope of banishing horror, the darkness of the bedroom pressed upon her. Even the air smelt of death. She got out of bed and, unlatching the window facing the scrubland, pushed it open. There came a blessed rush of air, and she gazed out over the vast silence and a sky pricked with stars. She went back to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. Her legs were juddering with tiredness, but fear was stronger than exhaustion. At last she got up and went downstairs. To watch in darkness that unlocked door was less traumatic than to imagine it opening slowly. To be in the sitting room was better than lying helpless, waiting to hear those purposeful footsteps on the stairs. She wondered whether to ram a chair under the door handle, but couldn't bring herself to an action that seemed both demeaning and ineffectual. She despised herself for cowardice, telling herself that no one intended her harm. But then the images of cracked bones came back into her mind. Someone on the headland, perhaps someone in the college, had taken a brass candlestick and smashed the archdeacon's skull, striking again and again in a frenzy of bloodlust and hatred. Could that have been the action of someone sane? Was anyone at St. Anselm safe? It was then that she heard the rasp of the iron gate opening, the click as it was shut. Footsteps were passing. They were confident but quiet. There was nothing furtive about this tread. Carefully she opened her door and glanced out, her heart thumping. Commander Dalgliesh was opening the door of Jerome. She must have made some sound, because he turned and came over to her, and she opened the door to him. The relief of seeing him, of seeing any human being, was overwhelming. She knew that it must show in her face. He said, "Are you all right?" She managed to smile. "Not very at present, but I shall be. I was finding it difficult to sleep." He said, "I thought you would have moved to the main house. Didn't Father Sebastian suggest it?" "He did offer, but I thought I'd be all right here." He looked across at the church. He said, "This isn't a good set for you. Would you like to change with me? I think you'd find it more comfortable." She found it difficult to conceal her relief. "But wouldn't that be a bother?" "Not in the slightest." We could move most of our things tomorrow. All you need now are bedclothes. I'm afraid your undersheet may not fit my bed. Mine's a double." She said, "Shall we just change our pillows and duvets?" "Good idea." Carrying them into Jerome, she saw that he had already brought his own pillows and duvet downstairs, and had laid them on one of the armchairs. Beside them was a canvas and leather grip. Perhaps he had put together the things he needed for the night and next day. Going over to the cupboard, he said, "The college has provided the usual innocuous drinks for us, and there's a half-pint of milk in the fridge. Would you like cocoa or Ovaltine? Or, if you prefer, I've a bottle of claret." "I'd like some wine, please." He shifted the duvet for her, and she sat down. He took a bottle, a corkscrew, and 2 tumblers from the small cupboard. "Obviously the college doesn't expect its guests to be drinking wine. We have the choice of tumblers or mugs." "A tumbler is fine. But it means opening a new bottle." "The best time to open it, when it's needed." She was surprised how much at ease she felt with him. That's all I needed, she told herself. Someone else to be here. They didn't talk for long, only until a single glass of wine had been finished. They drank slowly. He spoke of coming to the college as a boy, of the fathers, their cassocks hitched up, bowling to him on a pitch behind the west gate, cycling into Lowestoft to buy fish, the pleasure of solitary reading in the library at night. He asked about the syllabus for her class at Saint Anselm's, how she chose the poets to study, what kind of response she got from the ordinands. The murder wasn't mentioned. Their talk wasn't desultory, but neither was it forced. She liked the sound of his voice. She had the sensation that part of her mind was detached, floating above them, and being soothed by this low male and female contrapuntal sound. When she got up and said good night, he rose at once and said with a formality he hadn't so far shown, "I shall be spending the night in this armchair, unless you object. If Inspector Miskin had been here, I'd have asked her to stay. As she isn't, I'll take her place, unless you'd rather I didn't." She recognized that he was trying to make it easy for her, that he didn't want to impose, but that he knew how much she dreaded being alone. She said, "But won't that be a terrible nuisance? You'll have an uncomfortable night." "I shall be very comfortable. I'm used to sleeping in armchairs." The bedroom in Jerome was almost identical to the one next door. The bedside lamp was switched on, and she saw that he had not taken his books. He had been reading, or surely it must have been rereading, Beowulf. There was an old and faded Penguin paperback, David Cecil's early Victorian novelists, with a photograph of the writer, looking ridiculously young, and on the back the price in old money. So, like her, she thought, he enjoyed picking up books in second-hand shops. The third book was Mansfield Park. She wondered whether to take them down to him, but was reluctant to intrude now that they had said their good nights. It was strange to be lying on his sheet. She hoped that he didn't despise her for her cowardice. The relief of knowing that he was downstairs was immense. She closed her eyes on darkness, not on the dancing images of death, and in minutes she was asleep. She awoke after a dreamless night and saw from her watch that it was 7 o'clock. The set was very quiet, and when she went downstairs, she saw that he had already left, taking the duvet and pillow with him. He had opened the window, as if anxious that not even the faintest trace of his breath should remain. She knew that he would tell no one where he had spent the night. Book 3. Voices from the Past. Chapter 1. Ruby Pilbeam needed no alarm clock. For 18 years she had woken winter and summer at 6 o'clock. She did so on Monday morning, stretching out her hand to switch on the bedside light. Immediately Reg stirred, pushed back the bedclothes, and began to edge out of the bed. There came to Ruby the warm smell of his body, bringing, as always, its familiar comfort. She wondered if he had been asleep or just lying still, waiting for her to move. Neither had slept, except for brief periods of restless half-slumber, and at 3 o'clock they had got up and gone down to the kitchen to drink tea and wait for the morning. Then exhaustion had mercifully taken over from shock and horror, and at 4 o'clock they had gone back to bed. They had then slept fitfully, but they had slept. Both had been busy all Sunday, and only the ceaseless, purposeful activity had given that dreadful day any semblance of normality. Last night, huddled together at the kitchen table, they had talked about the murder, whispering as if those small, comfortable rooms of St. Mark's Cottage were crammed with secret listeners. The talk had been guarded, with suspicions unvoiced, broken sentences, and periods of unhappy silence. Even to say that it was absurd to suggest that anyone at Saint Anselm's could be the murderer was to associate place and deed in treasonable proximity. To speak a name, even in exoneration, was to admit the thought that someone resident in college could have perpetrated such evil. But they had arrived at two possible theories, the more comforting because they induced belief. Together, before returning to bed, they had mentally rehearsed the stories like a mantra. Someone had stolen the keys to the church, someone who had visited St. Anselm's, perhaps months earlier, and knew where they were kept, and that Miss Ramsay's office was never locked. The same person had made an assignation with Archdeacon Crampton before he arrived on Saturday. Why meet in the church? What better place? They couldn't meet in the guest set without risk, and there was nowhere private on the headland. Perhaps the Archdeacon had himself taken the keys and unlocked the church ready for his visitor. Then the arrival, the quarrel, the murderous rage. Perhaps the visitor had planned murder, had come with a weapon, a gun, a cosh, a knife. They hadn't been told how the Archdeacon had died, but both privately visualized the flash and thrust of a knife blade. And then the escape, a climb over the iron gate, leaving as he had entered. The second theory was even more plausible, adding weight to reassurance. The Archdeacon borrowed the keys and had gone to the church for purposes of his own. The intruder was a thief, seeking to steal the altar picture or the silver. The Archdeacon had surprised him, and the thief, in terror, had struck. This explanation, once tacitly accepted as rational, neither Ruby nor her husband spoke again that night of the murder. Usually, Ruby went alone to the college. Breakfast wasn't until 8 o'clock following the 7:30 Mass, but Ruby liked to get started with planning her day. Father Sebastian breakfasted in his own sitting room, and there was his table to be laid, ready for his invariable first meal of fresh orange juice, coffee, and 2 wholemeal slices of toast, with Ruby's homemade marmalade. At 8:30, Mrs. Bardwell and Mrs. Stacy, her daily domestic helpers, would arrive from Raiden, driven by Mrs. Bardwell in her old Ford. But not today. Father Sebastian had telephoned them both and asked them to delay their return for a couple of days. Ruby wondered what explanation he had given, but hadn't liked to ask. It meant more work for her and Reg, but Ruby was glad to be spared their avid curiosity, their speculations, their inevitable exclamations of horror. It occurred to her that murder might even be enjoyable for people who didn't know the victim and weren't under suspicion. Elsie Bardwell would certainly make the most of it. Usually, Reg came over to the house later than 6:30, but today they left St. Mark's Cottage together. He gave no explanation, but she knew why it was. St. Anselm's was no longer a safe and holy place. He shone the beam of his strong torch along the beaten grass path to the iron gate leading to the west court. The faint haze of first light was creeping over the scrubland, but it seemed to her that she walked in an impenetrable darkness. Reg shone his torch on the gate to find the keyhole. Beyond the gate, the row of dim lights in the cloisters illumined the slender pillars and cast shadows over the stone paths. The north cloister was still taped, and half its length was now free of leaves. The trunk of the horse-chestnut rose black and still from the welter of fallen leaves. When the beams of the torch briefly passed over the fuchsia on the east wall, its red flowers glistened like drops of blood. In the corridor which separated her sitting room from the kitchen, Ruby put out her hand to switch on the light. But the darkness wasn't total. Ahead, the corridor was lit by a beam of light from the open cellar door. She said, "That's funny, Reg. The cellar door's open. Someone's up early. Or didn't you see that it was shut last night?" He said, "It was shut last night. Do you think I'd have left it open?" They moved to the head of the stone stairs. They were brightly lit by powerful overhead lights, and fitted with a strong wooden handrail on each side. At the bottom of the steps, clearly seen in the glare from the light, was the sprawled body of a woman. Ruby gave a sharp, protesting cry. "Oh, God, Reg! It's Miss Betterton!" Reg pushed Ruby aside. He said, "Stay here, lass," and she heard the clatter of his shoes on the stone. She hesitated only for a few seconds, then followed him down. clutching with both hands at the left handrail, and together they knelt by the body. She was lying on her back, her head towards the bottom step. There was a single gash to her forehead, but only an oozing of dried blood and serum. She was wearing a faded dressing gown in paisley wool, and under it a white cotton nightdress. Her thin grey hair stuck out from the side of her head in a plait, the wispy end held together by a twisted rubber band. Her eyes, fixed on the top of the stairs, were open and lifeless. Ruby whispered, "Oh, dear God, no! You poor soul! You poor soul!" She put an arm across the body in an instinctive gesture, which she knew at once was futile. She could smell in the hair and from the dressing gown the sour smell of unkempt old age, and wondered that this should remain of Miss Betterton when all else had gone. Choked with a hopeless pity, she withdrew her arm. Miss Betterton would not have wanted her touch in life. Why impose it on her in death? Reg straightened up. He said, "She's dead and cold. Looks like she broke her neck. There's nought anyone can do for her. You'd better go for Father Sebastian." The task of waking Father Sebastian, of finding words to speak and the strength to speak them, horrified Ruby. She would much rather that Reg broke the news, but that would mean she would have to stay alone by the body, and this prospect was even more frightening. For the first time, fear took over from pity. The recesses of the cellar stretched away, great areas of blackness in which imagined horrors lurked. She was not an over-imaginative woman, but now it seemed that the familiar world of routine, of conscientious work, of fellowship, and of love was dissolving about her. She knew that Reg only had to stretch out a hand, and the cellar, with its whitewashed walls and labelled racks of wine bottles, would become as familiar and harmless as it was when she and Father Sebastian went down to bring up the bottles for dinner. But Reg didn't stretch out his hand. Everything must be left as it was. Every step seemed mountainous as she climbed the stairs on legs that had suddenly become almost too weak to support her. She switched on the lights in the hall and stood for a moment gathering her strength before making her way up the 2 flights to Father Sebastian's flat. Her knock was at first too tentative, and she had to bang on the door before it was opened with disconcerting suddenness, and Father Sebastian faced her. She had never seen him before in his dressing gown, and for a moment, disorientated by shock, thought that she was facing a stranger. The sight of her must have shocked him too, for he put out a hand to steady her and drew her into the room. She said, "It's Miss Betterton, Father. Reg and I found her at the bottom of the cellar stairs. I'm afraid she's dead." She was surprised that her voice sounded so steady. Without speaking, Father Sebastian closed his door and hurried with her down the stairs, his hand supporting her arm. At the top of the cellar steps, Ruby waited and watched while he went down and said a few words to Reg, then knelt by the body. After a moment he got to his feet. He spoke to Reg, his voice, as usual, calm, authoritative. "This has been a shock for you both. I think it would be best if you went on quietly with your usual routine. Commander Dalgliesh and I will do what is necessary. It is only work and prayer that will get us through this terrible time." Reg climbed the steps to join her, and together, without speaking, they went into the kitchen. Ruby said, "I suppose they'll be wanting breakfast as usual." "Of course they will, love. They can't face the day on empty stomachs. You heard what Father Sebastian said. We're to go on quietly with our usual routine." Ruby turned piteous eyes on him. "It was an accident, wasn't it?" "Of course it was. It could have happened any time. Poor Father John. This will be terrible for him." But Ruby wondered. It would be a shock, of course. Sudden death always was. But there was no denying that Miss Betterton couldn't have been easy to live with. She reached for her white overall and began with a sad heart to prepare breakfast. Father Sebastian went to his office and rang Dalgliesh in Jerome. His call was answered so quickly that it was obvious that the commander was already up. He gave the news, and 5 minutes later they stood together beside the body. Father Sebastian watched as Dalgliesh bent down, touched Miss Betterton's face with practised hands, then stood up and looked down in silent contemplation. Father Sebastian said, "Father John must be told, of course. That is my responsibility. I imagine that he's still asleep, but I must see him before he comes down to the oratory for morning prayer. This will hit him hard. She wasn't an easy woman, but she was his only relation, and they were close. But he made no move to leave. Instead he asked, "Have you any idea when this happened?" Dalgliesh said, "From the rigor mortis, I would assume she has been dead about 7 hours. The pathologist may be able to tell us more. It's never possible to be precise from a superficial examination. There will, of course, have to be a post-mortem." Father Sebastian said, "She died after Compline, then, probably as late as midnight. Even so, she must have crossed the hall very quietly. But then she was always quiet. She moved like a grey shadow." He paused and added, "I don't want her brother to see her here, not like this. Surely we could carry her to her room? She wasn't a religious woman, I know. We must respect her sensibilities. She wouldn't want to lie in the church, even if it were open, nor, I think, in the oratory. She must stay where she is, Father, until the pathologist has examined her. We have to treat this as a suspicious death. But at least we can cover her up. I'll find a sheet." "Yes," said Dalgliesh. "We can certainly cover her." As Father Sebastian turned to the stairs, he asked, "Have you any idea what she was doing here, Father?" Father Sebastian turned back and hesitated. Then he said, "I'm afraid I have. Miss Betterton helped herself to a bottle of wine on a fairly regular basis. All the priests knew about it, and I imagine that the ordinands, even the staff, may have guessed. She never took more than 1 bottle about twice a week, and it was never the best wine. Naturally, I discussed the problem with Father John as tactfully as I could. I decided to take no action unless matters got out of hand. Father John regularly paid the price of the wine, at least of those bottles he discovered. Of course, we realized the danger the steep steps posed for an elderly woman. That's why we had the stairs so brightly lit, and replaced the rope with the wooden rails." Dalgliesh said, "So, finding you had a regular pilferer in the community, you provided a secure banister rail to facilitate the pilfering, and to prevent her from breaking her neck. Do you have difficulty with that, Commander?" "No. Given your priorities, I don't suppose I do." He watched as Father Sebastian made his way, firmly walking up the steps, and disappeared, closing the door behind him. That she had broken her neck, a superficial examination made clear enough. She was wearing a pair of tight-fitting leather slippers, and he had noticed that the sole of the right foot had curled away from the upper. The stairs were brightly lit, and the light switch was at least 2 feet from the first step. Since the light had presumably been on when she fell, she could hardly have stumbled in darkness. But if she had tripped on the first step, surely she would have been found tumbled on the stairs either face downwards or on her back. On the 3rd stair from the bottom he had detected what looked like a small smear of blood. From the position of the body, it looked as if she had been hurled through the air, had struck her head on the stone step, and somersaulted over. Surely it would be difficult for her to be flung with such force unless she had actually run with speed towards the steps. That, of course, was ridiculous. But what if she had been pushed? He felt a depressing and almost overwhelming sense of impotence. If this were murder, given that flapping sole, how could he ever hope to prove it? The death of Margaret Munro was officially from natural causes. Her body had been cremated, her ashes buried or scattered on the earth. How expedient had this present death been for the murderer of Archdeacon Crampton? But for now the experts in death would take over. Mark Ayling would be called to what might well be a second scene of crime, assessing the time of death, prowling round the body like a predator. Nobby Clark and his team would crawl over the cellar, looking for clues they would be most unlikely to find. If there was something that Agatha Betterton had seen or heard, some knowledge which she had unwisely communicated to the wrong person, he was unlikely to learn it now. He waited until Father Sebastian returned with a sheet, which he laid reverently over the body. Then the 2 of them climbed the cellar steps. Father Sebastian turned out the light and, stretching up, shot the bolt at the top of the cellar door. Mark Ayling arrived with his usual promptness and more than his usual noise. Clattering through the hall with Dalgliesh, he said, "I hope to bring the PM report on Archdeacon Crampton with me, but it's still being typed. Nothing in it to surprise you. Death from multiple blows to the head, inflicted by a heavy weapon with a sharp edge, i.e., the brass candlestick. Almost certainly killed by the second blow. Otherwise, a healthy middle-aged male who could have looked forward to drawing his pension. He put on thin latex gloves before cautiously descending the cellar steps, but he didn't this time wait to don his working overalls, and his examination of the body, although not perfunctory, took little time. At the end, getting to his feet, he said, "Dead about 6 hours. Cause of death, a broken neck. Well, you didn't need to call me over to know that. The picture seems clear enough. She fell with force down the steps, struck her forehead on the 3rd step from the bottom, and was flung onto her back. I suppose you're asking yourself the usual question, did she fall or was she pushed?" "I thought of asking you." "On the face of it, I'd say she was pushed. But you need something more definite than a first impression. I wouldn't be prepared to swear to it in court. The steepness of the stairs is the problem. Could have been designed to kill old ladies. Given that slope, it's perfectly possible that she didn't actually touch the stairs until she struck her head near the bottom. I'd have to say that accidental death is at least as likely as murder. Why the suspicion, by the way? Do you think she saw something on Saturday night? And why was she going to the cellar anyway?" Dalgliesh said cautiously, "She had a habit of wandering at night." "After the wine, was she?" Dalgliesh didn't reply. The pathologist clicked shut his case. He said, "I'll send an ambulance for her and get her on the table as soon as possible, but I doubt I'll tell you anything you don't know. Death seems to follow you about, doesn't it? I take a job as locum pathologist while Colby Brooksbank is in New York getting his son married, and I'm called out to more violent deaths than I usually autopsy in 6 months. Have you heard from the coroner's office yet about the date for the Crampton inquest?" "Not yet." "You will. He's already been on to me." He took a last look at the body, and said with surprising gentleness, "Poor lady. But at least it was quick. 2 seconds of terror, and then nothing. She'd have preferred to die in her bed. But then, wouldn't we all?" Chapter 2. Dalgliesh had seen no need to cancel his instruction to Kate to visit Ashcombe House, and by 9 o'clock she and Robbins were on their way. It was a morning of penetrating chill. The first light had spread itself, pink as diluted blood, over the grey waste of sea. A fine drizzle was falling, and the air tasted sour. As the windscreen wipers smeared, then cleared the glass, Kate saw a landscape drained of colour, in which even the far fields of sugar beet had lost their green brightness. She had to fight down her slight resentment at being chosen for what she privately thought could be a waste of time. A.D. seldom admitted to a hunch, but she knew from her own experience that a detective's strong hunch usually has its roots in reality, a word, a look, a coincidence. Something apparently insignificant or unrelated to the main inquiry, which takes root in the subconscious and gives rise to that small shoot of unease. Often in the end it withers into inconsequence, but sometimes it provides the vital clue, and only the foolish ignore it. She disliked leaving the scene of the crime with peers in possession, but there were compensations. She was driving A.D.'s Jaguar, and that was a satisfaction apart from her pleasure in the car. And she wasn't altogether sorry to have a respite from St. Anselm's. She had seldom been part of a murder inquiry in which she had physically and psychologically felt less at home. The college was too masculine, too self-contained, even too claustrophobic for comfort. The priests and ordinands had been unfailingly polite, but it was a courtesy which jarred. They saw her primarily as a woman, not as a police officer. She had thought that that battle had been won. She felt, too, that they were in possession of some secret knowledge, some esoteric source of authority, which subtly diminished her own. She wondered whether A.D. and peers felt the same. Probably not, but then they were men, and St. Anselm's, despite its apparent gentleness, was an almost defiantly masculine world. Furthermore, it was an academic world, and there, too, A.D. and peers would feel at home. Some of her old social and educational insecurities returned. She thought that she had come to terms with them, if not entirely conquered them. It was humiliating that fewer than a dozen black-cassocked men could revive those old uncertainties. It was with a positive sense of relief that she turned westwards from the cliff-top track, and the pulse of the sea gradually faded. It had beaten for too long in her ears. She would have preferred to have had peers with her. At least they could have discussed the case on terms of equality, sparred and argued, and been more open than she could be with a junior officer. And she was beginning to find Sergeant Robbins irritating. She had always felt him almost too good to be true. She glanced at his boyish, clear-cut profile, at the grey eyes gazing steadily ahead, and wondered again what had led him to choose the police. If he had seen the job as a vocation, well, so had she. She had needed a job in which she could feel useful, where the lack of a university degree wouldn't be seen as a disadvantage, a job which provided stimulus, excitement, and variety. For her, the police service had been a means of putting behind her forever the squalor and poverty of her childhood, the stink of those urine-soaked stairs at Ellison Fairweather buildings. The service had given her much, including the flat overlooking the Thames, which she could still hardly believe she had achieved. In return, she had given it a loyalty and devotion that sometimes surprised even herself. For Robbins, in his spare time a lay preacher, it was probably a vocation to serve his nonconformist God. She wondered whether what he believed was different from what Father Sebastian believed, and if so, how different, and why. But judged the time was not propitious for a theological discussion. What would be the point? In her class at school there had been 13 different nationalities and almost as many religions. For her, none had been possessed of a coherent philosophy. She told herself that she could live her life without God. She was not sure she could live it without her job. The hospice was in a village southeast of Norwich. Kate said, "We don't want to get tangled with the city. Watch out for the Bramerton turning on the right." 5 minutes later they had left the A146 and were driving more slowly between denuded hedges, behind which clusters of red-roofed bungalows and identical houses proclaimed the spread of suburbia over the green fields. Robin said quietly, "My mum died in a hospice 2 years ago. The usual thing. Cancer. I'm sorry, this visit isn't going to be easy for you." "I'm all right. They were wonderful to Mum in the hospice. To us as well." Keeping our eyes on the road, Kate said, "Still, it's bound to bring back painful memories." "It's what Mum suffered before she went into the hospice that's painful." There was another longer pause. Then he said, "Henry James called death that distinguished thing." "Oh, God," thought Kate. "First A.D. and his poetry, then Piers, who knows about Richard Hooker, and now Robbins, who reads Henry James. Why can't they send me a sergeant whose idea of a literary challenge is reading Geoffrey Archer?" She said, "I had a boyfriend, a librarian, who tried to get me to enjoy Henry James. By the time I'd got to the end of a sentence, I'd forgotten how it began. Remember that criticism? Some writers bite off more than they can chew. Henry James chews more than he's bitten off." Robin said, "I've only read The Turn of the Screw. That was after I'd seen the TV film. I came across that quote about death somewhere, and it stuck." "Sounds good, but it isn't true. Death is like birth, painful, messy, and undignified, most of the time anyway." She thought, perhaps it's just as well. Reminds us that we're animals. Maybe we'd do better if we tried to behave more like good animals and less like gods. There was a longer pause. Then Robin said quietly, "Mum's death wasn't without dignity." Well, thought Kate, she was one of the lucky ones. They found the hospice without difficulty. It was in the grounds of a solid red-brick house on the outskirts of the village. A large sign directed them down a driveway to the right of the house and to a car park. Behind it stretched the hospice, a single-story modern building, fronted with a lawn in which 2 circular beds, planted with a variety of low evergreen shrubs and heathers, made a brave show of green, purple, and gold. Inside the reception area, the immediate impression was of light, flowers, and busyness. 2 people were already at the reception desk, a woman making arrangements to take her husband out for a drive next day, and a clergyman patiently waiting. A baby was wheeled past, her round, bald head ludicrously encircled with a red ribbon adorned with a huge bow in the centre. She turned on Kate her bland, incurious gaze. A young girl, obviously with her mother, came in carrying a puppy. The child called out, "We're bringing Trixie to see Granny," and laughed as the puppy slobbered over her ear. A young nurse in a pink overall with a name badge crossed the hall, quietly supporting an emaciated man. Visitors came in with flowers and bags, calling out a cheerful greeting. Kate had expected an atmosphere of reverent calm, but not this sense of purposeful activity, of a stark, functional building given life by the coming and going of people who felt at home in it. When the grey-haired, non-uniformed woman at the reception desk turned to them, she glanced at Kate's identification, as if the arrival of 2 officers from the Metropolitan Police Force was a common occurrence. She said, "You rang earlier, didn't you? Matron, Miss Whetstone, is expecting you. Her office is straight ahead." Miss Whetstone was waiting at the door. Either she was used to her visitors arriving promptly, or had exceptionally keen ears to catch their coming. She ushered them into a room, the walls of which were 3/4 glass. It was situated at the hub of the hospital and gave a view of 2 corridors stretching north and south. The easterly window looked out over a garden, which seemed to Kate more institutional than the hospice itself. She saw a carefully tended lawn with wooden benches at regular intervals round the stone paths, and carefully spaced beds in which the fading buds of tightly furled roses gave smudges of colour among the denuded bushes. Miss Whetstone waved them to a couple of chairs, seated herself behind the desk, and gave them the encouraging smile of a schoolteacher, welcoming not particularly promising new pupils. She was a short, heavily bosomed woman with strong grey hair cut in a fringe above eyes that Kate suspected missed little, but which judged with determined charity. She was wearing a uniform dress in pale blue, with a silver-buckled belt, and with a hospital badge pinned to her chest. Despite the atmosphere of institutional informality, Ashcombe House obviously believed in the status and virtues of the old-fashioned matron. Kate said, "We're looking into the death of a student at Saint Anselm's Theological College. The body was found by Mrs. Margaret Munro, who used to work here before she took the job at Saint Anselm's. There's no suggestion whatever that she was concerned in the young man's death, but she did leave a diary with a detailed account of how she found the body. A later entry mentions that the tragedy caused her to remember something which happened in her life 12 years ago. Apparently it was an event which, when she recalled it, caused her concern. We'd like to find out what it was. As she was nursing here 12 years ago, there was a possibility it was something which happened here. Someone she met, a patient she nursed. We're wondering whether your records would help, or perhaps there's someone on the staff who knew her that we could talk to." On the journey, Kate had mentally rehearsed what she would say, selecting, rejecting, and assessing each word and sentence. It had been as much for her own clarification as for Miss Whetstone's. Before setting out, she had been on the point of asking AD what exactly she was looking for, but hadn't wanted to betray confusion, ignorance, or reluctance for the job. As if sensing what she had felt, Adam Dalgliesh had said, "Something important happened 12 years ago. 12 years ago, Margaret Munro was nursing at Ashcombe House Hospice. 12 years ago, on the 30th of April, 1988, Clara Arbuthnot died in the hospice. The facts may or may not be connected. It's a fishing trip rather than a specific inquiry." Kate had said, "I can see that there could be a link between Ronald Treeves's death, however that happened, and Mrs. Munro's. I'm still not clear how all this connects with the archdeacon's murder." "Nor am I, Kate. But I have a feeling that these 3 deaths, Ronald Treeves's, Margaret Munro's, and Crampton's, are connected. Not directly, perhaps, but in some way. It's also possible that Margaret Munro was murdered. If she was, then her death and Crampton's are almost certainly linked. I can't believe we've 2 murderers loose in St. Anselm's." The argument had held a certain credibility at the time. Now, her small prepared speech ended, her doubts returned. Had she over-rehearsed the spiel? Would it have been better to rely on the inspiration of the moment? They weren't helped by Miss Whetstone's clear and sceptical gaze. She said, "Let me be sure I've understood you, Inspector. Margaret Munro has recently died of a heart attack, leaving a diary which refers to an event of importance in her life which happened 12 years ago. In connection with some unspecified inquiry, you're anxious to know what this was. Since she worked here 12 years ago, you're suggesting it could be something to do with the hospice. You're hoping that our records might help, or that there might be someone still in post who knew her and would remember incidents of 12 years ago." Kate said, "It's a long shot, I know, but the entry was made in the diary and we have to follow it up. In connection with a boy who was found dead. Was that death foul play? "There's no suggestion of that, Miss Whetstone." "But there has been a recent murder at St. Anselm's, surely. News gets about in the country. Archdeacon Crampton was done to death. Is this visit concerned with that inquiry?" "We have no reason to suppose it is. Our interest in the diary began before the Archdeacon was murdered." "I see. Well, we all have a duty to help the police, and I have no objection to looking at Mrs. Munro's file and passing on any information that might help you, provided I think that you wouldn't object if she was still with us. I can't believe the file will yield anything useful. Significant events happen frequently at Ashcombe House, including bereavement and death." Kate said, "According to our information, a patient died, a Miss Clara Arbuthnot, a month before Mrs. Munro took up her post here. We're anxious to check the dates. We'd like to know if there was a chance that the two women did meet." "That seems highly unlikely, unless they met outside Ashcombe House. However, I can check the dates for you. All our records are now, of course, on computer, but we haven't gone back as far as 12 years. We only keep the staff records in case prospective employers ask us for a reference. Both these files are in the main house. There may be information on Miss Arbuthnot's medical record that I regard as confidential. You'll understand I can't pass that on." Kate said, "It would be helpful if we could see both files, Mrs. Munro's record of employment and Miss Arbuthnot's medical record." "I don't think I could allow that. Of course, this situation is unusual. I've never been faced with this kind of request before." "You have hardly been forthcoming about your interest, either in Mrs. Munro or in Miss Arbuthnot. I think I should have a word with Mrs. Barton, she's our chairman, before we go any further." Before Kate had decided how to respond, Robin said, "If all this sounds vague, it's because we don't ourselves know what we're looking for. We only know that something important happened in Mrs. Munro's life 12 years ago. She seems to have been a lady with few interests outside her job, and it's possible that it was something to do with Ashcombe House. Couldn't you have a look at the two files to check we've got the dates right? If there's nothing on Mrs. Munro's file that seems to you significant, then I'm afraid we've been wasting your time. If there is something, then you could consult Mrs. Barton before deciding whether it would be right to reveal it." Miss Whetstone looked at him steadily for a moment. "That seems sensible. I'll see if I can lay hands on the records. It may take a little time." At that moment the door was opened, and a nurse put her head round. "The ambulance has just arrived, Miss Whetstone, with Mrs. Wilson. Her daughters are with her." Miss Whetstone's face immediately brightened into happy expectancy. She might have been welcoming a fellow guest into a prestigious hotel. Good. I'll come now. We're putting her in with Helen, aren't we? I think she'll be more comfortable with someone her own age." She turned to Kate. "I'll be busy for a little time. Do you want to come back or wait?" Kate felt that their physical presence in her office offered the best hope of getting the information quickly. She said, "We'll wait if we may, please." But after hearing the first two words, Miss Whetstone was out of the door. Kate said, "Thank you, Sergeant. That was helpful." She strode over to the window and stood quietly watching the comings and goings in the corridor. Glancing at Robbins, she saw that his face was white and set in a mask of endurance. She thought she could detect a bead of moisture at the corner of his eye and quickly looked away. She thought, "I'm not as good or as kind as I used to be 2 years ago. What's happening to me? AD was right when I spoke to him. If I can't give this job what it needs, and that includes humanity, maybe I'd be better leaving." Thinking of Dalgliesh, she wished with a sudden intensity that he were here. She smiled, remembering how in such a situation he could never resist the lure of words. It sometimes seemed to her that his reading was an obsession. He would be too scrupulous to study the papers left on the desk unless they were relevant to the inquiry, but he would certainly be moving over to study the numerous notices on the large cork board which obscured part of the window. Neither she nor Robin spoke, and they remained standing as they had been when Miss Whetstone got up from her chair. They were not kept waiting long. It was just under a quarter of an hour when she returned with 2 folders, and again seated herself at her desk, and laid them before her. "Do sit down, please," she said. Kate felt like a candidate at an interview, awaiting the humiliating exposure of an unimpressive record. Miss Whetstone had obviously studied the files before returning. She said, "I'm afraid there's nothing here to help you. Margaret Munro came to us on the 1st of June, 1988, and left on the 30th of April, 1994. She was suffering from a deteriorating condition of the heart, and was strongly recommended by her doctor to seek less demanding work. She went, as you know, to Saint Anselm's, mainly to look after the linen, and to undertake such minor nursing tasks as might be expected in a small college, consisting mostly of healthy young men. There's little on her record except the usual applications for annual leave, medical certificates, and an annual confidential report. I arrived 6 months after she left, so have no personal knowledge of her. But she seems to have been a conscientious and sympathetic, if unimaginative nurse. The lack of imagination may have been a virtue. The lack of sentimentality certainly was. No one here is ever helped by over-emotionalism. Kate said, "And Miss Arbuthnot?" "Clara Arbuthnot died a month before Margaret Munro came to us. She can't therefore have been nursed by Mrs. Munro. And if they did meet, it wasn't here as patient and nurse." Kate asked, "Did Miss Arbuthnot die alone?" "No patient dies alone here, Inspector. Certainly she had no relations, but a priest, a Reverend Hubert Johnson, saw her at her request before she died." Kate said, "Would it be possible to speak to him, Miss Whetstone?" Miss Whetstone said dryly, "That, I'm afraid, is beyond the capacity even of the Metropolitan Police. He was a patient here at the time, receiving a temporary period of care, and died here 2 years later." "So there's no one now who has any personal memory of Mrs. Munro's life 12 years ago?" "Shirley Legg is our longest-serving staff member. We don't have a high turnover, but the work does make very special demands, and we take the view that it's probably wise for nurses to have a change from terminal cases from time to time. I think she's the only nurse who was here 12 years ago, although I would have to check. Frankly, Inspector, I haven't the time. You could certainly have a word with Mrs. Legg. I think she's on duty." Kate said, "I'm afraid we're being something of a nuisance, but it would be helpful to see her. Thank you." Again, Miss Whetstone disappeared, leaving the 2 records on her desk. Kate's first impulse was to take a look at them, but something stopped her. Partly it was her belief that Miss Whetstone had been honest with them, and that there was nothing more to be learned, and partly a realization that their every movement was visible through the glass partition. Why antagonize Miss Whetstone now? It wouldn't help the inquiry. The matron returned 5 minutes later with a sharp-featured middle-aged woman whom she introduced as Mrs. Shirley Legg. Mrs. Legg wasted no time. "Matron says you're asking about Margaret Munro. Afraid I can't help you. I did know her, but not all that well. She didn't go in for close friendships. I remember she was a widow and had this son who'd won a scholarship to some public school or other. I can't remember which. He was keen on going into the army, and I think they were paying for him at university before he took a commission. Something like that, anyway. I'm sorry to hear she's dead. I think there were only the 2 of them, so it'll be tough on her son." Kate said, "The son died before her, killed in Northern Ireland. That would have been hard for her. I don't suppose she cared much about dying herself after that happened. The boy was her life. Sorry I can't be more helpful. If anything important did happen to her while she was here, she didn't tell me. You could try Mildred Fawcett." She turned to Miss Whetstone. "You remember Mildred, Miss Whetstone? She retired shortly after you arrived. She knew Margaret Munro. I think they trained together at the old Westminster Hospital. Might be worth having a word." Kate said, "Miss Whetstone, are you likely to have her address on record?" It was Shirley Legg who answered. "No need to bother, I can tell you that. We still exchange Christmas cards, and she's got the kind of address that sticks in the memory. It's a cottage just outside Medgrave, off the A146, Clippety Clop Cottage. I think there used to be farm horses stabled nearby." So here at last they had struck lucky. Mildred Fawcett might well have retired to a cottage in Cornwall, or to the northeast. Instead, Clippety Clop Cottage was directly on their road to St. Anselm's. Kate thanked Miss Whetstone and Shirley Legg for their help, and asked if they could have a look at the local telephone directory. Here again they were lucky. Miss Fawcett's number was listed. A wooden box on the counter of the reception desk was labelled Flowers Fund, and Kate folded and slipped in a £5 note. She doubted whether this was legitimate expenditure of police funds, and she wasn't sure whether the gesture had been one of generosity or a small superstitious offering to fate. Chapter 3. Back in the car, their seat belts fastened, Kate rang Clippity-Clop Cottage, but got no reply. She said, "I'd better report on progress, or the lack of it." The conversation was brief. Putting down the telephone, she said, "We see Mildred Fawcett as planned, if we can reach her. Then he wants us back as quickly as possible. The pathologist has just left." "Did AD say how it happened? Was it an accident?" "Too early to tell, but that's what it looks like. And if it wasn't, how the hell can we prove it?" Robin said, "The fourth death." "All right, Sergeant, I can count." She drove carefully out of the drive, but once on the road increased her speed. Miss Betterton's death was unsettling in more ways than its initial impact of shock. Kate wasn't unusual in needing to feel that the police, once on the job, were in command. An investigation might go well or ill, but it was they who questioned, probed, dissected, assessed, decided on strategy, and held the cords of control. But there was something about the Crampton murder, an anxiety, subtle and unvoiced, which had lain at the back of her mind almost from the beginning, but which until now she hadn't faced. It was the realization that the power might lie elsewhere, that despite Dalglish's intelligence and experience, there was another mind at work, equally intelligent, and with a different experience. She feared that the control, which once lost could never be regained, might already have slipped from their hands. She was impatient to be back at Saint Anselm's as soon as possible. In the meantime, it was pointless to speculate. So far their journey had produced nothing that was new. She said, "Sorry I was so short. There's no point in discussing it until we have more facts. For now we concentrate on finishing the job in hand." Robin said, "If we're on a wild goose chase, at least they're flying in the right direction." Once they approached Medgrave, Kate slowed down almost to a crawl. More time would be lost by missing the cottage than by driving slowly. She said, "You look to the left, I'll take the right. We could always ask, but I'd rather not. I don't want to advertise our visit." It wasn't necessary to ask. As they approached the village, she saw a neat brick and tile cottage standing some 40 feet back from the green verge on a slight rise of the road. A white board on the gate bore the name in carefully painted bold black letters, Clippity-Clop Cottage. It had a central porch with the date 1893 carved in stone above it, and 2 identical bow windows on the ground floor with a line of 3 above. The paintwork was a shiny white. The window panes glittered, and the flagstones leading to the front door were free of weeds. The immediate impression was of order and comfort. There was room to park on the verge, and they moved up the path to an iron knocker in the shape of a horseshoe. There was no reply. Kate said, "Probably out, but it's worth going round the back." The early drizzle had ceased, and although the air was still sharp, the day had lightened, and there were threads of barely discernible blue in the eastern sky. A stone path to the left of the house led to an unlocked gate and into the garden. Kate, born and bred in the inner city, knew little of gardening, but she could see at once that an enthusiast had been at work. The spacing of the trees and shrubs, the careful design of the beds, and the neat vegetable patch at the end showed that Miss Fawcett was an expert. The slight rise of the ground meant, too, that she had a view. The autumn landscape stretched untrammelled in all its varied greens, golds, and browns under the wide East Anglian sky. A woman, hoe in hand, bending over one of the beds, rose as they approached and came towards them. She was tall and gypsy-like, with a brown face, deeply wrinkled, and black hair hardly touched with grey, combed tightly back and fastened at the nape of her neck. She was wearing a long woolen skirt with an apron of sacking over it, with a wide central pocket, heavy shoes, and gardening gloves. She seemed neither surprised nor disconcerted to see them. Kate introduced herself and Sergeant Robbins, showed her identification, and repeated the essentials of what she had previously said to Miss Whetstone. She added, "They weren't able to help at the hospice, but Mrs. Shirley Legg said that you were there 12 years ago and knew Mrs. Munro. We found your number and did try to telephone, but there was no reply." "I expect I was at the bottom of the garden. Friends tell me I should have a mobile, but that's the last thing I want. They're an abomination. I've given up travelling by train until they introduce mobile-free compartments." Unlike Miss Whetstone, she asked no questions. One might imagine, thought Kate, that visits from 2 officers of the Metropolitan Police were a regular occurrence. She gazed at Kate steadily, then said, "You'd better come in, and I'll see if I can help." They were led through a brick-floored pantry with a deep stone sink under the window and fitted bookshelves and cupboards along the opposite wall. There was a smell of moist earth and apples, with a trace of paraffin. The room was obviously used partly as a tool shed and storeroom. Kate's eyes took in a box of apples on the shelf, onions threaded on a string, swathes of twine, buckets, a curled garden hose on a hook, and a rack of garden tools, all clean. Miss Fawcett took off her apron and shoes, and preceded them barefooted into the sitting-room. It spoke to Kate of a self-contained and solitary life. There was one high-backed armchair in front of the fire, with an angled lamp on a table to the left, and another table on the right holding a pile of books. A round table in front of the window was set for 1 person, and the remaining 3 chairs had been pushed back against the wall. A large ginger cat was curled, plump as a cushion, on a low button-back chair. At their entry, he raised a ferocious head, gazed fixedly at them, then, affronted, descended from the chair and lumbered out of the pantry. They heard the click of a cat flap. Kate thought she had never seen an uglier cat. Miss Fawcett pulled out 2 straight-back chairs, then went to a cupboard fitted in the alcove to the left of the fireplace. She said, "I don't know whether I can help you, but if something important did happen to Margaret Munro when we were both nursing at the hospice, I probably mentioned it in my diary. My father insisted that we keep diaries as children, and the habit has stuck. It's rather like insisting on prayers before bed. Once begun in childhood, there's an obligation to conscience to keep going, however disagreeable. You said 12 years ago. That would bring us to 1988. She settled down in the chair before the fire, and picked up what looked like a child's exercise book. Kate said, "Do you remember whether you nursed a Miss Clara Arbuthnot when you worked at Ashcombe House?" If Miss Fawcett thought the sudden mention of Clara Arbuthnot odd, she didn't say so. She said, "I remember Miss Arbuthnot. I was the nurse chiefly responsible for her care from the day of her admission until she died 5 weeks later." She took her spectacle case from her skirt pocket and turned over the pages of the diary. It took a little time to find the right week. As Kate had feared, Miss Fawcett's interest was caught by other entries. Kate wondered if she was being deliberately slow. After a minute, she sat silently reading, then pressed both hands over the entry. Once again, Kate experienced her keen, intelligent gaze. She said, "There's a mention here both of Clara Arbuthnot and Margaret Munro. I find myself in some difficulty. I promised secrecy at the time, and I see no reason now to break my word." Kate thought before speaking, then she said, "The information you have there may be crucial to us for other reasons than an ordinance apparent suicide. It really is important that we know what you have written, and know as soon as possible. Clara Arbuthnot and Margaret Munro are both dead. Do you think they would wish you to remain silent, if it's a matter of helping justice?" Miss Fawcett got to her feet. She said, "Will you please take a walk in the garden for a few minutes? I'll knock on the window when I want you back. I need to think about this on my own." They left her still standing. Outside they walked shoulder to shoulder to the far end of the garden, and stayed looking out over the scarred fields. Kate was tormented with impatience. She said, "That diary was only a few feet away. All I needed was a quick glance. And what do we do if she won't say anything more? OK, there's always a subpoena if the case goes to court, but how do we know that the diary's relevant? It's probably an entry describing how she and Munro went to Frinton and had sex under the pier." Robin said, "There isn't a pier at Frinton. And Miss Arbuthnot was dying. Oh, well, we better stroll back. I don't want to miss the knock on the window." When it came, they went back into the sitting-room quietly, anxious not to betray impatience. Miss Fawcett said, "I have your word that the information you seek is necessary to your present investigation, and that, if it proves irrelevant, no note will be taken of what I say?" Kate said, "We can't tell, Miss Fawcett, whether it will be relevant or not. If it is, then of course it will have to come out, possibly even in evidence. I can't give any assurances. I can only ask you to help." Miss Fawcett said, "Thank you for your honesty. As it happens, you are fortunate. My grandfather was a chief constable.
and I am one of that generation, sadly decreasing, who still trust the police. I am prepared to tell you what I know, and also to hand over the diary, if the information is useful."
Kate judged that further argument was unnecessary, and might be counterproductive. She simply said, "Thank you," and waited. Miss Fawcett said,
"I've been thinking while you were in the garden. You told me that this visit arises from the death of a student at St. Anselm's College. You also said that there was no suggestion that Margaret Munro was involved in that death, except when she found the body. But there has to be more to it than that, doesn't there? You wouldn't be here, a detective inspector and a sergeant, unless there was suspicion of foul play. This is a murder inquiry, isn't it?"
"Yes," said Kate, "it is. We are part of a team investigating the murder of Archdeacon Crampton at St. Anselm's College. There may be absolutely no link with Mrs. Munro's diary entry, but it's something we have to check. I expect you know about the Archdeacon's death."
"No," said Miss Fawcett. "I don't know. I very seldom buy a daily newspaper, and I've no television. Murder makes a difference. There's an entry in my diary for the 27th of April, 1988, and it does concern Mrs. Munro. My problem is that at the time we both promised secrecy."
Kate said, "Miss Fawcett, could I please see the entry?"
"I don't think it would be very illuminating if you did. I wrote down few of the details, but I remember more than I've recorded here. I think I have a duty to tell you, although I doubt whether it has anything to do with your inquiry, and I have your assurance that if it isn't, the matter will be taken no further."
Kate said, "We can promise you that." Miss Fawcett sat stiffly upright, her palms pressed against the open pages of the diary, as if to shield them from prying eyes. She said,
"In April 1988, I was nursing terminally ill patients at Ashcombe House. This, of course, you already know. One of my patients told me that she wished to marry before she died, but that her intention and the ceremony were to be kept secret. She asked me to be a witness. I agreed. It wasn't my place to ask questions, and I asked none. This was a wish expressed by a patient of whom I had become fond, and whom I knew had little time left to live. The surprise was that she had the strength for the ceremony. It was arranged by Archbishop's licence, and took place at midday on the 27th at the small church St. Osyth's at Clamstoke-Lacey, outside Norwich. The priest was the Reverend Hubert Johnson, whom my patient had met at the hospice. I didn't see the bridegroom until he arrived by car to collect the patient and myself, ostensibly for a country drive. Father Hubert was to find a second witness, but failed to do so. I can't remember what went wrong. As we were leaving the hospice, I saw Margaret Munro. She was just leaving after her interview with the matron for a nursing post. It was, in fact, at my suggestion that she had applied. I knew that I could rely on her absolute discretion. We trained together at the old Westminster Hospital in London, although she was, of course, considerably younger than myself. I was a late entry to nursing after a brief academic career. My father was strongly opposed to my choice of profession, and I had to wait until he died before I could apply for training. The wedding ceremony took place, and the patient and I returned to the hospice. She seemed much happier and more at peace in those last days, but neither she nor I spoke again of the marriage. So much happened during my years at the hospice that I doubt whether I would have recalled it without this entry, if I hadn't had an earlier inquiry. Seeing the written words, even without a name, brought it back with astonishing clarity. It was a beautiful day. I remember the graveyard at St. Osyth's was yellow with daffodils. We came out of the porch into sunshine.
Kate said, "Was the patient Clara Arbuthnot?" Miss Fawcett looked at her.
Yes, it was.
And the bridegroom?
I've no idea. I can't recall his face or his name, and I doubt whether Margaret would have been able to help if she'd been alive.
Kate said, "But she would have signed the marriage certificate as a witness, and surely names would have been mentioned."
I imagine they would. But there was no particular reason why she should remember. After all, at a church wedding, only Christian names are used during the service.
She paused, and then said,
I have to confess that I haven't been entirely open with you. I wanted time to think, to consider how much, if anything, I should reveal. I had no need to consult the diary before answering your question.
I had looked up that date before. On Thursday the 12th of October, Margaret Munro telephoned me from a call box in Lowestoft. She asked me the name of the bride, and I told her. I couldn't give her the name of the groom. It isn't recorded in my diary, and if I ever knew it, it's long since forgotten. Kate said, "Is there anything at all you remember about the bridegroom? His age, what he looked like, how he spoke? Did he ever come again to the hospice?" "No, not even when Clara was dying, and as far as I know, he had no part in the cremation service. That was arranged by a firm of solicitors in Norwich. I never saw or heard from him again. There was one thing, though. I noticed it when we stood before the altar, and he was putting the ring on Clara's finger. The top part of the ring finger on his left hand was missing." Kate's surge of triumph and excitement was so exhilarating that she feared that it must show on her face. She didn't glance at Robbins. Keeping her voice steady, she asked, "Did Miss Arbuthnot ever confide in you about the reason for the marriage? Is it possible, for example, that there was a child involved?" "A child? She never spoke of having a child, and as far as I recall, there was no mention of a pregnancy on her medical records. No child ever visited her. But then, neither did the man she married." "So she told you nothing?" "Only that she planned to marry, that the marriage must be kept absolutely secret, and that she needed my help. I gave it." "Is there anyone she might have confided in?" "The priest who married her, Father Hubert Johnson, spent a great deal of time with her before she died. I remember that he gave her Holy Communion and heard her confession. I had to ensure that they weren't disturbed when he was with my patient. She must have told him everything, either as a friend or as a priest. But he was seriously ill himself at the time, and died 2 years later." There was nothing more to be learned, and, after thanking Miss Fawcett for her help, Kate and Robbins returned to the car. Miss Fawcett was watching them from the door of the cottage, and Kate drove out of sight before finding a suitable place on the grass verge to bring the Jaguar to a stop. She took up the telephone and said with satisfaction, "Something positive to report. We're getting somewhere at last." Chapter 4. After lunch, as Father John did not appear, Emma went up and knocked at the door of his private apartment. She dreaded seeing him, but when he opened the door, he looked very much as he always did. His face brightened, and he welcomed her in. She said, "Father, I'm so sorry, so dreadfully sorry," and held back her tears. She told herself she had come to speak words of comfort, not to add to his distress. But it was like comforting a child. She wanted to take him in her arms. He led her to the chair before the fire, the chair which she guessed was his sister's, and sat opposite her. He said, I wonder if you would do something for me, Emma." "Of course, anything, Father." "It's her clothes. I know they'll have to be sorted and given away. It seems very early to be thinking of that now, but I expect you'll be leaving us by the end of the week, and I wondered whether you would do it. Mrs. Pilbeam would help, I know. She's very kind, but I'd rather it were you. Perhaps tomorrow, if that's convenient." "Of course I will, Father. I'll do it after my afternoon seminar." He said, "Everything she owned is in her bedroom. There should be some jewellery. If there is, will you take it and sell it for me? I'd like the money to go to some charity concerned with helping prisoners. I think there must be one." Emma said, "I'm sure there is, Father. I'll find out for you. But wouldn't you like to look at the jewellery first, and decide if there's anything you'd like to keep?" "No, thank you, Emma. That's thoughtful, but I'd rather it all went." There was a silence. Then he said, "The police were here this morning, examining the flat and her room. Inspector Tarrant came with one of those search officers in white coats. He introduced him as Mr. Clark." Emma's voice was sharp. "Searched the flat for what?" "They didn't say. They weren't here for long, and they left everything very tidy. You wouldn't have known that they'd been here." There was another pause. Then he said, "Inspector Tarrant asked me where I'd been, and what I did last night between Compline and 6 o'clock. Emma cried, "But that's intolerable!" He smiled sadly. "No, not really. They have to ask these questions. Inspector Tarrant was very tactful. He was only doing his duty." Emma reflected angrily that much of the world's grief was caused by people who claimed that they were only doing their duty. Father John's quiet voice broke in. "The pathologist was here. But I expect you heard him arrive. The whole community must have heard him. It wasn't a discreet arrival. Father John smiled. No, it wasn't, was it? He didn't stay long, either. Commander Dalgliesh asked me if I wanted to be there when they took the body away, but I said I'd rather stay here quietly by myself. After all, it wasn't Agatha they were taking away. She'd gone long ago. Gone long ago. What exactly, Emma wondered, did he mean? The 3 words clanged in her mind, as sonorous as a funeral bell. Getting up to go, she took his hand again and said, "I'll see you tomorrow then, Father, when I come to parcel up the clothes. Are you sure there's nothing else I can do?" He thanked her, then said, "There is just one other thing. I hope I'm not imposing on your goodness, but will you please find Raphael? I haven't seen him since it happened, but I'm afraid this will distress him greatly. He was always kind to her, and I know that she loved him." She found Raphael standing on the edge of the cliff, about 100 yards from the college. When she reached him, he sat down on the grass, and she joined him and put out her hand. Staring out to sea and without turning to her, he said, "She was the only one here who cared for me." Emma cried, "That isn't true, Raphael. You know it isn't. I mean, cared for me, myself, Raphael, not as the object of general benevolence, not as a suitable candidate for the priesthood, not as the last surviving Arbuthnot, even if I am a bastard. You must have been told. Dumped here as a baby in one of those straw baby carriers, squashy, with a handle both sides. Leaving me in the rushes by the mere would have been more appropriate, but perhaps my mother thought I wouldn't be discovered there. At least she cared enough to dump me at the college where I'd be found. They didn't have much choice about taking me in. Still, it's given them 25 years of feeling benevolent, exercising the virtue of charity. You know that isn't how they feel. It's how I feel. I know I sound egotistical and self-pitying. I am egotistical and self-pitying. You don't have to tell me. I used to think everything would be all right if I could get you to marry me." "Raphael, that's ridiculous. When you're thinking clearly, you know it is. Marriage isn't therapy." "But it would have been something definite. It would have anchored me. Doesn't the church anchor you? It will once I'm priested. No going back then." Emma thought carefully for a moment, then said, "You don't have to be ordained. It has to be your decision, no one else's. If you're not certain, you shouldn't go ahead." "You sound like Gregory. If I mention the word vocation, he tells me not to talk like a character in a Graham Greene novel. We'd better be going back." He paused, then laughed. "She was a terrible nuisance in some ways on those trips to London, but I never wished I was with anyone else." He got to his feet and began striding towards the college. Emma made no attempt to catch him up. Walking more slowly on the edge of the cliff, she felt a great sadness for Raphael, for Father John, and for all the people she loved at Saint Anselm's. She had reached the iron gate into the west court when she heard a voice calling, and turning, saw Karen Surtees walking briskly towards her across the scrubland. They had seen each other on previous weekends when both had been in college, but had never spoken except to exchange an occasional good morning. Despite this, Emma had never felt that there was antagonism between them. She waited with some curiosity to know what would be said now. Karen glanced back towards St. John's cottage before speaking. "Sorry to shout at you like that. I just wanted a word. What's all this about old Betterton being found dead in the cellar? Father Martin came over to tell us this morning, but he wasn't exactly forthcoming." There seemed no reason to conceal what little she knew. Emma said, "I think she tripped on the top step." Or was she pushed? "Anyway, this is one death they can't try to pin on Eric or me. That is, if she died before midnight. We drove to Ipswich last night to see a film and have dinner. We wanted to get out of the place for an hour or so. I suppose you've no idea how the investigation is going. I mean, the archdeacon's murder." Emma said, "None at all. The police don't tell us anything. Not even the handsome commander. No, I suppose he wouldn't. God, that man's sinister. I wish to hell he'd get a move on. I want to get back to London. Anyway, I'm staying on here with Eric until the end of the week. There's just one thing I wanted to ask you. You may not be able to help, or you may not want to, but I can't think of anyone else to ask. Are you a churchgoer? Do you take communion?" The question was so unexpected that Emma was for a moment disorientated. Karen said almost impatiently, "I mean in church, Holy Communion, do you take it?" "Yes, sometimes." "I'm wondering about the wafers they hand out. What happens? I mean, do you open your mouth and they pop them in? Or do you hold out your hands?" The conversation was bizarre, but Emma answered, "Some people open their mouths, but in Anglican churches it's more usual to hold up your palms one over the other." "And I suppose the priest stands and watches you while you actually eat the wafer?" "He might if he's speaking all the words in the prayer book service over you, but usually he passes along to the next communicant, and then there could be a short wait while either he or another priest comes with the chalice." She asked, "Why do you need to know?" "No particular reason. It's something I'm curious about. I thought I might go to a service, and I don't want to get it wrong and make a fool of myself." "But don't you have to be confirmed? I mean, they'll probably turn me away." Emma said, "I don't think that would happen. There'll be a mass in the oratory tomorrow morning." She added, not without a tinge of mischief, "You could tell Father Sebastian you'd like to attend. He'll probably ask you a few questions. He might want you to go to confession first." "Confess to Father Sebastian? Are you mad? I think I'll wait for spiritual regeneration until I get back to London. By the way, how long are you thinking of staying?" Emma said, "I should go on Thursday, but I'm able to take an extra day. I'll probably be here until the end of the week." "Well, good luck, and thanks for the information." She turned, and with hunched shoulders walked briskly back to St. John's Cottage. Watching her go, Emma told herself that it was just as well Karen hadn't wanted to stay longer. It would have been tempting to have talked over the murder with another woman, and one of her own age. Tempting, but perhaps unwise. Karen might have questioned her about finding the Archdeacon's body, asked questions which it would have been awkward to parry. Everyone else at St. Anselm's had been scrupulous in their reticence, but somehow reticence wasn't a quality she associated with Karen Surtees. She walked on, puzzled. Of all the questions Karen might have wanted to ask, the one she had asked was the last that Emma would have expected. Chapter 5. It was 1:15, and Kate and Robbins had returned. Dalgliesh saw that Kate, reporting precisely on their mission, was trying to keep the note of triumph and excitement out of her voice. She was always at her most detached and professional in moments of high success, but the enthusiasm was evident in her voice and in her eyes, and Dalgliesh welcomed it. Perhaps he was getting back the old Kate, the Kate for whom policing had been more than a job, more than an adequate salary and the prospect of promotion, more than a ladder out of the mire of the deprivation and squalor of her childhood. He had hoped to see that Kate again. She had telephoned the news of the marriage as soon as she and Robbins had said their thank yous and goodbyes to Miss Fawcett. Dalgliesh had instructed Kate to get a copy of the marriage certificate and return to St. Anselm's as soon as possible. A study of the map had showed that Clamstoke-Lacey was only 14 miles away, and it had seemed reasonable first to try the church. But they had had no luck. St. Osyth's was now part of a team ministry, and there was at present an interregnum with a new priest temporarily taking the services. He was visiting one of the other churches, and his young wife knew nothing of the whereabouts of the parish registers, indeed seemed hardly to know what they were, and could only suggest that they waited for her husband to return. She expected him before supper, unless he was invited to have a meal with one of the parishioners. If this happened, he would probably telephone, although sometimes he was so preoccupied with parish concerns he forgot. The slight note of peevish resentment that Kate detected in her voice suggested that this was not an unusual occurrence. The best plan now seemed to be to try the register office in Norwich, and here they had more luck. A copy of the marriage certificate had been promptly produced. In the meantime, Dalgliesh had telephoned Paul Perronet in Norwich. There were 2 important questions to which he needed answers before they interviewed George Gregory. The first was the exact wording of Miss Arbuthnot's will. The second related to the provisions of an Act of Parliament and the date on which the legislation had come into force. Kate and Robbins hadn't waited to get themselves lunch, and now fell with eagerness upon the cheese rolls and coffee provided by Mrs. Pilbeam. Dalgliesh said, "We can guess now how it was that Margaret Munro recalled the wedding. She had been writing her diary, dwelling on the past, and 2 images came together. Gregory on the shore taking off his left glove and feeling for Ronald Treeves's pulse, and a page of bridal pictures in the Soul Bay Weekly Gazette, the fusion of death and life. Next day she telephoned Miss Fawcett, not from the cottage where she might have been disturbed, but from a telephone box in Lowestoft. She was given confirmation of what she must surely have suspected, the name of the bride. It was only then that she spoke to the person most concerned. There were only two people to whom those words could apply, George Gregory and Raphael Arbuthnot. And within hours of speaking and receiving reassurance, Margaret Munro was dead. Refolding the copy of the marriage certificate, he said, "We'll speak to Gregory in his cottage, not here. I'd like you to come with me, Kate. His car is here, so if he's out, he can't have gone far." Kate said, "But the marriage doesn't give Gregory a motive for the Archdeacon's murder. It should have taken place 25 years ago. Raphael Arbuthnot can't inherit. The will says he has to be legitimate according to English law. But that's exactly what the marriage makes him, legitimate according to English law." Gregory could only just have returned. He opened the door to them wearing a black long-sleeved tracksuit and with a towel round his neck. His hair hung damply, and the cotton clung to his chest and arms. Without standing aside to let them in, he said, "I was just about to shower. Is this urgent?" He was making them as unwelcome as importunate salesmen, and Dalgliesh for the first time saw in his eyes the challenge of an antagonism that he was making no attempt to conceal. He said, "It is urgent. May we come in?" Leading them through the study into the rear extension, Gregory said, "You have, Commander, something of the air of a man who feels that he is at last making progress. Some might say about time. Let's hope it doesn't all end in the slough of despond." He motioned them to a sofa and sat himself at his desk, swivelling round the chair and stretching out his legs. He then began vigorously toweling his hair. Across the room, Dalgliesh could smell his sweat. Without taking the marriage certificate from his pocket, he said, "You married Clara Arbuthnot on the 27th of April, 1988, at St. Osyth's Church, Clamstoke Lacey, Norfolk. Why didn't you tell me? Did you really believe that the circumstances of that marriage weren't relevant to the murder inquiry?" For a couple of seconds Gregory was still and silent, but when he spoke his voice was calm and unworried. Dalgliesh wondered whether he had, days ago, braced himself for this encounter. "I suppose by referring to the circumstances of the marriage you understood the significance of the date. I didn't tell you because I didn't think it was any of your business. That's the first reason. The second is that I promised my wife that the marriage would remain a secret until I had informed our son, and, incidentally, Raphael is my son. The third is that I haven't yet told him, and I judged that the right moment to do so had not yet come. However, it looks as if you're forcing my hand." Kate said, "Does anyone at Saint Anselm's know?" Gregory looked at her as if aware of her for the first time, and deploring what he saw. "No one. Obviously they will have to know, and equally obviously they will blame me for keeping Raphael in the dark for so long. And them, too, of course. Human nature being what it is, they'll probably find that more difficult to forgive. I can't see myself occupying this cottage for much longer. As I only took this job to get to know my son, and as St. Anselm's is doomed to close, that won't now matter. But I could wish to conclude this episode in my life more agreeably and in my own time." Kate asked, "Why the secrecy?" Even the staff of the hospice were kept in the dark. Why bother to marry if no one was ever to be told? "I thought I'd explain that. Raphael was to be told, but when I judged the moment to be right, I could hardly envisage being caught up in a murder investigation and have the police ferreting about in my private life. The moment still isn't right, but I suppose you'll have the satisfaction of telling him now." "No," said Dalgliesh. "That's your responsibility, not ours." The two men looked at each other. Then Gregory said, "I suppose you have some right to an explanation, or as close to one as I can get. You should know better than most men that our motives are rarely as uncomplicated and never as pure as they seem. We met at Oxford when I was her supervisor. She was an astonishingly attractive 18-year-old, and when she made it plain that she wanted an affair, I wasn't the man to resist. It was a humiliating disaster. I hadn't realized that she was confused about her sexuality and was deliberately using me as an experiment. She was unfortunate in her choice. No doubt I could have been more sensitive and imaginative, but I've never seen the sexual act as an exercise in acrobatic ingenuity. I was too young and perhaps too conceited to take sexual failure philosophically, and this was a spectacular failure. One can deal with most things, but not with frank disgust. I'm afraid I wasn't very kind. She didn't tell me that she was pregnant until it was too late for an abortion. I think she tried to persuade herself that none of it was happening. She was not a sensible woman. Raphael inherits his looks, but not his intelligence from his mother. There was no question of marriage. The idea of that commitment has horrified me all my life, and she made her hatred of me abundantly plain. She told me nothing about the birth, but did write later to say that a boy had been born, and that she'd left him at Saint Anselm's. After that she went abroad with a woman companion, and we never met again. I didn't keep in touch with her, but she must have made it her business to know where I was. In early April 1988, she wrote to say that she was dying, and asked me to visit her in Ashcombe House Hospice, outside Norwich. It was then that she asked me to marry her. The explanation she gave was that it was for the sake of her son. She had also, I believe, found God. It has been a tendency of the Arbuthnot's to find God, usually at the time most inconvenient for their family. Kate asked again, "So why the secrecy?" She insisted on it. I made the necessary arrangements and merely called at the hospice, asking to take her for a drive. The nurse who had mainly looked after her was in on the secret and was the chief witness. There was some problem, I remember, about the second witness, but a woman visiting the hospice for an interview agreed to help. The priest was a fellow sufferer whom Clara had met at the hospice, and who occasionally attended for what I think they call respite care. St. Osyth's at Clamstoke-Lacey was his church. He obtained for us an archbishop's license, so no banns were necessary. We went through the prescribed form of words, and then I drove Clara back to the hospice. Clara wished me to keep the marriage certificate, and I still have it. She died 3 days later. The woman who'd nursed her wrote that she had died without pain, and that the marriage had given her peace at last. I'm glad that it made a difference to one of our lives. It had absolutely no effect on mine. She had asked me to break the news to Raphael when I judged the moment was right. Kate said, "And you waited 12 years. Did you ever intend to tell him?" "Not necessarily. I certainly didn't intend to burden myself with an adolescent son, or to burden him with a father. I'd done nothing for him, taken no part in his upbringing. It seemed ignoble suddenly to present myself as if my purpose were to look him over and see if he were a son worth acknowledging." Dalgliesh said, "Isn't that in effect what you did?" I plead guilty. I discovered in myself a certain curiosity, or perhaps it was the urging of those insistent genes. Parenthood is, after all, our only chance of vicarious immortality. I made discreet and anonymous inquiries, and discovered that he went abroad for 2 years after university, then came back here and announced his intention of becoming a priest. As he hadn't read theology, he had to undertake a 3-year course. 6 years ago I came here as a guest for a week. I later learned that there was a vacancy for a part-time teacher of ancient Greek, and applied for the post. Dalgliesh said, "You know that St. Anselm's is almost certainly scheduled to be closed. After the death of Ronald Treves and the murder of the archdeacon, that closure is likely to be sooner rather than later. You do realize that you have a motive for Crampton's murder, both you and Raphael. Your wedding took place after the coming into force of the Legitimacy Act of 1976, which legitimized your son. Section 2 of the Act provides that where the parents of an illegitimate person marry one another, and the father is domiciled in England or Wales, the person is rendered legitimate from the date of the marriage. I've checked on the exact wording of Miss Agnes Arbuthnot's will. If the college closes, everything it contains originally given by her is to be shared between the descendants of her father, either in the male or female line, provided they are practicing members of the Church of England and are legitimate in English law. Raphael Arbuthnot is the sole heir. Are you going to tell me that you didn't know that?" For the first time, Gregory showed signs that he was losing his careful mask of ironic detachment. His voice was peremptory. "The boy doesn't know. I can see that this gives you a convenient motive for making me your chief suspect. Even your ingenuity can't produce a motive for Raphael." There were, of course, other motives than gain, but Dalgliesh didn't pursue them. Kate said, "We've only your word for it that he doesn't know he's the heir." Gregory got to his feet and towered over her. "Then send for him, and I'll tell him here and now." Dalgliesh intervened. "Is that either wise or kind?" "I don't bloody well care whether it is or it isn't. I'm not having Raphael accused of murder. Send for him, and I'll tell him myself. But first I'm going to shower. I've no intention of presenting myself as his father, stinking of sweat." He disappeared into the body of the house, and they heard his footsteps on the stairs. Dalgliesh said to Kate, "Go to Nobby Clark and tell him we need an exhibit bag. I want that tracksuit. And ask Raphael to come here in 5 minutes' time." Kate said, "Is it really necessary, sir?" "For his sake, yes it is. Gregory is perfectly right. The only way to convince us that Raphael Arbuthnot is ignorant of his parentage is for us to be here when he's told." She was back with the exhibit bag within minutes. Gregory was still in the shower. Kate said, "I've seen Raphael. He'll be along in 5 minutes." They waited in silence. Dalgliesh glanced round at the ordered room and at the office seen through the open door, the computer on the desk facing the wall, the bank of grey filing cabinets, the bookcases with the leather tomes meticulously arranged. Nothing here was superfluous, nothing for ornament or show. It was the sanctum of a man whose interests were intellectual, and who liked his life comfortable and uncluttered. Dalgliesh thought wryly that it was about to be cluttered now. They heard the door open, and Raphael came through the outer room and into the extension. Within seconds he was followed by Gregory, now wearing trousers and a navy-blue, freshly ironed shirt, but with his hair still tousled. He said, "Perhaps we'd better all sit down." They did so. Raphael, puzzled, glanced from Gregory to Dalgliesh, but didn't speak. Gregory looked across at his son. He said, "There's something I have to tell you. This moment isn't of my choosing, but the police have taken more interest in my private concerns than I expected, so there's no choice. I married your mother on the 27th of April, 1988. This was a ceremony you may feel should more appropriately have taken place 26 years ago. There's no way to say this without sounding melodramatic. I'm your father, Raphael." Raphael fixed his eyes on Gregory. He said, "I don't believe it. It isn't true." It was the usual commonplace response to shocking and unwelcome news. He said again more loudly, "I don't believe it." But his face showed a different reality. The colour drained from his brow, cheeks and neck in a steadily retreating line, so visible that it looked as if the normal surge of the blood had been reversed. He got to his feet and stood very still, looking from Dalgliesh to Kate, as if desperately seeking a denial. Even the muscles of his face seemed momentarily to sag, the incipient lines to deepen. And for a brief moment Dalgliesh saw for the first time a trace of resemblance to his father. He had hardly time to recognize it before it was gone. Gregory said, "Don't be tedious, Raphael. Surely we can play this scene without recourse to Mrs. Henry Wood. I've always disliked Victorian melodrama. Is this the kind of thing I'd joke about? Commander Dalgliesh has a copy of the marriage certificate." "That doesn't mean you're my father." "Your mother only had sex with one man in the whole of her life. I was he. I acknowledged my responsibility in a letter to your mother. For some reason she required that small admission of folly. After our wedding she gave me the correspondence between us. And then, of course, there is the DNA. The facts are unlikely to be challenged." He paused, then said, "I'm sorry you find the news so repugnant." Raphael's voice was so cold that it was almost unrecognizable. "And what happened?" "The usual story, I suppose. You fucked her, got her pregnant, decided you didn't care for the idea, either of marriage or parenthood, and opted out." "Not precisely. Neither of us wanted a child, and there was no possibility of marriage. I was the elder, and I suppose the more to blame. Your mother was only 18. Doesn't your religion rest on an act of cosmic forgiveness? So why not forgive her? You were better off with those priests than you would have been with either of us. There was a long silence. Then Raphael said, I would have been heir to Saint Anselm's. Gregory looked at Dalgliesh, who said, You are the heir, unless there's some legal quibble which I've overlooked. I've checked with the solicitors. Agnes Arbuthnot wrote in her will that if the college closed, all she had bequeathed to it should go to the legitimate heirs of her father, either in the male or female line, providing they were communicant members of the Church of England. She didn't write born in wedlock. She wrote legitimate in English law. Your parents married after the provisions of the 1976 Legitimacy Act came into force. That makes you legitimate. Raphael walked over to the southern window and stood silently looking out over the headland. He said, I'll get used to it, I expect. I got used to having a mother who dumped me like a bundle of unwanted clothes in a charity shop. I got used to not knowing the name of my father, or even if he were alive. I got used to being brought up in a theological college when my contemporaries had a home. I'll get used to this. At present, all I want is never to have to see you again. Dalgliesh wondered if Gregory had detected in his son's voice the quickly controlled quaver of emotion. Gregory said, No doubt that can be arranged, but not now. I imagine Commander Dalgliesh wants me to stay here. This exciting new information has given me a motive. You too, of course. Raphael turned on him. Did you kill him? No. Did you? God, this is ridiculous. He turned to Dalgliesh. I thought it was your job to investigate murder, not muck up people's lives. I'm afraid the two very often go together. Dalgliesh glanced at Kate, and together they walked towards the door. Gregory said, Obviously Sebastian Morel will have to be told. I'd prefer that you left that to me or to Raphael. He turned to his son. Is that all right by you? Raphael said, I'll say nothing. Tell him whenever you like. It's a matter of supreme indifference to me. 10 minutes ago I didn't have a father. I haven't got one now. Dalgliesh asked Gregory, How long do you propose to wait? It can't be indefinite. It won't be, although, after 12 years, a week or so hardly seems significant. I'd prefer to say nothing until your investigation is complete, assuming that it ever is. But that's hardly practical. I'll tell him at the end of the week. I think I might be allowed to choose my own time and place. Raphael had already left the cottage, and through the great panes of glass, smudged by the sea mists, they could see him striding over the headland towards the sea. Looking after him, Kate said, Will he be all right? Shouldn't someone go after him? Gregory said, He'll survive. He's not Ronald Treves. For all his self-pity, Raphael has been indulged all his life. My son is fortified by a core of healthy self-regard. When Nobby Clark was summoned to take possession of his tracksuit, he made no difficulty about handing it over, and watched with sardonic amusement as it was placed in a plastic bag, and labelled, before seeing Dalgliesh, Kate, and Clark out of the cottage, as formally as if he were saying goodbye to esteemed guests. They made their way towards St. Matthew's. Kate said, It's a motive. I suppose Gregory has to be our chief suspect, but it doesn't really make sense, does it? I mean, it's obvious this place is going to be closed down. Raphael would have inherited it anyway, in the end. There wasn't any hurry. Dalgliesh said, But there was. Think about it, Kate. He gave no explanation, and Kate knew better than to ask. They had reached St. Matthew's cottage when Piers appeared at the door. He said, I was just going to ring you, sir. We've had a call from the hospital. Inspector Yarwood is well enough to be interviewed. They suggest we leave it until tomorrow morning, when he'll be more rested. Chapter 6. All hospitals, thought Dalgliesh, whatever their situation or architecture, are essentially alike. The same smell, the same paint, the same notices directing visitors to wards and departments, the same inoffensive pictures in the corridors, chosen to reassure, not to challenge. The same visitors with their flowers and packages, making their confident way to familiar bedsides. The same staff in a variety of uniforms and half-uniforms, moving purposefully in their natural habitat. The same tired, resolute faces. How many hospitals had he visited since his days as a detective constable, keeping watch over prisoners or witnesses, taking deathbed statements, questioning medical staff with more immediate things on their minds than his preoccupations? As they approached the ward, Pierce said, "I try to keep out of these places. They give you infections that they can't cure, and if your own visitors don't exhaust you to death, other patients' visitors will. You can never get enough sleep, and the food's inedible." Looking at him, Dalgliesh suspected that the words hid a deeper repugnance, amounting almost to a phobia. He said, "Doctors are like the police. You don't think about them until you need them, and then you expect them to work miracles. I'd like you to stay outside while I speak to Yarwood, at least initially. If I need a witness, I'll call you in. I'll have to take this gently." A houseman, looking ridiculously young and with a customary stethoscope round his neck, confirmed that Inspector Yarwood was fit now to be interviewed, and directed them to a small side ward. Outside, a uniformed police constable was keeping watch. He got up smartly as they approached, and stood to attention. Dalgliesh said, "D.C. Lane, isn't it? I don't think you'll be needed once it's known that I've spoken to Inspector Yarwood. You'll be glad to get away, I expect." "Yes, sir. We are pretty short-staffed." Who isn't? Thought Dalgliesh. Yarwood's bed was positioned to give him a view of the window and over the regulated roofs of suburbia. One leg suspended on a pulley was in traction. After their encounter in Lowestoft, they had met only once, and briefly at St. Anselm's. Dalgliesh had been struck then by the look of weary acceptance in the man's face. Now he seemed bodily to have shrunk, and the weariness to have deepened into defeat. Dalgliesh thought, hospitals take over more than the body. No one exerts power from these narrow functional beds. Yarwood was diminished in spirit, as in size, and the darkened eyes turned on Dalgliesh held a look of puzzled shame that malignant fate should have laid him so low. It was impossible to avoid the first banal question as they shook hands. "How are you feeling now?" Yarwood avoided a direct answer. "If Pilbeam and the lad hadn't found me when they did, I'd have been a goner. An end of feeling, an end to claustrophobia. Better for Sharon, better for the kids, better for me. Sorry to sound such a wimp. In that ditch before I became unconscious, there was no pain, no worry, just peace. It wouldn't have been a bad way to go. The truth is, Mr. Dalgliesh, I wish they'd left me there." "I don't. We've had enough deaths at St. Anselm's." He didn't say that now there had been another. Yarwood stared out over the rooftops. "No more trying to cope, and no more feeling such a bloody failure." Searching for the words of comfort which he knew he couldn't find, Dalgliesh said, "You have to tell yourself that whatever hell you're in at present, it won't last forever. Nothing ever does. But it could get worse. Difficult to believe, but it could. Only if you let it." There was a pause. Then Yarwood said with an obvious effort, "Point taken. Sorry I let you down. What happened exactly? I know that Crampton's been murdered, but nothing else. You've managed so far to keep the details out of the national papers, and the local radio only gave the bare facts. What happened? I suppose you came for me after you discovered the body and found I'd gone. Just what you needed, a murderer on the loose, and the one man you could look to for a spot of professional help, doing his best to qualify as a suspect. It's odd, but I just can't work up any interest in it. I just can't make myself care. Me, who used to be branded an overzealous officer. I didn't kill him, by the way. I didn't think you did. Crampton was found in the church, and the facts so far suggest he was lured there. If you'd wanted a bloody encounter, you'd only have had to go next door. But that's true of everyone in college. The killer wanted to incriminate St. Anselm's. The archdeacon was intended as the chief, but not the only victim. I don't think you feel like that." There was a pause. Yarwood shut his eyes, then shifted his head restlessly on the pillow. He said, "No, I don't feel like that. I love that place. And now I've spoilt that too. It's not so easy to spoil Saint Anselm's. How did you meet the fathers? It was about 3 years ago. I was a sergeant then, new to the Suffolk force. Father Peregrine had backed into a lorry on the Lowestoft Road. No one was hurt, but I had to interview him. He's too absent-minded to be a safe driver, and I managed to persuade him to stop. I think the fathers were grateful. Anyway, they never seemed to mind when I started turning up. I don't know what it was about the place, but I felt different when I was there. When Sharon left me, I began driving over for Sunday morning Mass. I'm not religious, and I really hadn't a clue what was going on. It didn't seem to matter. I just liked being there. The fathers have been kind to me. They don't pry, they don't invite confidences, they just accept. I've had it all. Doctors, psychiatrists, counsellors, the lot. St. Anselm's was different. No, I wouldn't harm them. There's a police constable outside this room, though, isn't there? I'm not stupid. A bit crazy, but not stupid. It's my leg that got broken, not my head. He's there for your protection. I'd no way of knowing what you'd seen, what evidence you might be able to give. Someone could have wanted you out of the way. A bit far-fetched, isn't it? I preferred not to risk it. Can you remember what happened on Saturday night? Yes, until I actually lost consciousness in the ditch. The walk against the wind is a bit hazy. It seems to have lasted a shorter time than it did, but I remember the rest of it, most of it anyway. Let's start from the beginning. What time did you leave your room? About 12:05. The storm woke me. I'd been dozing, but not sleeping soundly. I switched on my light and looked at my watch. You know how it is when you're having a bad night. You lie there hoping that it's later than you think, that it'll soon be morning. And then the panic struck. I tried to fight it. I lay there sweating, rigid with terror. I had to get out of the room, out of Gregory, away from St. Anselm's. It would have been the same wherever I was. I must have put on a coat over my pyjamas, and my shoes without waiting to put on socks. I can't remember that bit. The wind didn't worry me much. In a way, I think it helped. I'd have walked out even into a blizzard and 20 feet of snow. God, I wish I had. How did you leave? By the iron gate between the church and Ambrose. I've got a key. All the visitors are given one. But you know that. Dalgliesh said, "We found the gate locked. Do you remember locking it after you?" I must have done, mustn't I? It's the sort of thing I do automatically. Did you see anyone near the church? No one. The courtyard was empty. And you didn't hear anything, see any lights, see the door of the church open, for example? I heard nothing but the wind, and I don't think there was a light in the church. If there was, I didn't see it. I think I'd have noticed if the door had been wide open, but not if it had just been ajar. I did see someone, but not near the church. It was earlier, just when I was passing the front door of Ambrose. It was Eric Surtees, but he was nowhere near the church. He was in the north cloister, letting himself into the house. Didn't that strike you as strange? Not really. I can't describe what I felt at that moment. Breathing in that great rushing air, the sense of being outside the walls. If I'd thought about Surtees at all, I suppose I'd have taken it for granted that he'd been called in to cope with some domestic emergency. He is the handyman, after all. After midnight, in the middle of a storm. There was a silence between them. It was interesting, thought Dalgliesh, how his questioning, so far from worrying Yarwood, seemed to have lifted his spirits and deflected his mind, at least temporarily, from the weight of his own troubles. Now Yarwood said, "He's an unlikely murderer, isn't he? A gentle, unassuming, useful kind of chap. He had no reason to hate Crampton, as far as I know. Anyway, he was letting himself into the house, not into the church. What was he doing if he wasn't on call? Perhaps collecting the keys to the church. He'd know where to find them. A bit foolhardy, wouldn't it be? And why the hurry? Wasn't he supposed to be painting the sacristy on Monday? I think I heard Pilby mention it. And if he'd wanted a key, why not take it earlier? He could move about the main building as he chose. That would have been riskier. The ordinand who prepared the church for the service would have noticed that one set of keys was missing. All right, I'll give you that, sir. But the same argument applies to Surtees as it does to me. If he'd wanted to pick a fight with Crampton, he knew where to find him. He knew that the door of Augustine would be open. "You're sure it was Surtees? Sure enough to swear it in court if necessary? It was after midnight, and you were in a pretty bad state." "It was Surtees. I'd seen him often enough. The lights in the cloisters are dim, but I couldn't be mistaken. I'd maintain that in court under cross-examination, if that's what you're asking. Not that it would do much good. I can hear defending counsel's final address to the jury. Poor visibility, figure seen only for a second or two, witness a deeply disturbed man, crazy enough to walk out into a raging storm. And then, of course, the evidence that, unlike Surtees, I disliked Crampton." But now Yarwood was beginning to tire. His sudden spurt of interest in the murder inquiry seemed to have exhausted him. It was time to go, and with this new information, Dalgliesh was anxious to leave. But first he must be sure there was nothing more to learn. He said, "We'll need a statement, of course, but there's no great urgency. By the way, what do you think brought on your panic attack? The quarrel with Crampton after tea on Saturday?" "You've heard about that." "Well, of course you would. I didn't expect to see him at Saint Anselm's, and I imagine it was just as much of a shock for him. And I didn't start the row. He did. He just stood there, spitting the old accusations at me. He was shaking with anger, like a man in some kind of fit. It goes back to the death of his wife. I was a detective sergeant then, and it was my first murder case." "Murder?" "He killed his wife, Mr. Dalgliesh. I was sure of it at the time, and I'm sure now. OK, I was overzealous. I made a cock-up of the whole inquiry. In the end, he complained of harassment, and I was reprimanded. It did my career no good. I doubt I'd have made inspector if I'd stayed with the Met, but I'm as sure now as I was then that he killed her and got away with it." "On what evidence?" "There was a bottle of wine by her bed. She died from an overdose of aspirin and alcohol. The bottle had been wiped clean. I don't know how he got her to take a whole bottle of tablets, but I'm damn sure he did. And he was lying. I know he was lying. He said he never went up to the bed. He did a bloody sight more than that." Dalgliesh said, "He could have been lying about the bottle, and about not approaching the bed. That doesn't make him a murderer. He could have found her dead and panicked. People behave oddly under stress." Yarwood reiterated obstinately, "He killed her, Mr. Dalgliesh. I saw it in his face and in his eyes. He was lying. That doesn't mean I took the opportunity to avenge her. Is there anyone who might? Had she close relations, siblings, a former lover?" "No one, Mr. Dalgliesh. Just her parents, and they didn't strike me as being particularly sympathetic. She never got justice, and nor did I. I'm not sorry Crampton's dead, but I didn't kill him. And I don't think I'll care overmuch if you discover who did." Dalgliesh said, "But we shall. And you're a police officer. You can't really believe what you just said. I'll be in touch. Keep what you've told me to yourself, but you know all about discretion." "Do I? I suppose so. It's difficult to believe now that I'll ever get back on the job." He turned his face away in a gesture of deliberate rejection. But there was one final question Dalgliesh needed to ask. He said, "Did you discuss your suspicions about the archdeacon with anyone at Saint Anselm's?" "No. It wasn't the kind of talk they'd have wanted to hear. Anyway, it was all in the past. I never expected to see the man again." "They'll know now. That is, if Raphael Arbuthnot bothers to tell them." "Raphael?" "He was in the south cloister when Crampton tackled me. Raphael heard every word." Chapter 7. They had driven to the hospital in Dalglish's Jaguar. Neither he nor Piers spoke, while they buckled themselves into their seats, and they had thrown off the eastern suburbs of the city before Dalgliesh briefly reported what he had learned. Piers listened in silence, then said, "I can't see Surtees as a killer, but if he did do it, he wouldn't have been alone. His sister would have had a hand in it somehow. I can't believe anything happened at St. John's Cottage on Saturday night that she didn't know about. But why should either of them want Crampton dead? OK, so they probably knew he was hell-bent on getting St. Anselm's closed down at the first opportunity. That wouldn't have suited Surtees. He seems to have set himself up very nicely with his cottage and his pigs, but he wasn't going to stop closure by killing Crampton. And if he had a private quarrel with a man, why bother to set up an elaborate scheme to lure him into the church? He knew where Crampton was sleeping. He must have known, too, that the door was unlocked. Dalgliesh said, "So did everyone in the college, including the visitors. Whoever killed Crampton wanted to make sure that we'd know it was an inside job. That much was apparent from the beginning. There's no obvious motive for either Surtees or his half-sister. If we're considering motive, George Gregory has to be prime suspect." None of that needed reiterating, and Piers wished he'd kept his mouth shut. He had learned that when AD was in one of his silent moods, it was sensible to stay quiet, particularly if one had nothing original to contribute. Back at St. Matthew's cottage, Dalgliesh decided to interview the two Surteeses with Kate. 5 minutes later, escorted by Robbins, they arrived. Karen Surtees was shown into the waiting room, and the door firmly closed. It was apparent that Eric Surtees had been mucking out the piggery when Robbins arrived to summon him, and he brought into the interview room a strong but not disagreeable smell of earth and animal. He had taken time only to wash his hands, and now sat with them lying side by side, knuckles clenched in his lap. They were held with such controlled stillness that they seemed curiously at odds with the rest of his body, reminding Dalgliesh of two small animals curled in petrified fear. He would have had no time to consult his sister, and his backward glance at the door as he came in betrayed his need for her presence and support. Now he sat in unnatural stillness. Only his eyes moved from Dalgliesh to Kate and back again, then settled on Dalgliesh. Dalgliesh was experienced in recognizing fear, and he didn't misinterpret. He knew that it was often the innocent who were the most obviously frightened. The guilty, once they had concocted their ingenious story, were eager to tell it, borne through their interrogation by a surge of hubris and bravado, which could sweep before it any embarrassing manifestations of guilt or fear. He wasted no time on formalities. He said, "When my officers questioned you on Sunday, you said that you hadn't left St. John's Cottage during Saturday night. I shall now ask you again. Did you either go to the college or to the church after Compline on Saturday?" Surtees gave a quick glance at the window as if it offered escape, before again willing himself to meet Dalglish's eyes. His voice sounded unnaturally high. "No, of course not. Why should I?" Dalgliesh said, "Mr. Surtees, you were seen by a witness entering Saint Anselm's from the north cloister just after midnight. There can be no doubt about the identification." "It wasn't me. It must have been someone else. Nobody could have seen me because I wasn't there. It's a lie." The confused denial must have sounded unconvincing, even to Surtees's ears. Dalgliesh said patiently, "Mr. Surtees, are you asking to be arrested for murder?" Surtees seemed visibly to shrink. He looked little more than a boy. There was a long pause, then he said, "All right, I did go back to the college. I woke up and saw a light in the church, so I went to investigate." "At what time did you see this light?" "At about midnight, like you said. I got up to go to the lavatory, and that's when I saw it." Kate spoke for the first time. "But the cottages are all built to the same plan. The bedrooms and bathrooms are at the back. In your cottage they face northwest. How could you have seen the church?" Surtees licked his lips. He said, "I was thirsty. I went down to get a cup of water and saw the light from the sitting room. At least I thought I saw it. It was only faint. I thought I'd better investigate." Dalgliesh said, "Didn't you think to wake your sister or telephone Mr. Pilbeam or Father Sebastian? Surely that would be the natural thing to do." "I didn't want to disturb them." Kate said, "Pretty courageous of you, venturing out alone on a stormy night to confront a possible intruder. What were you planning to do when you got to the church?" "I don't know. I wasn't thinking very clearly." Dalgliesh said, "You're not thinking very clearly now, are you? However, go on. You say you went over to the church. What did you find?" "I didn't go in. I couldn't because I hadn't got a key. The light was still on. I let myself into the house and fetched one of the keys from Miss Ramsay's office, but when I returned to the north cloister, the light in the church had gone out." He was speaking more confidently now, and the clenched hands visibly relaxed. It was Kate who, after a brief glance at Dalgliesh, took over the questioning. "So what did you do then?" "I didn't do anything. I thought I must have been mistaken about the light." "But you seemed quite certain about it earlier. Otherwise, why venture out into the storm?"
First a light is on, and then mysteriously it's switched off. Didn't it occur to you to go into the church to investigate? That was your purpose, wasn't it, in leaving the cottage? Surtees mumbled. It didn't seem necessary, not when there wasn't a light any more. I told you I thought I'd been mistaken. He added, I did try the sacristy door, and it was locked, so I knew that no one was in the church. After the archdeacon's body was found, one of the 3 sets of church keys was discovered to be missing. How many sets were in place when you took the keys? I can't remember. I didn't notice. I was just anxious to get out of the office. I knew exactly where the church keys were on the keyboard, and I just took the nearest pair. And you didn't return them? No. I didn't want to go into the house again. Dalgliesh interposed quietly. In that case, Mr. Surtees, where are those keys now? Kate had seldom seen a suspect more broken by terror. The brave spirit of hope and confidence which had been apparent during the early part of the questioning drained away, and Surtees slumped forward in the chair, his head bowed and his whole body shaking. Dalgliesh said, I'm going to ask you once again, did you go into the church on Saturday night? Surtees managed to sit upright, and even to meet Dalglish's eyes. And now it seemed to Kate that terror was giving way to relief. He was about to tell the truth, and was glad to put an end to the prolonged ordeal of lying. Now he and the police would be on the same side. They would approve of him, absolve him, tell him that they understood. She had seen it all so many times before. Surtees said, All right, I did go into the church, but I didn't kill anybody. I swear I didn't. I couldn't. I swear before God that I never touched him. I was only there for less than a minute. Dalgliesh asked, Doing what? I was getting something for Karen. Something she needed. It was nothing to do with the archdeacon. It's private, between us. Kate said, Mr. Surtees, you must know that that isn't good enough. Nothing is private in a murder investigation. Why did you go to the church on Saturday night? Surtees looked at Dalgliesh, as if willing him to understand. Karen needed another consecrated wafer. It had to be consecrated. She asked me to get one for her. She asked you to steal for her? She didn't see it like that. There was a silence, then he said, Yes, I suppose so. But it wasn't her fault, it was mine. I didn't have to agree. I didn't want to do it. The fathers have always been good to me, but it was important to Karen, and in the end I said I'd go. She had to have it this weekend, because she needs it on Friday. She just didn't think it was all that important. It was just a wafer to her. She wouldn't have asked me to steal something valuable. Dalgliesh said, But this was something valuable, wasn't it? Again there was a silence. Dalgliesh said, Tell me what happened on Saturday night. Think back, and think clearly. I want every detail. Surtees was calmer now. He seemed to be drawing himself up, and the colour was again blotching his cheeks. He said, I waited until very late. I had to be sure they would all be asleep, or at least in their rooms, and the storm was a help. I didn't think they'd be going for a walk. It was about midnight when I started out. Wearing? Just my dark brown corduroys and a thick leather jacket. No light clothes. We thought it would be safer to wear dark clothes, but I wasn't disguised. Did you wear gloves? No, I didn't think it was necessary. I've only got thick gardening gloves and an old woolen pair. I'd have had to take them off to pick up the wafer, cope with the locks, and I didn't think it mattered not wearing gloves. No one would know there had been a theft. They wouldn't miss one wafer, they'd think they'd miscounted. That's what I argued. I've just got the 2 keys, one to the iron gate and the other to the door from the north cloister. Usually I don't need them during the day, as the gate and the doors from both the cloisters are left open. I knew that the church keys were in Miss Ramsay's office. Sometimes at festivals like Easter, I give them flowers or greenery. Father Sebastian would ask me to leave them in a bucket of water in the sacristy. There's always one of the students who's good at decorating the church. Sometimes Father Sebastian hands me the keys, or he tells me to get them from the office, lock up carefully after me, and return them. We're supposed to sign for the church keys if we take them, but sometimes people don't bother. They made it very easy for you, didn't they? But then, it isn't difficult to steal from people who trust you. There was a second, when Dalgliesh was simultaneously aware of the note of contempt in his voice and of Kate's unspoken surprise.
He told himself that this was too close to personal involvement. Surtees said, with more confidence than he had shown before, "I wasn't going to hurt anyone. I couldn't hurt anyone. And even if I'd managed to steal the wafer, no one at the college would have been hurt. I don't think they'd even have known. It was just one wafer. It wouldn't have cost more than a penny." Dalgliesh said, "So let's get back to what exactly happened on Saturday night. We'll leave out the excuses and justification. We'll stick to the facts, all the facts." "Well, as I said, it was about 11:45 when I set out. The college was very dark, and the wind was howling. There was only one light, and that was in one of the guest rooms, and the curtains were drawn. I used my key to get into the college through the back door, then past the scullery and into the main part of the house. I had a torch with me, so I didn't need to put on any of the lights, but there was one light burning beneath a statue of the Madonna and Child in the main hall. I had a story ready if anyone appeared. I was going to say that I thought I'd seen a light from inside the church, and was coming to get the keys to investigate. I knew it would sound unconvincing, but I wasn't really expecting to have to use it. I took the keys and went out again the way I'd come in, locking the door behind me. I put out the cloister lights and kept close to the wall. There wasn't any trouble with the mortice lock to the sacristy. It's always kept oiled, and the key turned very easily. I pushed open the door very gently, lighting my way with a torch, and turned off the alarm system. I was beginning to feel less frightened and more optimistic. It had all gone so easily. I knew where the wafers would be, of course, to the right of the altar in a kind of alcove with a red light shining above it. They keep consecrated wafers there in case one of the priests has to take them out to someone who is sick in the community, or sometimes they're taken to a communion service at one of the village churches where they don't have a priest. I had an envelope in my pocket and I was going to put the wafer inside, but when I pushed open the door into the church, I saw there was someone there. It wasn't empty. Again he paused. Dalgliesh resisted temptation to comment or question. Surtees had his head bowed, his hands clasped in front of him. He looked as if remembering had suddenly become an effort. He said, "There was a light on at the north end of the church, the light over the doom, and there was someone standing there, a figure in a brown cloak and hood." It was Kate who couldn't resist the question. "Did you recognize him?" "No. He was partly behind a pillar, and the light was too dim, and the hood was up over his head." "Tall or short?" "I think about average, not particularly tall. I can't really remember. And then, in the minute while I watched, the big south door opened and someone came in. I didn't recognize him either. I didn't really see him, I just heard him call out, 'Where are you?' and then I shut the door. I knew the whole thing was off. There was nothing for it but to lock up after me and go back to the cottage." Dalgliesh said, "Are you absolutely certain that you recognize neither of the figures?" "Quite certain. I never saw either face. I didn't really see the second man at all." "But you know it was a man?" "Well, I heard the voice." Dalgliesh said, "Who did you think it was?" "Judging from the voice, I think it might have been the archdeacon." "So he must have spoken quite loudly." Surtees flushed. He said unhappily, "I suppose it must have been quite loud. It didn't seem so at the time. Of course the church was very quiet, and the voice sort of echoed. I can't be certain it was the archdeacon. It's just the impression I had at the time." It was apparent he could tell them nothing more certain about the identity of either figure. Dalgliesh asked him what he had done after leaving the church. "I reset the alarm, locked the door behind me, and went out through the courtyard, past the south door of the church. I don't think it was open or even ajar. I can't remember seeing a light, but I wasn't really noticing. I was just anxious to get away. I battled my way across the headland against the wind and told Karen what had happened. I was hoping I'd have a chance to return the keys sometime on Sunday morning, but when we were sent for to go to the library and were told about the murder, I knew it wouldn't be possible." "So what did you do with them?" Surtees said miserably, "I buried them in a corner of the pig pen." Dalgliesh said, "When this interview is over, Sergeant Robbins will go with you to recover them." Surtees made to get up, but Dalgliesh said, "I said when the interview is over. It isn't over yet." The information they had just gained was the most important they had been given so far, and he had to resist the temptation to follow it up at once. But first it was necessary to get what confirmation he could of Surtees's story. Chapter 8. Summoned by Kate, Karen Surtees came into the room with no apparent sign of nervousness, seated herself beside her half-brother without waiting for Dalglish's invitation, hitched her black shoulder bag onto the back of the chair, and turned immediately towards Surtees. "You all right, Eric? No third degree?" "Yes, I'm all right." "I'm sorry, Karen, I've told them." He said again, "I'm sorry." "What for? You did your best. It wasn't your fault there was someone in the church. You tried. Just as well for the police that you did. I hope they're grateful." Surtees's eyes had brightened at the sight of her, and there was an almost palpable sense of her fortifying strength passing through him as she briefly laid her hand on his. His words had been apologetic, but there had been nothing servile in the look he gave her. Dalgliesh recognized the most dangerous of complications: love. And now she turned her attention to him, fixing on him a concentrated and challenging gaze. Her eyes widened, and he thought she was suppressing a secretive smile. Dalgliesh said, "Your brother has admitted that he was in the church on Saturday night. Early Sunday morning. It was after midnight, and he's my half-brother. Same dad, different mothers." Dalgliesh said, "So you told my officers earlier. I've heard his story. I'd like to hear yours." "It will be much the same as Eric's. He's not much good at lying, as you've probably discovered. That can be inconvenient at times, but it has its advantages. Well, it's no great deal. He hasn't done anything wrong, and the idea that he could hurt anyone, let alone kill them, is ridiculous. He can't even kill his own pigs. I asked him to get me a consecrated wafer from the church. If you don't go in for these things, I can tell you that they're small, white discs, made, I imagine, of flour and water, about the size of a 2-penny piece. Even if he'd managed to get one and been caught, I can't see the magistrates committing him to the Crown Court for sentence. Value insignificant." Dalgliesh said, "It depends on your scale of values. Why did you want it?" "I don't see what that has to do with your present inquiry, but I don't mind telling you. I'm a freelance journalist, and I'm writing an article on the Black Mass. It's been commissioned, by the way, and I've done most of the research. The people I've succeeded in infiltrating need a consecrated wafer, and I promised to get one. And don't say that I could have bought a whole box of unconsecrated wafers for £1 or £2. That was Eric's argument. This is genuine research, and I needed the genuine article. You may not respect my job, but I take it as seriously as you take yours. I'd promised to provide a consecrated wafer, and that was what I was going to do. The research would have been a waste of time otherwise. So you persuaded your half-brother to steal it for you?" "Well, Father Sebastian wasn't going to give me one if I asked nicely, was he?" "Your brother went alone?" "Of course. No sense in my tagging along and adding to the risk. At a pinch he could justify being in the college. I couldn't." "But you did wait up for him?" "It wasn't a question of waiting up. We'd never actually been to bed. At least not to sleep." "So you heard his account of what happened immediately he got back, not next morning?" "He told me as soon as he got back. I was waiting and he told me. Miss Surtees, this is very important. Please think back and try to remember exactly what you were told and in your brother's words." "I don't think I can remember the exact words, but the sense was plain enough. He told me he had no problem in getting the key. He opened the sacristy door by the light of his torch, and then the door leading into the church. It was then he saw the light over that oil painting outside the main door, the Doom, isn't it, and a figure standing close to it wearing a cloak and hood. Then the main door opened and someone else came in. I asked him if he recognized either figure, and he said he didn't. The one in the cloak had the hood up and his back to him, and he only had a brief glimpse of the second man. He thought that the second figure called out, 'Where are you?' or something like that. The impression he got was that it could have been the archdeacon. And he didn't suggest to you at all who the other figure might have been?" "No, but he wouldn't, would he? I mean, he didn't think there was anything sinister about seeing a cloaked figure in the church. It mucked things up for us, and it was odd at that time of night. But he naturally assumed that it was one of the priests or one of the students. I assumed the same. God knows what they were doing there after midnight. They could have been having their own Black Mass for all we cared. Obviously, if Eric had known the archdeacon was going to be murdered, he'd have taken more notice. At least I suppose he would. What do you think you'd have done, Eric, faced with a murderer with a knife?" Surtees looked at Dalgliesh as he replied, Ran away, I suppose. I'd have raised the alarm, of course. The guest sets aren't locked, so I'd probably have rushed into Jerome for your help. At the time, I was just disappointed that I'd managed to get the key without being seen, and it was beginning to seem so easy, and now I'd have to go back and say I'd failed. There was nothing more to be learned from him at present, and Dalgliesh told him that he could go, first warning them both that the information they had given must be kept absolutely secret. They had clearly put themselves in danger of the charge of obstructing the police, if not something more serious. Sergeant Robbins would now go with Surtees to recover the keys, which would be kept in police possession. Both gave the assurance demanded. Eric Surtees with as much formality as if taking a solemn oath, his sister ungraciously. As Surtees finally got up to go, his half-sister got up too, but Dalgliesh said, "I'd like you to stay if you would, Miss Surtees. I've one or two further questions." As the door closed behind her half-brother, Dalgliesh said, "When I first began talking to your brother, he said that you wanted him to get you another wafer. So this wasn't the first time. An earlier attempt had been made. What happened on the first occasion?" She sat very still, but her voice was composed when she answered, "Eric made a slip of the tongue. There was only this once." "I don't think so. Of course I could get him back and ask him, and indeed I shall ask him. But it would be simpler if you explained to me now what happened on the previous occasion." She said defensively, "It had nothing to do with this murder. It happened last term. I must be the judge of what relates to this murder. Who stole the wafer for you the time before?" "It wasn't stolen that time. Not precisely. It was handed over to me." "Was it by Ronald Treves?" "Yes, it was, if you must know. Some of the wafers are consecrated and taken to churches round about where temporarily there isn't a priest, and where there's to be Holy Communion. The wafers are consecrated and taken to the church by whoever is going to take or help with the service. That was Ronald's job that week, and he took out one wafer for me. One wafer out of so many. It was a small thing to ask." Kate suddenly intervened. "You must have known that it wasn't a small thing for him to do. How did you pay him? The obvious way?" The girl flushed, but with anger, not embarrassment. For a moment Dalgliesh thought she would flare into open antagonism. It would, he thought, have been justified. He said quietly, "I'm sorry if you found that offensive. I'll rephrase it. How did you manage to persuade him?" Her momentary outrage was over. Now she looked at him from narrowed, calculating eyes, then visibly relaxed. He could identify the second when she realized that candour would be more prudent and perhaps more satisfying. She said, "All right, I persuaded him in the obvious way, and if you're thinking of handing out moral judgment, you can forget it. Anyway, it's none of your business." She glanced over at Kate, and the look was frankly hostile. "Or hers. And I don't see what relevance all this has to the archdeacon's murder. They can't possibly be related." Dalgliesh said, "The truth is that I can't be sure. They could be. If they aren't, none of this will be used. I'm not asking about the theft of the wafer out of prurient curiosity about your private life." She said, "Look, I rather liked Ronald. Okay, maybe it was more that I felt sorry for him. He wasn't exactly popular here. Papa too rich, too powerful, wrong business too. In armaments, isn't he? Anyway, Ronald didn't really fit in. When I came down to stay with Eric, we'd meet occasionally and walk along the cliffs to the mere. We'd talk. He told me things you wouldn't be able to get out of him in a million years, and nor would these priests, confession or no confession. And I did him a favour. He was 23 and a virgin. Look, he was desperate for sex, dying for it." Perhaps, thought Dalgliesh, he had died for it. He heard the continuing voice. "Seducing him wasn't exactly a chore. Men make a fuss about seducing female virgins. God knows why. Exhausting and unrewarding, I'd have thought. But the other way has its excitements. And if you want to know how we kept it from Eric, we didn't go to bed in the cottage. We made love in the bracken on the cliffs. He was a damn sight luckier to have me initiating him than going with a whore, which he'd tried once, and then got so disgusted he couldn't see it through." She paused, and as Dalgliesh didn't speak, went on more defensively. "He was training to be a priest, wasn't he? What use would he be to other people if he hadn't lived? He used to go on about the grace of celibacy,
And I suppose celibacy is all right if that's your thing. But believe me, it wasn't his. He was lucky to find me."
Dalgliesh said, "What happened to the wafer?"
"Oh, God, that was bad luck. You'll hardly believe this. I lost it. I put it into a plain envelope and pushed it into my briefcase with other papers. That's the last I saw of it. It probably fell into the waste paper basket when I pulled the papers out of the briefcase. Anyway, I haven't found it."
"So you wanted him to get you another, and this time he was less compliant."
"You could put it like that. He must have been thinking things over in the vacation. You'd think I'd ruined his life instead of contributing to his sexual education."
Dalgliesh said, "And within a week, he was dead."
"Well, I'm not responsible for that. I didn't want him dead."
"So you think it could have been murder?"
This time she gazed at him appalled, and he saw both surprise and terror in her eyes. "Murder? Of course it wasn't murder. Who the hell would want to murder him? It was accidental death. He started poking around in the cliffs and brought the sand down on himself. There was an inquest. You know what the verdict was."
"When he refused to hand over a second consecrated wafer, did you attempt blackmail?"
"Of course not."
"Did you even by implication suggest that he was now in your power, that you had information that could get him expelled from the college, ruining his chances of ever being ordained?"
"No," she said vehemently. "No, I didn't. What the hell would be the use? It would compromise Eric, for one thing, and for another, those priests would believe him, not me. I wasn't in a position to blackmail him."
"You think he realized that?"
"How the hell do I know what he thought? He was half crazy, that's all I know. Look, you're supposed to be investigating the murder of Crampton. Ronald's death had nothing to do with this case. How could it have?"
"I suggest you leave me to decide what has or has not to do with this case. What happened when Ronald Treves came to St. John's Cottage on the night before he died?" She sat there in sullen silence. Dalgliesh said, "You and your brother have already withheld information vital to this investigation. If we'd been told on Sunday morning what we've now learned, someone might have been under arrest. If neither you nor your brother had anything to do with Archdeacon Crampton's death, I suggest you answer my questions honestly and truthfully. What happened when Ronald Treves came to St. John's Cottage on that Friday night?"
"I was there already. I'd come down from London for the weekend. I didn't know he was going to call, and he had absolutely no right to walk into the cottage like he did. Okay, we've got used to leaving doors open, but the cottage is supposed to be Eric's home. He came barging upstairs, and, if you must know, found Eric and me in bed. He just stood in the doorway and stared. He looked crazy, absolutely crazy. And then he started spitting out ridiculous accusations. I can't really remember what he said. I suppose it could have been funny, but actually it was rather frightening. It was like being ranted at by a lunatic. No, that's the wrong word. It wasn't a rant. He didn't shout or scream. He hardly raised his voice. That's what made it rather terrifying. Eric and I were naked, which put us at a bit of a disadvantage. We just sat up in bed and stared at him, while that high voice went on and on. God, it was weird. Do you know, he'd actually thought I was going to marry him. Me, a parson's wife? He was mad. He looked crazy and he was crazy." She told it with a puzzled incredulity, as if confiding to a friend over a drink in a bar. Dalgliesh said, "You seduced him, and he thought you loved him. He gave you a consecrated wafer because you asked, and he could refuse you nothing. He knew precisely what it was he had done. And then he saw that there never had been love, that he had been used. The next day he killed himself. Miss Surtees, do you in any way feel responsible for that death?" She cried vehemently, "No, I don't. I never told him I loved him. It wasn't my fault if he thought I did. And I don't believe he killed himself. It was an accident. That's what the jury found, and that's what I believe." Dalgliesh said quietly, "I don't think it is, you know. I think you know very well what drove Ronald Treves to his death. Even if I do, that doesn't make me responsible. And what the hell did he think he was doing? Barging in like that and rushing upstairs as if he owned the place? And now I suppose you'll tell Father Sebastian and get Eric thrown out of the cottage." Dalgliesh said, "No, I shall not tell Father Sebastian. You and your brother have put yourselves in considerable peril.
I can't impress on you too strongly that what you've told me must remain secret. All of it." She said ungraciously, "All right. We're not going to speak. Why should we? And I don't see why I should feel guilty about Ronald or about the archdeacon. We didn't kill him. But we thought you'd be ready enough to think we did if you got a chance. Those priests are sacrosanct, aren't they? I suggest you start looking at their motives instead of picking on us. And I didn't think it would matter, not telling you about Eric going to the church. I thought one of the students had killed the archdeacon, and he'd confess anyway. That's what they go in for, isn't it? Confessions. I'm not going to be made to feel guilty. I'm not cruel and I'm not callous. I was sorry for Ronald. I didn't bully him into giving me that wafer. I asked him, and in the end he agreed. And I didn't have sex with him to get the wafer. Okay, that was part of it, but it wasn't the whole. I did it because I was sorry for him, and because I was bored, and maybe for other reasons which you wouldn't understand, and would disapprove of if you did." There was nothing else to be said. She was frightened, but she was not ashamed. Nothing he could have said would have made her feel responsible for Ronald Treeves's death. He thought now of the desperation which had driven Treves to that appalling end. He had been faced with the stark choice of staying on at Saint Anselm's with the constant threat of betrayal, and the tormenting knowledge of what he had done, or confessing to Father Sebastian with the almost certainty that he would have to return home to his father as a failure. Dalgliesh wondered what Father Sebastian would have said and done. Father Martin would, he thought, have shown mercy. He was less sure about Father Sebastian. But even if mercy had been shown, how could Treves have stayed on with the humiliating knowledge that he was there on probation? At last he let her go. He felt a profound pity and an anger which seemed directed against something deeper and less identifiable than Karen Surtees and her insensitivities. But what right had he to feel anger? She could claim her own kind of morality. If you promised to provide a consecrated wafer, you didn't cheat. If you were an investigative journalist, you took the job seriously, conscientious even in deceit. There had been no meeting of minds. There never could be. It was for her inconceivable that anyone would kill himself for a small disk of flour and water. For her, the sex had been little more than a relief from boredom, the satisfying power of initiation, a new experience, the lightly taken exchange of pleasure. To take it more seriously led at best to jealousy, demands, recriminations, and mess. At worst, to a mouth choked with sand. And hadn't he, in his solitary years, separated his sexual life from commitment, even if he had been more fastidious and prudent in his choice of partner, and more sensitive to the hurt of others? He wondered what he would say to Sir Ulred, probably merely that an open verdict would have been more logical than one of accidental death, but that there was no evidence of foul play. But there had been foul play. He would keep Ronald's secret. The boy had left no suicide note. There was no way of knowing whether in those last seconds, and too late, he might have changed his mind. If he had died because he couldn't bear his father to know the truth, it wasn't for him, Dalgliesh, to reveal it now. He became conscious of the prolonged silence, and of Kate sitting beside him, wondering why he didn't speak. He was aware of her contained impatience. He said, "Right, we're getting somewhere at last. We've found the missing key. That means that Cain did, after all, go back into the college and return the one he used. And now we find that brown cloak." Kate said, her voice echoing his thoughts, "If it still exists to be found." Chapter 9. Dalgliesh called Piers and Robbins into the interview room and put them in the picture. He said, "You checked all the cloaks, brown and black?" It was Kate who replied, "Yes, sir. Now that Treves is dead, there are 19 students in residence and 19 cloaks. 15 students are absent, and all except one, who went home to celebrate his mother's birthday and wedding anniversary, have taken their cloaks. That means there should have been 5 in the cloakroom when we checked, and there were. They've all been examined pretty carefully, and so have the cloaks of the priests. Do the cloaks have name tabs? I didn't look when I first checked on them." It was Piers who replied, "All of them. Apparently they're the only clothes that do. I suppose it's because they're identical except for size. There's no cloak in college without a name tab." They had no way at present of knowing whether the killer had actually worn the cloak during the murderous attack. It was possible even that there had been a third person waiting in the church when the archdeacon arrived, someone whom Surtees hadn't glimpsed. But now that they knew that a cloak had been worn, and almost certainly by the killer, all 5 cloaks, although apparently clean, would have to be scientifically examined by the lab for minute traces of blood, hairs, or fibres. But what about the 20th cloak? Was it possible that it had been overlooked when Ronald Treeves's clothes were bundled up for return to his family after his death? Dalgliesh thought back to the interview with Sir Aelred at New Scotland Yard. Sir Aelred's chauffeur had been sent with another driver to collect the Porsche and had taken the parcel of clothes back to London with him. But had it contained a cloak? He tried to force memory into recollection. There had been a mention, surely, of a suit, shoes, and certainly a cassock, but had he mentioned a brown cloak? He said to Kate, "Get Sir Aelred for me. He gave me a card with his home address and phone number before he left the yard. You'll find it on the file. I imagine he's unlikely to be there at this time, but someone will be. Tell them I have to speak to him personally, and that it's urgent." He had expected difficulty. Sir Aelred wasn't a man to be readily accessible by telephone, and there was always the possibility that he wasn't in the country. But they were lucky. The man who answered the telephone at his home, although reluctantly convinced of the urgency, gave the number of Sir Aelred's Mayfair office. Here they were answered by the usual upper-class, unaccommodating voice. Sir Aelred was in a meeting. Dalgliesh said that he must be fetched. Could the commander please wait? The delay was unlikely to be for more than 3/4 of an hour. Dalgliesh said that he was unable to wait even for 3/4 of a minute. The voice said, "Will you hold on, please?" Within less than a minute, Sir Aelred was on the phone. The strong, authoritarian voice came over unworried, but with a note of controlled impatience. "Commander Dalgliesh, I was expecting to hear from you, but hardly in the middle of a conference. If you've any news, I'd rather hear it later. I take it this affair at Saint Anselm's is related to my son's death." Dalgliesh said, "There's no evidence to suggest that at present. I'll get in touch with you about the inquest verdict as soon as I've completed my investigations. In the meantime, murder has priority. I wanted to ask you about your son's clothes. I remember your telling me that they were returned to you. Were you present when the parcel was opened?" "Not when it was opened, but shortly afterwards. It isn't something I'd normally have taken an interest in, but my housekeeper, who dealt with it, wanted to consult me. I told her to take the clothes to Oxfam, but the suit was the same size as her son wore, and she asked me whether I would be happy if she gave it to him. She was also worried about the cassock. She didn't think that it would be any use to Oxfam, and wondered if she ought to send it back. I told her that as they'd got rid of it, they'd hardly be interested in seeing it returned, and that she could dispose of it in any way that occurred to her. I think it was put into the dustbin. Is that all? And the cloak? A brown cloak?" "There was no cloak." "You can be sure of that, Sir Aelred?" "No, of course I can't. I didn't open the parcel. But if there had been a cloak, it's likely Mrs. Mellors would have mentioned it, asked me what I wanted done with it. As far as I remember, she brought in the whole parcel to me. The clothes were still in the brown paper, the string partly wrapped round. I can see no reason why she should have removed the cloak. I take it that all this is relevant to your inquiries?" "Very relevant, Sir Aelred. Thank you for your help. Can I reach Mrs. Mellors at your house?" The voice had grown impatient. "I've no idea. I don't control my servant's movements. She does live in, so I can imagine she can be contacted. Good day, Commander." They were fortunate, too, with the return call to the Holland Park house. The same male voice answered the telephone, but said that he would put through the call to the housekeeper's flat. Mrs. Mellors, once assured that Dalgliesh had spoken to Sir Aelred and was ringing with his approval, took this on trust, and merely said that, yes, she had been the one to open the parcel of Mr. Ronald's clothes when they were returned from St. Anselm's, and had made a list of the contents. There had been no brown cloak. Sir Aelred had kindly given permission for her to take the suit. The rest of the items had been taken by one of the staff to the Oxfam shop at Notting Hill Gate. The cassock she had thrown away. She had thought that it was a pity to waste the material, but she couldn't imagine that anyone would want to wear it. She added, somewhat surprisingly for a woman whose confident voice and intelligent responses had sounded rational, "The cassock was found by his body, wasn't it? I'm not sure I would have liked to wear it. There was something rather sinister about it, I thought. I did wonder whether to cut off the buttons. They could have come in useful, but I didn't like to touch it. To tell you the truth, I was glad to see it go into the bin." After he had thanked her and put down the receiver, Dalgliesh said, "So what happened to the cloak, and where is it now? The first step is to speak to the person who parcelled up the clothes. Father Martin told me that it was done by Father John Betterton." Chapter 10. In front of the great stone fireplace in the library, Emma was giving her second seminar. As with the first, she had little hope of distracting the thoughts of her small group of students from the other more grimly sober activities which were being carried on around them. Commander Dalgliesh hadn't yet given permission for the reopening and rehallowing services which Father Sebastian had planned. The scene of crime officers was still on the job, arriving each morning in a sinister little van which someone must have driven from London for their use, and which was parked outside the front entrance in defiance of Father Peregrine's objections. Commander Dalgliesh and his 2 detective inspectors still pursued their mysterious inquiries, and the lights burned late at night in St. Matthew's cottage. The students had been forbidden by Father Sebastian to discuss the murder. In his words, "to connive in evil and aggravate distress by ill-informed and speculative gossip." He could hardly have expected the prohibition to be observed, and Emma wasn't sure that it had been helpful. Certainly the speculation was discreet and spasmodic, rather than general or prolonged, but the fact that it had been forbidden only added guilt to the weight of anxiety and tension. Open discussion, she felt, would have been better. As Raphael had said, having the police in the house is like being invaded by mice. Even when you don't see or hear them, you know they're there. The death of Miss Betterton had added little to the weight of distress. It was no more than a second but softer blow on nerves already anaesthetised by horror. The community, having accepted that the death was accidental, tried to distance it from the horror of the archdeacon's murder. Miss Betterton had been rarely seen by the ordinance, and only Raphael genuinely mourned for her. But even he seemed to have gained some kind of balance since yesterday, a precarious equilibrium between withdrawal into his private world and flashes of hard acerbity. Since that moment of talk on the headland, Emma hadn't seen him alone. She was glad. He wasn't easy to be with. There was the seminar room at the back of the house on the 2nd floor, but Emma had chosen to use the library. She told herself that it was more convenient to have the book she might need for reference close at hand, but knew that there was a less rational explanation for her choice. The seminar room was too claustrophobic, in atmosphere if not in size. However frightening the presence of the police, it was more bearable to be at the heart of the house than closeted on the 2nd floor, isolated from activity, which it was less traumatic to hear than to imagine. Last night she had slept, and slept well. Security locks to the guest sets had been fitted, and the keys handed over. She was grateful to be sleeping in Jerome rather than next to the church, with that dominant and obscurely threatening window. But only Henry Bloxham had mentioned the change. She had overheard him speaking to Stephen. "I understand that Dalgliesh asked to change sets, so that he can be next to the church. What is he expecting? The murderer to return to the scene of the crime? Do you think he sits up all night watching from the window?" No one had spoken of it to her. Occasionally on her visits to Saint Anselm's, one or more of the priests, if not otherwise occupied, would sit in at a seminar, always first asking her permission. They never spoke, nor did she ever feel that she was being assessed. Today the 4 ordinands were joined by Father John Betterton. As usual, Father Peregrine was silently at work at his desk at the far end of the library, seemingly impervious to their presence. A small fire had been lit in the grate, more for comfort than for additional heat, and they sat round it in low chairs, except for Peter Buckhurst. He had chosen a high back and sat upright and silent, his pale hands resting on the text, as if he were reading Braille. This term Emma had planned that they should read and discuss the poetry of George Herbert. Today, rejecting the ease of familiarity for a more demanding poem, she had chosen The Quiddity. Henry had just finished reading aloud the last verse. "It is no office, art, or news, nor the exchange or busy hall, but it is that which while I use I am with thee, and most take all." There was a silence, then Stephen Morby asked, "What does quiddity mean?" Emma said, "What a thing is, its essence." And the final words, "I am with thee, and most take all," it sounds like a misprint, but it obviously isn't. I mean, we'd expect the word must, not most. Raphael said, "The note in my edition says it refers to a card game. Winner takes all. So I suppose Herbert's saying that when he's writing poetry, he holds the hand of God, the winning hand." Emma said, "Herbert is fond of gaming puns. Remember the church porch? This could be a card game where you give up cards in order to obtain better ones. We mustn't forget Herbert's talking about his poetry. When he's writing it, he has everything because he's one with God. His readers at the time would have known the card game he was referring to." Henry said, "I wish I did. We should do some research, I suppose, and find out how it was played. It shouldn't be difficult." Raphael protested, "But pointless. I want the poem to lead me to the altar and silence, not to a reference book or a pack of cards." "Agreed. This is typical Herbert, isn't it? The mundane, even the frivolous, sanctified. But I'd still like to know." Emma's eyes were on her book, and she was only aware that someone had come into the library when the 4 students simultaneously rose to their feet. Commander Dalgliesh stood in the doorway. If he was disconcerted to find that he had interrupted a seminar, he didn't show it, and his apology, made to Emma, sounded more conventional than heartfelt. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were using the library. I'd like a word with Father John Betterton, and was told I'd find him here." Father John, a little flustered, began to edge himself out of his low leather chair. Emma knew that she was blushing, but, since there was no way of concealing the telltale flush, made herself meet Dalglish's dark, unsmiling eyes. She didn't get up, and it seemed to her that the 4 ordinands had moved closer to her chair, like a cassock-clad bodyguard, silently confronting an intruder. Raphael's voice was ironic and overloud. "The words of Mercury are harsh after the songs of Apollo. The poet-detective, just the man we need. We're grappling with a problem with George Herbert. Why not join us, Commander, and contribute your expertise?" Dalgliesh regarded him for a few seconds in silence, then said, "I'm sure Miss Lavenham has all the expertise necessary. Shall we go, Father?" The door closed behind them, and the 4 ordinands sat down. For Emma, the episode had had an importance beyond the words spoken or the glances exchanged. She thought, "The Commander doesn't like Raphael." He wasn't, she felt, a man who would ever let personal feelings intrude into his professional life. Almost certainly he wouldn't now. But she felt quietly sure that she hadn't misread that small spark of antagonism. What was odder was her own brief moment of pleasure at the thought. Chapter 11. Father Betterton trotted beside him across the hall, out of the front door, and round the south of the house to the cottage, accommodating his short legs to Dalglish's stride like an obedient child, his hands folded within his black cloak. He seemed more embarrassed than worried. Dalgliesh had wondered how he would react to police questioning. In his experience, anyone whose previous encounters with the police had resulted in arrest was never afterwards at ease with them. He had feared that Father Betterton's trial and imprisonment, which surely must have been for him an appallingly traumatic experience, might have left him unable to cope. Kate had described how he had reacted with stoically controlled revulsion to the taking of his prints, but then few potential suspects welcomed this official thieving of identity. Apart from this, Father John had seemed less obviously affected, both by the murder and by the death of his sister, than with the rest of the community, preserving always the same look of puzzled acceptance of a life which had to be endured rather than possessed. In the interview room, he seated himself on the edge of the chair, with no sign that he was expecting an ordeal. Dalgliesh asked, "Were you responsible, Father, for packing up Ronald Treeves's clothes for return to his father?" Now the faint impression of embarrassment was replaced by an unmistakable guilty flush. "Oh dear. I think I may have done something foolish. You wanted to ask about the cloak, I expect." "Did you send it back, Father?" No, I'm afraid I didn't. It's rather difficult to explain." He was still more embarrassed than frightened as he looked across at Kate. "It would be easier if I could have your other officer here, Inspector Tarrant. You see, it's all rather embarrassing." That wasn't a request to which Dalgliesh would normally have agreed, but the circumstances were unusual. He said, "As a police officer, Inspector Miskin is used to embarrassing confidences. But if you would feel happier—" "Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, please, I should. I know it's foolish of me, but it would be easier." At a nod from Dalgliesh, Kate slipped out, Piers was busy upstairs, seated at the computer. She said, "Father Betterton has something to say unsuitable for my chaste female ears. AD wants you. It looks as if Treeves's cloak was never sent back to Dad. If so, why the hell weren't we told before? What's wrong with these people?" Piers said, "Nothing, it's just that they don't think like policemen." "They don't think like anyone I've ever met. Give me a good old-fashioned villain any day." Piers gave up his seat to her and went down to the interviewing room. Dalgliesh said, "So exactly what happened, Father?" "I expect Father Sebastian told you that he asked me to bundle up the clothes. He thought, well, we thought that it wouldn't be fair to ask one of the staff to do it. The clothes of dead people are so personal to them, aren't they? It's always a distressing business. So I went to Ronald's room and got them together. He didn't have much, of course. The students aren't encouraged to bring too many possessions or clothes with them, only what is needed. I put the things together, but when I was folding the cloak, I noticed that—" He hesitated, and then said, "Well, I noticed that it was stained on the inside." "How was it stained, Father?" "Well, it was obvious that he'd been lying on the cloak and making love." Piers said, "It was a semen stain?" Yes, it was. Quite a big one, really. I felt I didn't want to send the cloak back to his father like that. Ronald wouldn't have wished me to, and I knew— well, we all knew that Sir Allred hadn't wanted him to come to St. Anselm's, hadn't wanted him to be a priest. If he'd seen the cloak, he could have made trouble for the college." "You mean a sexual scandal?" "Yes, something like that. And it would have been so humiliating for poor Ronald. It was the last thing he would have wanted to happen. I wasn't very clear in my mind, but it just seemed wrong to send the cloak back in the state it was in." "Why didn't you attempt to clean it?" "Well, I did think about that, but it wouldn't have been very easy. I was afraid that my sister would see me carrying it about and ask me what I was doing, and I'm not very good at washing things. And of course I didn't want to be seen doing it. The flat is small, and we had very little privacy from each other. I just put the problem aside. I know it was silly, but I had to get the parcel ready for Sir Allred's chauffeur, and I thought I would deal with it another time. And there was another problem. I didn't really want anyone here to know. I didn't want Father Sebastian to be told. You see, I knew who it was. I knew the woman he had been making love to." Piers said, "So it was a woman?" "Oh, yes, it was a woman. I know I can tell you this in confidence." Dalgliesh said, "If it has no bearing on the murder of the archdeacon, there's no reason why anyone but ourselves should know it. But I think I can help you. Was it Karen Surtees?" Father Betterton's face showed his relief. "Yes. It was, yes. I'm afraid that's right. It was Karen. You see, I'm rather fond of bird-watching, and I saw them through my binoculars. They were in the bracken together. Of course I didn't tell anyone. It's the kind of thing Father Sebastian would find it very difficult to overlook. And then there's Eric Surtees. He's a good man, and he's happy here with us and his pigs." I didn't want to say anything that would upset the arrangement, and it didn't seem such a terrible thing to me. If they loved each other, if they were happy together. But of course I don't know how it was with them. I don't know anything about it, really. But when one thinks of the cruelty and pride and selfishness which we often condone, well, I couldn't feel that what Ronald did was so very terrible. He wasn't really happy here, you know. He didn't fit in somehow, and I don't think he was happy at home either. So perhaps he needed to find someone who would show him sympathy and kindness. Other people's lives are so mysterious, aren't they? We mustn't judge. We owe the dead our pity and understanding, as well as the living. So I prayed about it and decided to say nothing. Only, of course, I was left with the problem of the cloak." Dalgliesh said, "Father, we need to find it quickly. What did you do with it?" "I rolled it up as tightly as I could and pushed it to the back of my wardrobe. I know it sounds foolish, but it seemed sensible at the time. There didn't really seem any hurry about it. But the days passed and it became more difficult. Then, on that Saturday, I realized I must make some kind of decision. I waited until my sister was taking a walk. I took one of my handkerchiefs and held it under the hot tap and rubbed it well with soap and managed to clean the cloak quite effectively. I rubbed it dry with a towel and held it in front of the gas fire. Then I thought the best thing would be to take off the name tab so that people weren't reminded of Ronald's death. After that I went down and hung it in the cloakroom on one of the pegs. That way, if any of the ordnance forgot their cloaks, they could use it. I decided that after I'd done that I would explain to Father Sebastian that the cloak hadn't been sent off with the other clothes, without giving an explanation. I'd tell him that I'd hung it in the cloakroom. I knew he'd just assume I'd been careless and forgotten about it. It really seemed the best way. Dalgliesh had learnt from experience that to hurry a witness was to invite disaster. Somehow he controlled his impatience. He said, "And where is the cloak now, Father?" "Isn't it on the peg where I hung it? The peg on the extreme right? I hung it there just before Compline on Saturday. Isn't it still there? Of course I couldn't check. Not that I thought of it, because you've locked the cloakroom door." "When exactly did you hang it there?" "As I've explained, just before Compline. I was one of the first to go into the church. There were very few of us with so many students away, and their cloaks were hanging in a row. Of course I didn't count them. I just hung Ronald's cloak where I've told you, on the last peg." "Father, did you at any time wear the cloak while it was in your possession?" Father Betterton's puzzled eyes looked into his. "Oh, no, I wouldn't have done that. We've our own black cloaks. I wouldn't have needed to wear Ronald's." "Do the students normally wear their own cloaks only, or are they, as it were, communal?" "Oh, they wear their own. I dare say sometimes they may get muddled, but that wouldn't have happened that night. None of the ordinands wear their cloaks to Compline, except in the bitterest winter. It's only a short walk to the church along the north cloister, and Ronald would never have lent his cloak to anyone else. He was very fussy about his belongings." Dalgliesh asked, "Father, why didn't you tell me this earlier?" Father John's puzzled eyes looked into his. "You didn't ask me. But didn't it occur to you when we examined all the cloaks and clothes for blood that we would need to know if any were missing?" Father John said simply, "No. And it wasn't missing, was it? It was on a peg in the cloakroom with the others." Dalgliesh waited. Father John's mild confusion had deepened into distress. He looked from Dalgliesh to Piers, and saw no comfort in their faces. He said, "I hadn't thought about the details of your investigation, what you were doing, or what it all might mean. I didn't want to, and it didn't seem any of my business. All I've done is to try to answer honestly any questions you've put to me." It was, Dalgliesh had to admit, a complete vindication. Why should Father John have thought the cloak significant? Someone more knowledgeable in police procedure, more curious or interested, would have volunteered the information, even if not expecting it to be particularly useful. Father John was none of these things, and even if it had occurred to him to speak, the protection of Ronald Treeves's pathetic secret would probably have seemed more important. Now he said contritely, "I'm sorry. Have I made things difficult for you? Is it important?" And what, thought Dalgliesh, could he honestly answer to that? He said, "What is important is the exact time you hung the cloak on the end peg. You're sure that it was just before Compline?" "Oh, yes, quite sure. It would have been 9:15. I'm usually among the first into the church for Compline. I was going to mention the matter to Father Sebastian after the service, but he hurried away, and I didn't get the chance. And next morning, when we all heard about the murder, it seemed such an unimportant thing to worry him with." Dalgliesh said, "Thank you for being so helpful, Father. What you've told us is important. It is even more important that you keep it private. I'd be grateful if you wouldn't mention this conversation to anyone." "Not even to Father Sebastian?" "Not to anyone, please. When the investigation is over, you'll be free to tell Father Sebastian as much as you choose. At present, I don't want anyone here to know that Ronald Treeves's cloak is somewhere in college." "But it won't be somewhere, will it?" The guileless eyes looked at him. "Isn't it still on the peg?" Dalgliesh said, "It isn't on the peg now, Father, but I expect we'll find it." Gently he steered Father Betterton to the door. The priest seemed suddenly to have become a confused and worried old man, but at the door he gathered strength and turned to speak a few last words. "Naturally, I shan't tell anyone about this conversation. You've asked me not to do so, and I won't." May I please also ask you to say nothing about Ronald Treves' relationship with Karen? Dalgliesh said, If it is relevant to the death of Archdeacon Crampton, it will have to come out. Murder is like that, Father. There's very little we can keep secret when a human being has been done to death, but it will only be revealed if and when it is necessary. Dalgliesh impressed on Father John again the importance of telling no one about the cloak, and let him go. There was, he thought, one advantage of dealing with the priests and ordinands of Saint Anselm's. You could be reasonably certain that a promise, once given, would be kept. Chapter 12. Less than 5 minutes later, the whole team, including the Soccos, were behind the closed doors of St. Matthew's cottage. Dalgliesh reported the new development. He said, Right, so we begin the search. We need first to be clear about the 3 sets of keys. After the murder, only 1 set was missing. During the night, Surtees took a set and didn't return it. That set has been recovered from the pigsty. That means that Cain must have taken the 2nd set and replaced it after the murder. Assuming that Cain was the figure wearing the cloak, this could be hidden anywhere, inside the college or out. It's not an easy thing to conceal, but Cain had the whole headland and shore available, and plenty of time between midnight and 5:30. It could even have been burnt. There are plenty of ditches crossing the headland where a fire wouldn't be noticed, even if someone were abroad. All he would need would be some paraffin and a match. Pierce said, I know what I'd have done with it, sir. I'd have fed it to the pigs. Those animals would eat anything, particularly if it's blood-stained, in which case we'll be lucky to find anything except perhaps the small brass chain at the back of the neck. Dalgliesh said, Then look for it. You and Robbins had better make a start with St. John's Cottage. We've been given authority by Father Sebastian to go where we like, so no warrant is necessary. If any of the people in the cottages makes trouble, we may need a warrant. It's important no one knows what we're looking for. Where are the ordinands at present? Does anyone know? Kate said, I think they're in the lecture room on the 1st floor. Father Sebastian is giving them a seminar on theology. That should keep them occupied and out of the way. Mr. Clark, will you and your team take the headland and the shore? I doubt whether Cain would have made his way through that storm to chuck the cloak into the sea, but there are plenty of hiding places on the headland. Kate and I will take the house. The group dispersed, the Soccos turning seaward, and Piers and Robbins making their way towards St. John's Cottage. Dalgliesh and Kate went through the iron gate into the west courtyard. The north cloister was now free of leaves, but nothing of interest had been discovered from the Soccos' meticulous search, except the small twig, its leaves still fresh, on the floor of Raphael's set. Dalgliesh unlocked the door of the cloakroom. The air smelled unfresh. The 5 hooded cloaks hung on their pegs in a sad decrepitude, as if they had been there for decades. Dalgliesh put on his search gloves and turned back the hood of each cloak. The name tabs were in place. Morby, Arbuthnot, Buckhurst, Bloxham, Macaulay. They passed into the laundry room. There were 2 high windows with a 4-mica top table beneath them, and under it 4 plastic laundry baskets. To the left was a deep porcelain sink with a wooden draining board each side and a tumble-dryer. The 4 large washing machines were fixed to the right-hand wall. All the porthole doors were closed. Kate stood in the doorway while Dalgliesh opened the first 3 doors. As he bent to the 4th, she saw him stiffen and went up to him. Behind the thick glass, blurred but identifiable, were the folds of a brown woolen garment. They had found the cloak. On the top of the machine was a white postcard. Kate picked it up and silently passed it to Dalgliesh. The writing was black, the letters meticulously formed. This vehicle should not be parked in the forecourt. Kindly remove it to the rear of the building. P.G. Dalgliesh said, Father Peregrine, and it looks as if he turned off the machine. There are only about 3 inches of water here. Kate said, Is it bloody? And bending, peered close. It's difficult to see, but the lab won't need much to get a match. Ring Piers and the Soccos, will you, Kate? Call off the search. I want this door removed, the water drained off and the cloak sent to the lab. I need hair samples from everyone at St. Anselm's. Thank God for Father Peregrine. If a machine this size had gone full cycle, I doubt whether we'd have got anything useful, either blood, fibres, or hair. Piers and I will have a word with him. Kate said, Surely Cain was taking an extraordinary risk. It was crazy coming back. Even crazier to set the machine going. It was only by chance we didn't find the cloak earlier. He didn't mind if we did find it. He may even have wanted it found. All that mattered was that it couldn't be linked to him. But he must have known that there was a risk that Father Peregrine would wake up and turn off the machine. No, he didn't know, Kate. He was one of the people here who never uses those machines. Remember Mrs. Munro's diary? George Gregory had his washing done by Ruby Pilbeam. Father Peregrine was sitting at his desk at the west end of the library, hardly visible behind a pile of volumes. No one else was present. Dalgliesh said, "Father, did you turn off one of the washing machines on the night of the murder?" Father Peregrine lifted his head and appeared to take some seconds recognizing his visitors. He said, "I'm sorry, it's Commander Dalgliesh, of course. Of what are we speaking?" "Saturday night, the night Archdeacon Crampton was killed. I'm asking if you went into the laundry room and turned off one of the machines." "Did I?" Dalgliesh handed over the postcard. "You wrote this, I presume. Those are your initials. This is your handwriting." "Yes, that is my hand, certainly. Dear me, it seems to be the wrong card." "What did the right one say, Father?" "It said that ordnance should not use the washing machines after Compline. I go to bed early and sleep lightly. The machines are old, and when they start up, the noise is extremely disrupting. The defect, I understand, is in the water system, rather than in the machines themselves, but the cause is immaterial. Ordnance are supposed to keep silence after Compline. It is not an appropriate time to do their personal laundry." "And did you hear the machine, Father? Did you place this note on it?" "I must have done, but I expect I was half asleep at the time, and it slipped my mind." Pierce said, "How could it have slipped your mind, Father? You weren't too sleepy to write the note, find a card and a pen." "Oh, but I explained, Inspector. This is the wrong note. I have quite a number already written. They're in my room, if you care to see." They followed him through the door that led into his cell-like room. There, on the top of the crowded bookcase, was a cardboard box, containing some half-dozen cards. Dalgliesh rifled through them. "This desk is for my use only. Ordnance should not leave their books here. Kindly replace the books on these shelves in their precise order. These machines should not be used after Compline. In future, any machines working after 10 o'clock will be turned off. This board is for official notices only, not for the exchange of trivia by ordnance." All bore the initials PG. Father Peregrine said, "I'm afraid I was very sleepy. I picked up the wrong card." Dalgliesh said, "You heard the machine start up sometime in the night and went out to turn off the noise. Didn't you realize the importance of this when Inspector Miskin questioned you?" "The young woman asked me whether I had heard anyone come in or leave the building, or whether I had gone out myself. I remember the words exactly. She told me I must be very precise in answering her questions. I was. I said no. Nothing was said to me about washing machines." Dalgliesh said, "The doors of all the machines were closed. It's usual, surely, for them to be left open when not in use. Did you close them, Father?" Father Peregrine said complacently, "I can't remember, but I expect I did. It would be a natural thing to do. Tidiness, you know. I dislike seeing them left open. There's no good reason for it." Father Peregrine's thoughts seemed to be on his desk and the work in hand. He led the way back into the library, and they followed him. He settled himself down at the desk again, as if the interview were over. Dalgliesh said, with all the force he could command, "Father, are you at all interested in helping me to catch this murderer?" Father Peregrine, not in the least intimidated by Dalglish's 6'2" towering over him, appeared to consider the question as a proposition rather than an accusation. He said, "Murderers should be caught, certainly, but I don't really think I'm competent to help you, Commander. I have no experience of police investigation. I think you should call on Father Sebastian or Father John. They both read a great deal of detective fiction, and that probably gives them an insight. Father Sebastian lent me a volume once. I think it was by a Mr. Hammond Innes. It was too clever for me, I'm afraid." Piers, speechless, raised his eyes to heaven and turned his back on the debacle. Father Peregrine dropped his eyes to his book, but then showed signs of animation and looked up again. "Just a thought. This murderer, having done his murdering, would surely want to make his getaway. I expect he had a getaway car ready outside the west gate. The expression is familiar to me. I can't believe, Commander, that he would think it a convenient time to do his personal laundry. The washing machine is a kipper. Piers muttered, "Red herring," and took a step away from the desk as if he could bear no more. Father Peregrine said, "Kipper or red herring, the meaning is the same. Red herrings were, of course, the staple protein on this coast for many years. It's a curious word. I imagine the etymology is Middle English kippera, from the Old English kippera. I'm surprised you don't use it in place of red herring. You could say that an investigation was kippered when its success was jeopardized by irrelevant and misleading information." He paused, then added, "Like my note, I'm afraid." Dalgliesh said, "And you saw and heard nothing when you left your room?" "As I have explained, Commander, I have no memory of having left my room. However, the evidence of my note and the fact that the machine was turned off seem incontrovertible. Certainly if anyone had entered my room to take the postcard, I should have heard. I'm sorry not to be more helpful." Father Peregrine again turned his attention to his books, and Dalgliesh and Piers left him to his work. Outside the library, Piers said, "I don't believe it. The man's mad. And he's supposed to be competent to teach postgraduates. And does it brilliantly, so I'm told. I can believe it. He wakes, hears a noise he detests, pads out half asleep and picks up what he thinks is his usual note, then fumbles back into bed. The difficulty is that he doesn't for one moment believe that anyone in Saint Anselm's is a murderer. He doesn't admit the possibility to his mind. It's the same with Father John and the brown cloak. Neither of them is trying to obstruct us. They are not being deliberately unhelpful. None of them thinks like a policeman, and our questions seem an irrelevance. They refuse to accept even the possibility that someone at St. Anselm's was responsible." Piers said, "Then they're in for one hell of a shock. And Father Sebastian? Father Martin?" "They've seen the body, Piers. They know where and how. The question is, do they know who?" Chapter 13. In the laundry room, the dripping cloak had been carefully lifted and placed in an open plastic bag. The water, so faintly pink that the colour seemed more imagined than real, was siphoned into bottles and labelled. Two of Clark's team were dusting the machine for prints. It seemed to Dalgliesh a pointless exercise. Gregory had worn gloves in the church, and was unlikely to have taken them off before he returned to his cottage. But the job had to be done. The defence would look for any opportunity to question the efficiency of the investigation. Dalgliesh said, "This confirms Gregory as prime suspect, but then he was from the time we knew about the marriage. Where is he, by the way, do we know?" Kate said, "He drove to Norwich this morning. He told Mrs. Pilbeam we'd be back by mid-afternoon. She cleans his cottage for him, and she was there this morning. We'll question him as soon as he returns, and this time I want the interview recorded under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act. Two things are important. He mustn't know that Treeves's cloak was left in college, or that the washing machine was turned off. Speak to Father John and Father Peregrine again, will you, Piers? Be tactful. Try to ensure that the message gets through to Father Peregrine." Piers went out. Kate said, "Couldn't we get Father Sebastian to announce that the door to the north cloister is open and that students can use the laundry room? We could then keep watch to see if Gregory comes for the cloak. He'll want to know if we found it." "Ingenious, Kate, but it will prove nothing. He's not going to fall into that trap. If he does decide to come, he'll bring some soiled washing with him. But why should he? He planned for the cloak to be found. One more piece of evidence to convince us that this was an inside job. All that concerns him is that we can't prove that he wore it on the night of the murder. Normally, he'd have been safe. It was bad luck for him that Surtees went to the church on Saturday night. Without his evidence, there would have been no proof that the murderer wore a cloak. Bad luck for him, too, that the machine was turned off. If the washing cycle had been completed, any evidence would almost certainly have been destroyed." Kate said, "He could still claim that Treves had lent him the cloak sometime previously. But how likely is that? Treves was a young man, jealous of his possessions. Why would he lend anyone his cloak? But you're right. That will probably be part of his defence." Piers had returned. He said, "Father John's in the library with Father Peregrine. I think they've both got the message. But we had better wait for Gregory and intercept him as soon as he arrives back." Kate asked, "And if he wants a lawyer?" Dalgliesh said, "Then we'll have to wait until he gets one." But Gregory had no wish for a lawyer. An hour later he seated himself at the table in the interview room with every appearance of calm. He said, "I think I know my rights and just how far you are permitted to go without incurring the expense of a lawyer. Those who would be any good I can't afford, and those I can afford wouldn't be any good. My solicitor, although perfectly competent when it comes to drawing up a will, would be an irritating encumbrance to us all. I didn't kill Crampton. Not only is violence repugnant to me, I had no reason to wish him dead." Dalgliesh had decided that he would leave the questioning to Kate and Piers. Both sat opposite Gregory, and Dalgliesh himself moved to the east-facing window. It was, he thought, a curious setting for a police interview. The barely furnished room, with a square table, the 4 upright chairs and the 2 armchairs, was just as they had first seen it. The one change was a brighter bulb in the single overhanging light over the table. Only in the kitchen, with its collection of mugs and the faint smell of sandwiches and coffee, and in the more comfortably furnished sitting-room opposite, where Mrs. Pilbeam had actually provided a jug of flowers, were there any signs of their occupation. He wondered what a casual watcher would have made of the present scene, of this bare, functional space, of the 3 men and 1 woman so obviously intent on their private business. It could only be an interrogation or a conspiracy, and the rhythmic booming of the sea emphasized the atmosphere of secrecy and menace. Kate switched on the machine, and they went through the preliminaries. Gregory gave his name and address, and the 3 police officers stated their names and ranks. It was Piers who began the questioning. He said, "Archdeacon Crampton was murdered at about midnight last Saturday. Where were you after 10 o'clock that night?" "I told you that earlier when you first questioned me. I was in my cottage, listening to Wagner. I didn't leave the cottage until I was summoned by telephone to attend Sebastian Morel's assembly in the library. We have evidence that someone went to Raphael Arbuthnot's room that night. Was it you?" "How could it be? I just told you I didn't leave my cottage." "On the 27th of April, 1988, you married Clara Arbuthnot, and you have told us that Raphael is your son. Did you know at the time of the marriage that the ceremony would make him legitimate, the heir to Saint Anselm's?" There was a slight pause. Dalgliesh thought, "He doesn't know how we found out about the marriage. He's not sure how much we know." Then Gregory said, "I wasn't aware of it at the time. Later, and I can't remember when, it came to my knowledge that the 1976 Act had legitimized my son. At the time of the marriage, did you know the provisions of Miss Agnes Arbuthnot's will?" There was no hesitation now. Dalgliesh was confident that Gregory would have made it his business to know, probably by research in London. But he wouldn't have done that under his own name, and could be reasonably sure that this at least was evidence they wouldn't easily find. He said, "No, I didn't know." "And your wife didn't tell you before or after the marriage?" Again the slight hesitation, the flicker of the eyes. Then he decided to take a risk. "No, she didn't. She was more concerned with saving her soul than with financial benefit to our son. And if these somewhat naive questions are intended to stress that I had a motive, may I point out that so did all 4 resident priests?" Piers broke in. "I thought you told us that you were unaware of the provisions of the will." "I wasn't thinking of pecuniary advantage. I was thinking of the obvious dislike felt for the archdeacon by virtually everyone in college. And if you're alleging that I killed the archdeacon to ensure an inheritance for my son, may I point out that the college was scheduled to close? We all knew that our time here was limited." Kate said, "Closure was inevitable, perhaps, but not immediate. Father Sebastian might well have negotiated a further year or 2, long enough for your son to complete his training and to be ordained. Was that what you wanted? I'd have preferred another career for him. But this, I understand, is one of the smaller irritations of parenthood. Children seldom make sensible choices. As I have ignored Raphael for 25 years, I can hardly expect to have a say now in how he runs his life." Piers said, "We have learned today that the archdeacon's murderer almost certainly wore an ordnance cloak. We have found a brown cloak in one of the washing machines in Saint Anselm's laundry room. Did you put it there?" "No, I did not, nor do I know who did. We also know that someone, probably a man, phoned Mrs. Crampton at 9:28 on the night of the murder, pretending to call from the diocesan office, and asking for the number of the archdeacon's mobile phone. Did you make that call?" Gregory suppressed a faint smile. "This is a surprisingly simplistic interrogation for what I understand is regarded as one of Scotland Yard's more prestigious squads. No, I did not make that call, nor do I know who did. It was a time when the priests and the 4 ordinands in residence were due in church for Compline. Where were you?" "In my cottage, marking essays. And I wasn't the only man not to attend Compline. Yarwood, Stannard, Surtees, and Pilbeam resisted the temptation to hear the archdeacon preach, as did the 3 women. Are you sure it was a man who made that call?" Kate said, "The archdeacon's murder wasn't the only tragedy that put Saint Anselm's future at risk. The death of Ronald Treves didn't help. He was with you on the Friday evening. He died the next day. What happened that Friday?" Gregory stared at her. The spasm of dislike and contempt in his face was as raw and explicit as if he had spat. Kate flushed. She went on. "He'd been rejected and betrayed. He came to you for comfort and reassurance, and you sent him away. Isn't that what happened?" "He came to me for a lesson in New Testament Greek, which I gave him. Shorter than usual, admittedly, but that was at his wish. Obviously you know about his stealing the consecrated wafer. I advised him to confess to Father Sebastian. It was the only possible advice, and you would have given the same. He asked me if this would mean expulsion, and I said, given Father Sebastian's peculiar view of reality, I thought it would. He wanted assurance, but I couldn't honestly give it to him. Better to risk expulsion than fall into the hands of a blackmailer. He was the son of a rich man. He could have been paying that woman for years." "Have you any reason to suppose that Karen Surtees is a blackmailer? How well do you know her?" "Well enough to know that she is an unscrupulous young woman who likes power. His secret would never have been safe with her." Kate said, "So he went out and killed himself?" "Unfortunately. That I could neither have foreseen nor prevented." Pierce said, "And then there was a second death. We've evidence that Mrs. Munro had discovered that you are Raphael's father. Did she confront you with this knowledge?" There was another pause. He had placed his hands on the table and now sat regarding them. It was impossible to see his face, but Dalgliesh knew that the man had reached a point of decision. Again he was asking himself how much the police knew, and with what certainty. Had Margaret Munro spoken to someone else? Had she perhaps left a note? The pause lasted for less than 6 seconds, but seemed longer. Then he said, "Yes, she came to see me. She had made some inquiry, she didn't say what, that confirmed her suspicions. 2 things apparently worried her. The first was that I was deceiving Father Sebastian and working here under false pretenses. More importantly, of course, was that Raphael ought to be told. None of it was her business, but I thought it wise to explain why I hadn't married Raphael's mother when she was pregnant, and why I changed my mind. I said I was waiting to tell my son until I had reason to believe that the news wouldn't be too unwelcome to him. I wanted to choose my own time. She could be assured that I would speak before the end of term. On that undertaking, which, incidentally, she had absolutely no right to extract, she said she would keep the secret." Dalgliesh said, "And that night she died." "Of a heart attack. If the trauma of the discovery and the effort it took to confront me proved fatal, then I'm sorry. I can't be held responsible for every death that takes place at St. Anselm's. You will be accusing me next of pushing Agatha Betterton down the cellar steps." Kate said, "And did you?" This time he was clever at concealing his dislike. He said, "I thought you were investigating the murder of Archdeacon Crampton, not attempting to cast me as a serial killer. Shouldn't we be concentrating on the one death, which was undoubtedly murder?" It was then Dalgliesh spoke. He said, "We shall be requiring samples of hair from everyone who was in college last Saturday night. I take it you have no objection. Not if the indignity is to be extended to all the other suspects. It's hardly a procedure needing a general anesthetic." There was little point in prolonging the questioning. They went through the routine for ending the interview, and Kate switched off the tape. Gregory said, "If you want hairs, you'd better come for them now. I propose to work and have no intention of being interrupted." He strode off into the darkness. Dalgliesh said, "I want those samples taken tonight. Then I'm driving back to London. I'd like to be at the lab when the cloak is examined. We should get a result within a couple of days if they give it priority. You two and Robbins will remain here. I'll arrange with Father Sebastian for you to move into this cottage. I dare say he can provide sleeping bags or mattresses, if there are no spare beds. I want a 24-hour watch kept on Gregory." Kate said, "And if we get nothing from the cloak? Everything else we've got is circumstantial. Without forensic evidence, we haven't got a case." She had only been stating the obvious, and neither Dalgliesh nor Piers replied. Chapter 14. When his sister was alive, Father John seldom appeared at meals except for dinner, when all the community were expected to be present for what Father Sebastian obviously regarded as a unifying celebration of community life. But now, and a little unexpectedly, he arrived for Tuesday afternoon tea. With this latest death, there had been no ceremonial calling together of the whole of the college. The news had been given to priests and ordinands individually by Father Sebastian, with the minimum of fuss. The 4 ordinands had already visited Father John to express their condolences, and now they tried to show sympathy by replenishing his cup and bringing him sandwiches, scones and cake in succession from the refectory table. He sat near the door, a tranquil, diminished little man, unflinchingly polite and occasionally smiling. After tea, Emma suggested that she should begin looking through Miss Betterton's wardrobe, and they went up to the flat together. She had wondered how she could bundle up the clothes, and had asked Mrs. Pilbeam for a couple of strong plastic bags, one for items which might be welcomed by Oxfam or some other charity shop, and the other for clothes destined to be thrown away. But the 2 black bags presented to her had looked so intimidatingly unsuitable for anything other than rubbish that she had decided to make a preliminary sorting of the wardrobe, and then bag and remove the clothes at a time when Father John wasn't in the flat. She left him sitting in the gloaming by the faint blue flames of his gas fire, and went through to Miss Betterton's bedroom. A central pendant light with a dusty, old-fashioned shade gave inadequate illumination, but an angle-poised lamp on the table by the single brass bed was fitted with a more powerful bulb, and, by directing the beam on the room, she was able to see to begin her task. To the right of the bed was an upright chair and a bow-fronted chest of drawers. The only other furniture was an immense mahogany wardrobe, decorated with carved scrolls, which occupied the space between the 2 small windows. Emma opened the door and breathed in a musty smell, overlaid with the scent of tweed, lavender, and mothballs. But the task of sorting and discarding proved less formidable than she had feared. Miss Betterton, in her solitary life, had managed with few clothes, and it was difficult to believe she had purchased anything new in the last 10 years. Emma drew from the wardrobe a heavy musquash coat with bare patches, 2 tweed suits, which, with their over-padded shoulders and fitted jackets, looked as if they had last been worn in the 1930s, a motley collection of cardigans and long tweed skirts, and evening dresses in velvet and satin of excellent quality but archaic cut, which it was difficult to believe a modern woman would wear except as fancy dress. The chest of drawers held shirts and underclothes, knickers washed but stained at the crotch, long-sleeved vests and rolled balls of thick stockings. There was little here that a charity shop would welcome. She felt a sudden revulsion and a defensive pity on Miss Betterton's behalf that Inspector Tarrant and his colleague would have rummaged among these pathetic leavings. What had they expected to find? A letter? A diary? A confession? Medieval congregations, exposed Sunday after Sunday to the terrifying imagery of the doom, prayed to be delivered from sudden death, fearing that they might go to their Creator unshriven. Nowadays man, in his last moment, was more likely to regret the untidy desk, the unfulfilled intentions, the incriminating letters. There was a surprising find in the bottom drawer. Carefully placed between brown paper was an RAF officer's tunic with wings above the left pocket, 2 rings on the sleeves, and the ribbon of some gallantry award. With it was a squashed, rather battered cap. Moving the musquash coat, she laid them together on the bed, and contemplated them for a moment in baffled silence. She found the jewellery in the top left-hand drawer of the chest of drawers in a small leather box. There wasn't much, and the cameo brooches, heavy gold rings, and long pearl necklaces looked as if they were family heirlooms. It was difficult to assess their value, although some of the stones looked good, and she wondered how best she could deal with Father John's request to have the jewellery sold. Perhaps the best plan would be to take all the pieces to Cambridge and get a valuation from one of the city's jewellers. In the meantime, keeping them safe would be a responsibility. There was a false bottom to the box, and lifting it she found a small envelope, yellowed with age. She opened it and tipped out onto her palm a single ring. It was gold, and although the stones were small, they were prettily mounted, a central ruby and a cluster of diamonds. On impulse, she slipped it onto the third finger of her left hand, and recognized it for what it was, an engagement ring. If it had been given to Miss Betterton by the airman, he must have been killed. How else would she have come by his uniform? Emma had a vivid image of a single plane, Spitfire or Hurricane, spiralling out of control, and trailing its long tongue of fire before plunging into the channel. Or had he been a bomber pilot, shot down over some enemy target, joining in death those whom his bombs had killed? Had he and Agatha Betterton been lovers before he died? Why was it, she wondered, so difficult to believe that the old had been young, with the strength and animal beauty of youth, had loved, been loved, laughed and been full of youth's unmeditated optimism? She pictured Miss Betterton on the few occasions when she had seen her, striding along the cliff path, woolen cap on head, chin forward, as if combating a more bitterly intractable enemy than the wind, passing Emma on the stairs with a brief nod of recognition or a sudden dart from her dark, disturbingly inquisitive eyes. Raphael had liked her, had been willing to spend time with her. But had that been genuine affection, or the duty of kindness? And if this were indeed an engagement ring, why had she stopped wearing it? But perhaps that wasn't so difficult to understand. It represented something that was over, and had to be folded away, as she had folded away her lover's tunic. She had had no wish to put on memory every morning with a symbol which had outlasted the giver, and would outlast her, to make grief and loss public knowledge with every gesture of her hand. It was an easy platitude to say that the dead lived on in the memory of the living, but what substitute was memory for the loving voice and the strong enclosing arms? And wasn't this the stuff of nearly all the world's poetry? The transitoriness of life and love and beauty, the knowledge that time's winged chariot had knives in its wheels. There was a low knock on the door, and it opened. She swung round and saw Inspector Miskin. For a moment they stood regarding each other, and Emma saw no friendliness in the other's eyes. Then the inspector said, "Father John said I'd find you here. Commander Dalgliesh has asked me to put everyone in the picture. He's returned to London, and I shall be staying on for the present with Inspector Tarrant and Sergeant Robbins. Now that security locks have been fitted to the guest sets, it's important that you lock yourself in at night. I'll be in the college after Compline, and we'll see you to your set." So, Commander Dalgliesh had gone without saying goodbye. But why should he have said goodbye? There were more important matters on his mind than a casual courtesy. He would have said his formal farewells to Father Sebastian. What else would have been necessary? Inspector Miskin's tone had been perfectly polite, and Emma knew she was being unjust in resenting it. She said, "I don't need to be escorted to my set. And does this mean that you think we're in danger?" There was a pause. Then Inspector Miskin said, "We're not saying that. It's just that there is still a murderer on this headland, and until we make an arrest, it's sensible for everyone to take precautions." "And do you expect to make an arrest?" Again there was a pause. Then Inspector Miskin said, "We hope to. After all, that's what we're here for, isn't it? To make an arrest. I'm sorry I can't say any more at present. I'll see you later, then." She went out, closing the door. Standing alone by the bed, looking down at the folded cap and tunic, and with the ring still on her finger, Emma felt tears welling in her eyes, but didn't know whether she was weeping for Miss Betterton, for her dead lover, or a little for herself. Then she replaced the ring in its envelope, and set about completing her task. Chapter 15. The next morning, Dalgliesh drove before first light to the Lambeth laboratory. Rain had been falling steadily all night, and although it had now stopped, the changing red, amber and green of the traffic lights cast their trembling and gaudy images on roads still awash, and the air held a fresh river smell borne on a full tide. London seems to sleep only for the hours between 2 and 4 in the morning, and then it is a fitful slumber. Now slowly the capital was waking up, and the workers, in small, preoccupied groups, were emerging to take possession of their city. Material from Suffolk scenes of crime would normally have been sent to the Huntingdon Forensic Science Laboratory, but that laboratory was overloaded. Lambeth was able to offer Premium 1 priority, which was what Dalgliesh requested. He was well known at the lab, and was greeted with warmth by the staff. Dr. Anna Prescott, the senior forensic biologist who was awaiting him, had given evidence for the Crown in a number of his cases, and he knew how much success had depended on her reputation as a scientist, on the confidence and lucidity with which she presented her findings to the court, and on her calm assurance under cross-examination. But like all forensic scientists, she wasn't an agent of the police. If Gregory were ever brought to trial, she would be there as an independent expert witness, with allegiance only to the facts. The cloak had been dried in the laboratory drying cupboard, and had now been spread out on one of the wide search tables under the glare of the 4 fluorescent lights. Gregory's tracksuit had been taken to another part of the lab to avoid cross-contamination. Any transferred fibres from the tracksuit would be recovered from the surface of the cloak with adhesive tape, and then be examined by comparison microscopy. If this initial preliminary microscope examination suggested that there was a match, a further series of comparative tests would be undertaken, including the instrumental analysis of the chemical composition of the fibre itself. But all that, which would take considerable time, was in the future. The blood had already gone for analysis, and Dalgliesh awaited the report without anxiety. He had no doubt that it had come from Archdeacon Crampton. What Dr. Prescott and he were looking for now were hairs. Together, gowned and masked, they bent over the cloak. Dalgliesh reflected that the keen human eye was a remarkably effective instrument of search. It took them only a few seconds to find what they were seeking. Twisted in the brass chain at the neck of the cloak were 2 grey hairs. Dr. Prescott unwound them with delicate care and placed them in a small glass dish. She immediately examined them under a low-power microscope and said with satisfaction, "Both have roots. That means there's a good chance of getting a DNA profile." Chapter 16. 2 days later, at 7:30 in the morning, the message from the laboratory was telephoned to Dalgliesh at his Thameside flat. The 2 hair roots had yielded their DNA, and it was Gregory's. It was news that Dalgliesh had expected, but he still received it with a small surge of relief. Comparison microscopy of fibres on the cloak and on the top of the tracksuit had given a match, but the results of the final tests were still awaited. Replacing the receiver, Dalgliesh paused for a moment's thought. To wait or to act now? He was unwilling to leave it longer before making an arrest. The DNA showed that Gregory had worn Ronald Treeves's cloak, and the fibre match could only confirm this main, incontrovertible finding. He could, of course, ring Kate or Piers at Saint Anselm's. Both were perfectly competent to make an arrest, but he needed to be there himself, and he knew why. The act of arresting Gregory, of speaking the words of the caution, would in some way assuage the defeat of his last case, when he had known the identity of the murderer, had listened to his quickly withdrawn confession, but hadn't sufficient evidence to justify arrest. Not to be present now would leave something incomplete, although he was unsure precisely what. As expected, the 2 days had been more than usually busy. He had returned to a backlog of work, to problems which were his responsibility, and others which laid their weight on his mind, as they did on the minds of all senior officers. The force was seriously understaffed. There was an urgent need to recruit intelligent, educated, and highly motivated men and women from all sections of the community, at a time when other careers offered this sought-after group higher salaries, greater prestige, and less stress. There was the need to reduce the burden of bureaucracy and paperwork, to increase the effectiveness of the detective force, and to tackle corruption in an age when bribery wasn't a £10 note slipped into a back pocket, but a share in the huge profits of the illegal drugs trade. But now, at least for a short time, he would return to St. Anselm's. It was no longer a place of unsullied goodness and peace, but there was a job to be finished, and people he wanted to see. He wondered if Emma Lavenham was still in college. Putting aside thoughts of his crowded diary, the weight of files requiring attention, the meeting planned for the afternoon, he left a message for the Assistant Commissioner and his secretary. Then he rang Kate. All was quiet at St. Anselm's. Abnormally so, Kate thought. People were going about their daily business and with a kind of subdued intensity, as if that bloody corpse still lay under the doom in the church. It seemed to her that the whole house was waiting for a consummation, half longed for and half dreaded. Gregory hadn't shown himself. He had, at Dalglish's request, handed over his passport after the last interrogation, and there was no fear that he would abscond. But flight had never been an option. It was no part of Gregory's plan to be hauled back ignominiously from some inhospitable foreign refuge. It was a cold day, and he smelled in the London air for the first time the metallic tang of winter. A biting but fitful wind scoured the city, and by the time he reached the A12, it was blowing in strong, more sustained blasts. The traffic was unusually light, except for the trucks on their way to the East Coast ports, and he drove smoothly and fast, his hands lightly on the wheel, his eyes fixed ahead. What had he but 2 grey hairs as the frail instruments of justice? They would have to be enough. His thoughts moved from the arrest to the trial, and he found himself rehearsing the case for the defence. The DNA could not be challenged. Gregory had worn Ronald Treeves's cloak. But the defence counsel would probably claim that Gregory, when giving that last Greek lesson to Treeves, had borrowed it, perhaps complaining of feeling cold, and that at the time he had been wearing his black tracksuit. Nothing was less likely. But would a jury believe that? Gregory had a strong motive, but so had others, including Raphael. The twig found on the floor of Raphael's sitting room could have blown in unseen when he had left his set to go to Peter Buckhurst. The prosecution would probably be wise not to make too much of it. The telephone call to Mrs. Crampton, put through from the box in the college, was dangerous to the defence, but it could have been made by 8 other people, and possibly by Raphael. And then there was a case to be made against Miss Betterton. She had motive and opportunity, but had she the strength to wield that heavy candlestick? No one now would know. Agatha Betterton was dead. Gregory had not been accused of her murder, nor of murdering Margaret Munro. In neither case had there been sufficient evidence even to justify his arrest. He made the journey in under 3.5 hours. Now he was at the end of the approach road, and saw before him a waste of turbulent sea, white specked to the horizon. He stopped the car and rang Kate. Gregory had left his cottage some half an hour previously and was walking on the beach. Dalgliesh said, "Wait for me at the end of the coast road, and bring cuffs with you. We may not need them, but I'm taking no chances." Within minutes he saw her walking towards him. Neither spoke as she got into the car, and he reversed and drove back to the steps leading to the beach. They could see Gregory now, a lone figure in an ankle-length tweed coat, the collar turned up against the wind, standing at the side of one of the decaying groins and staring out to sea. As they scrunched over the shingle, a sudden gust tore at their jackets, making it difficult to stand upright. But the howling of the wind was scarcely heard above the thunder of the sea. Wave upon wave crashed in explosions of spray, boiling around the groins, and setting balls of spume dancing and rolling like iridescent soap bubbles on the high ridges of shingle. They walked side by side towards the still figure, and Gregory turned and watched them coming. Then, when they were within 20 yards, he stepped with deliberation on the edge of the groin and walked along its length to a post at the end. It was only about 2 feet square, and less than a foot above the inrushing tide. Dalgliesh said to Kate, "If he goes in, ring St. Anselm's. Tell them we need the boat and an ambulance." Then, with equal deliberation, he stepped up onto the groin and moved towards Gregory. When he was within 8 feet, he stopped, and the 2 men stood facing each other. Gregory called out, strong-voiced, but his words only just reached Dalgliesh above the tumult of the sea. "If you've come to arrest me, well, here I am. But you'll need to come closer." Isn't there some ridiculous rigmarole of a caution you need to pronounce? I take it I have a legal right to hear it." Dalgliesh did not shout a reply. For 2 minutes they stood in silence, regarding each other, and it seemed to him that that brief stretch of time covered half a lifetime of transitory self-knowledge. What he felt now was something new, an anger stronger than any he could remember. The anger he had felt when he had stood looking down at the archdeacon's body was nothing compared with this overwhelming emotion. He neither liked it nor distrusted it, but simply accepted its power. He knew why he had been reluctant to face Gregory across that small table in the interviewing room. By standing a little apart, he had distanced himself from more than the physical presence of his adversary. Now he could distance himself no longer. For Dalgliesh, his job had never been a crusade. He knew detectives for whom the sight of the victim, in his or her pathetic final nothingness, imprinted on the mind an image so powerful that it could only be exorcised at the moment of arrest. Some, he knew, even made their private bargains with fate. They wouldn't drink, go to the pub, or take a holiday until the killer was caught. He had shared their pity and outrage, but never their personal involvement and antagonism. For him, detection had been a professional and intellectual commitment to the discovery of the truth. That wasn't what he felt now. It wasn't only that Gregory had desecrated a place in which he had been happy. He asked himself bitterly what sanctifying grace was bestowed on St. Anselm's by the mere fact of Adam Dalglish's happiness. It wasn't only that he revered Father Martin, and couldn't forget the priest's stricken face as he looked up at him from Crampton's body, or that other moment, the soft brush of dark hair against his cheek, and Emma trembling in his arms so briefly that it was difficult to believe that the embrace had ever happened. This overpowering emotion had an additional and more primitive, more ignoble cause. Gregory had planned the murder and carried it out when he, Dalgliesh, was sleeping within 50 yards. And now he planned to complete his victory. He would swim out to sea, content in the element he loved, to a merciful death by cold and exhaustion. And he planned more than that. Dalgliesh could read Gregory's mind as clearly as he knew Gregory was reading his. He planned to take his adversary with him. If Gregory went into the water, so would he. He had no choice. He could not live with the memory that he had stood and watched while a man swam to his death, and he would be risking his life not out of compassion and humanity, but out of obstinacy and pride. He assessed their relative strengths. In physical condition they were probably about equal, but Gregory would be the stronger swimmer. Neither would last long in the bitterly cold sea, but if help came quickly, as it would, they could survive. He wondered whether to move back and instruct Kate now to ring St. Anselm's and get the rescue boat launched, but decided against it. If Gregory heard cars racing along the cliff path, he would hesitate no longer. There was still a chance, however faint, that he would change his mind, but Dalgliesh knew that Gregory had one almost overwhelming advantage. Only one of them was happy to die. And still they stood. And then, almost casually, as if this were a summer day and the sea a shimmering stretch of blue and silver under the radiance of the sun, Gregory dropped the coat from his shoulders and dived. For Kate, the 2 minutes of confrontation had seemed interminable. She had stood immobile, as if every muscle were locked, her eyes fixed on the two motionless figures. Involuntarily, but carefully, she had edged forward. The tide swept over her feet, but she was unaware of its cold bite against her legs. Through stiff jaws she had found herself muttering and cursing, come back, let him be," urging with an intensity which must surely reach Dalglish's unyielding back. Now it had happened, and she could act. She stabbed out the college number and heard the ringing tone. There was no reply, and she found herself mouthing obscenities she would never normally have uttered. The ringing continued, and then she heard Father Sebastian's measured tones. She tried to keep her voice steady. "It's Kate Miskin from the beach, Father. Dalgliesh and Gregory are in the water. We need the boat and an ambulance, quickly." Father Sebastian didn't question her. He said, "Stay where you are to mark the place. We'll be with you." And now there was an even longer wait, but one she timed. It was 3¼ minutes before she heard the sound of cars. Gazing across the leaping waves, she could no longer glimpse the two heads. She ran to the end of the groin and stood where Gregory had stood, oblivious to the waves slurping over the post and the slash of the wind. And now she had a sudden sight of them, the grey head and the dark, only a couple of yards apart, before the sleek curve of a wave and a burst of spray hid them from sight. It was important to keep them in view if she could, but from time to time she glanced towards the steps. She had heard more than one car, but only the Land Rover was visible, parked at the edge of the cliff. It looked as if the whole college had arrived. They were working swiftly and methodically. The doors of the shed had been opened, and a launch pad of slatted wood rolled out over the gritty slope of the beach. The rigid inflatable was pushed down it, then lifted with 3 men each side. They ran with it to the edge of the sea. She saw that Pilbeam and Henry Bloxham were to make the rescue, and felt a little surprised that it was Henry instead of the stronger-looking Stephen Morby. But perhaps Henry was the more experienced sailor. It seemed impossible that they could launch the craft against this crushing weight of water, but within seconds she heard the roar of the outboard engine, and they were heading out to sea, then coming towards her in a wide sweep. Again she had a brief glimpse of the heads, and pointed towards them. And now neither of the swimmers nor the boat could be seen, except momentarily when it crested a wave. There was nothing more she could do, and she turned to join the group running along the beach. Raphael was carrying coiled rope. Father Peregrine had a lifebelt, and Piers and Robbins had hoisted 2 rolled canvas stretchers onto their shoulders. Mrs. Pilbeam and Emma were there, Mrs. Pilbeam with a first-aid box, and Emma with towels and a pile of brightly coloured blankets. They came together in a little group and stared out to sea. And now the boat was returning. The sound of the engine was louder, and it suddenly appeared, rearing high on a wave before plunging into the trough. Raphael said, "They've got them. There are 4 on board." They were coming in fairly strongly now, but it seemed impossible that the boat could survive in so rough a sea. And then the worst happened. They no longer heard the engine, and saw Pilbeam desperately bending over it. And now the boat was powerless, thrown from side to side like a child's toy. Suddenly, within 20 yards of the shore, it reared up, was for a couple of seconds motionless and upright, then capsized. Raphael had tied the end of the rope to one of the uprights of the groin, and now, fixing the other end round his waist, went into the sea. Stephen Morby, Piers, and Robbins followed. Father Peregrine had thrown off his cassock, and now hurled himself under the advancing waves, as if this turbulent sea were his element. Henry and Pilbeam, helped by Robbins, were managing to fight their way ashore. Father Peregrine and Raphael took hold of Dalgliesh, Stephen and Piers of Gregory. Within seconds they were thrown onto the bank of shingle, and Father Sebastian and Father Martin hurried forward to help drag them up the beach. They were followed by Pilbeam and Henry, who lay gasping while the waves broke over them. Only Dalgliesh was unconscious, and running to where he lay, Kate saw that he had struck his head against the groin, and that blood mixed with seawater was running over his torn shirt. There was a mark on his throat, red as the flowing blood, where Gregory's hands had grasped him. She pulled off the shirt and pressed it against the wound, then heard Mrs. Pilbeam's voice. "Leave him to me, miss. I've got bandages here." But it was Morby who took control. He said, "Let's get the water out of him first," and turning Dalgliesh over, started resuscitation. A little apart, Gregory, naked except for a pair of shorts, was sitting with his head between his hands, gasping for breath, watched over by Robbins. "Get some blankets round him and a hot drink into him. As soon as he's warm enough and fit to understand what you're doing, charge him, and put the cuffs on him. We're not taking chances. Oh, and you may as well add attempted murder to the main charge." She turned again to Dalgliesh. Suddenly he retched, spewed water and blood, and muttered something indistinct. It was then that Kate was first aware of Emma Lavenham, kneeling white-faced at his head. She didn't speak, but catching Kate's glance, got up and moved a little apart, as if realizing that she had no place there. They could hear no ambulance arriving, and had no idea how long it would take. Now Piers and Morby lifted Dalgliesh onto one of the stretchers, and began trudging with it to the waiting cars, Father Martin at Dalglish's side. The group who had been in the water stood shivering, blanket-wrapped, passing a flask from hand to hand, then making their way towards the steps. Suddenly the clouds parted, and a frail ray of sunlight illuminated the beach. Watching the young male bodies toweling their wet hair and jogging to restore circulation, Kate could almost believe that this was a summer bathing party, and that at any moment they would begin chasing each other across the sand. They had reached the top of the cliff, and the stretcher was being loaded into the back of the Land Rover. Kate was aware that Emma Lavenham was at her side. Emma said, "Will he be all right?" "Oh, he'll live. He's tough. Head wounds bleed a lot, but it didn't look deep. He'll be discharged and back in London within days. We all shall." Emma said, "I'm going back to Cambridge tonight. Will you say goodbye to him for me, and give him my best wishes?" Without waiting for a reply, she turned away and joined the little group of ordnance. Gregory, handcuffed and shrouded in blankets, was being pushed into the Alfa Romeo by Robbins. Piers moved over to Kate, and both of them looked over to Emma. Kate said, "She's going back to Cambridge this evening." "Well, why not? That's where she belongs." Piers said, "And where do you belong?" He didn't really need an answer, but she said, "With you and Robbins and A.D. Where did you suppose? This is my job, after all." Book 4. An End and a Beginning. Dalgliesh came to Saint Anselm's for the last time on a perfect day in mid-April, in which sky, sea, and the quickening earth conspired in a soft compliance of settled beauty. He drove with the car roof down, and the rush of air against his face brought with it the essence, sweet-smelling, nostalgic, of the Aprils of boyhood and youth. He had set out with some misgivings, but they had been thrown off with the last eastern suburb, and now his inner weather matched the calm of the day. The letter had come from Father Martin, a warm invitation to visit now that St. Anselm's had been officially closed. He had written, "It will be good to have the opportunity to say goodbye to our friends before we leave, and we are hoping that Emma will also be with us for the April weekend." He had wanted Dalgliesh to know that she would be there. Had he also warned her? And if so, would she decide not to come? And here at last was the familiar turning, easy to miss without the ivy-clad ash. The front gardens of the twin cottages were massed with daffodils, their brilliance in contrast to the soft yellow of the primroses clumped in the grass verge. The hedges on either side of the lane were showing their first green shoots, and when, with a lifting of the heart, he first saw the sea, it stretched in untroubled bands of shimmering blue to a purple horizon. High overhead, unseen and hardly audible, a fighter aircraft shed its tattered ribbon of white across a cloudless sky. Under its radiance the mere was a milky blue, unthreatening and peaceful. He could imagine the gleam of shining fish sliding beneath that untroubled surface. The storm on the night of the archdeacon's murder had broken up the last timbers of the sunken ship, and now not even that black fin of wood remained, and the sands stretched untrodden between the bank of shingle and the sea. On such a morning, Dalgliesh couldn't even regret this evidence of time's obliterating power. Before turning north along the coastal road, he drew to the edge of the cliff and switched off the ignition. There was a letter he needed to read again. He had received it a week before Gregory had been sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of Archdeacon Crampton. The writing was firm, precise, and upright. There was no superscription. Only on the envelope had Dalglish's name appeared. "I apologize for this writing paper, which you will understand is not my choice. You will have been told by now that I have decided to change my plea to guilty. I could claim that my reason is to spare those pathetic fools, Father Martin and Father John, the ordeal of appearing as witnesses for the prosecution, or my reluctance to see my son or Emma Lavenham exposed to the somewhat brutal ingenuity of my defense lawyer. You will know me better. My reason is, of course, to ensure that Raphael doesn't all his life suffer the stigma of suspicion. I have come to realize that there is a very real chance that I might be acquitted. My lawyer's brilliance is almost proportionate to the size of his fee, and he early made it plain that he was confident that I could get away with it, although he was careful not to use those particular words. I am, after all, so very middle class, so very respectable. I had always planned to be acquitted if the case ever came to court, and I had no doubt that I would be. But then I had planned to murder Crampton on a night when I knew Raphael would not be in college, As you know, I took the precaution of calling in at his set to check that he had in fact left. Had I found him in his room, would I have gone ahead with the murder? The answer is no. Not that night, and perhaps never. It is unlikely that all the conditions necessary for success would have so fortuitously come together again. I find it interesting that Crampton died because of Raphael's simple act of kindness to a sick friend. I have noticed before how often evil comes out of good. As a parson's son, you are more competent than am I to address this theological conundrum. People who, like us, live in a dying civilization have three choices. We can attempt to avert the decline as a child builds a sandcastle on the edge of the advancing tide. We can ignore the death of beauty, of scholarship, of art, of intellectual integrity, finding solace in our own consolations. And that is what, for some years, I have tried to do. Thirdly, we can join the barbarians and take our share of the spoils. That is the popular choice, and in the end it was mine. My son's God was chosen for him. He has been in the power of those priests since he was born. I wanted to give him a choice of a more contemporary deity, money. Now he has money, and will find that he's unable to face giving it away. Not all of it. He will remain a rich man. Time will show whether he remains a priest. I imagine that there's nothing I can tell you about the murder which you don't know. My anonymous note to Sir Ulred was, of course, designed to stir up trouble for St. Anselm's, and Sebastian Morel. I could hardly have expected that it would bring to the college the most distinguished of Scotland Yard's detectives, but your presence, so far from deterring me, added challenge to expediency. My plan to entice the archdeacon to the church worked perfectly. He could hardly wait to view the abomination which I had described to him. The tin of black paint and the brush were conveniently ready for me in the sanctuary, and I confess I enjoyed my vandalizing of the doom. It's a pity Crampton had so little time to contemplate my artistry. You may be wondering about those two deaths for which I was not charged. The first, the suffocation of Margaret Munro, was a necessity. It required little planning, and her death was easy, almost natural. She was an unhappy woman who probably had little time left, but in that time she could have done damage. It didn't matter to her whether her life was shorter by a day, a month, or a year. It did matter to me. I'd planned for Raphael's parentage to be known only after Saint Anselm's had been closed, and the furor of the murder had died down. Of course, you early realized the nub of my plan. I wanted to kill Crampton and at the same time throw suspicion on the college without providing conclusive evidence against myself. I wanted the college closed early, preferably before my son was ordained, and I wanted his inheritance to be intact. And, I must confess, I also took pleasure at the prospect of Sebastian Morel's career ending in suspicion, failure, and ignominy. He had ensured that mine should end in just that way. You will wonder perhaps about the unfortunate death of Agatha Betterton, another unhappy woman. But that was merely taking advantage of an unexpected opportunity. You were wrong if you thought that she was at the top of the stairs when I made that telephone call to Mrs. Crampton. She didn't see me then. She did, however, see me on the night of the murder, when I was returning the key. I could, I suppose, have killed her then, but I decided to wait. She was, after all, regarded as mad. Even if she accused me of being in the house after midnight, I doubt whether her word would have stood up against mine. As it was, she came Sunday evening to tell me that my secret was perfectly safe. She was never a coherent woman, but she gave me to understand that no one who had killed Archdeacon Crampton had anything to fear from her. It wasn't a risk I could take. You do realize that you wouldn't be able to prove either of those deaths. Motive isn't enough. If this confession is used against me, I shall repudiate it. I have learned something surprising about murder, about violence generally. It's probably known to you, Dalgliesh. You are, after all, an expert in these matters. Personally, I find it interesting. The first blow was deliberate, not without a natural squeamishness and some repugnance, but a matter of summoning the will. My mental process was unambiguous. I need this man dead. This is the most effective way to kill him. I had intended a single blow, 2 at most, but it's after the first strike that the adrenaline surges. The lust for violence takes over. I went on striking without conscious will. Even if you had appeared at that moment, I doubt whether I could have stopped. It is not when we contemplate violence that the primitive instinct to kill takes over. It is only when we strike the first blow. I have not seen my son since my arrest. He has no wish to meet me, and no doubt it's just as well. I have lived all my life without human affection, and it would be awkward to indulge in it now. And there the letter ended. Folding it away, Dalgliesh wondered how Gregory would endure imprisonment, which might well last for 10 years. Provided he had his books, he would probably survive. But was he even now looking out from his barred window, and wishing that he too could smell the sweetness of this spring day? He started the car and drove straight to the college. The front door stood wide open to the sunlight, and he stepped into the emptiness of the hall. The lamp still burned at the foot of the statue of the Virgin, and there still lingered on the air the faint ecclesiastical smell, compounded of incense, furniture polish, and old books. But it seemed to him that the house had already been partly stripped, and that it now waited with a quiet resignation for the inevitable end. There was no sound of footfalls, but suddenly he was aware of a presence, and looking up, saw Father Sebastian standing at the head of the stairs. He called, "Good morning, Adam. Please come up." It was the first time, thought Dalgliesh, that the warden had used his Christian name. Following him into his office, Dalgliesh saw that there had been changes. The Burne-Jones picture no longer hung above the fireplace, and the sideboard had also gone. There was a subtle change, too, in Father Sebastian. The cassock had been put aside, and he now wore a suit with a clerical collar, and he looked older. The murder had taken its toll. But the austere and handsome features had lost none of their authority or confidence, and something had been added, the controlled euphoria of success. The university chair he had gained was prestigious, and it was one he must have coveted. Dalgliesh congratulated him. Morrell said, "Thank you. It is said to be a mistake to go back, but I hope that for me and for the university it will prove otherwise." They sat and talked for a few minutes, a necessary concession to politeness. It was not in Morrell's nature to feel ill at ease, but Dalgliesh sensed that he was still irked by the distasteful thought that the man now sitting opposite him had once regarded him as a possible murder suspect, and he doubted whether Morrell would ever forget or forgive the indignity of his fingerprinting. Now, as if feeling under an obligation, he brought Dalgliesh up to date with the changes in the college. "The students have all been found places at other theological colleges. The 4 ordinands you met when the archdeacon was murdered have been accepted at Cuddesdon or St. Stephen's House, Oxford." Dalgliesh said, "So Raphael is going ahead with his ordination?" "Of course. Did you think he wouldn't?" He paused, then added, "Raphael has been generous, but he will still be a rich man." He went on to speak briefly about the priests, but with more openness than Dalgliesh had expected. Father Peregrine had accepted a post as archivist in a library in Rome, a city to which he had always been anxious to return. Father John had been offered the job of chaplain to a convent near Scarborough. Since, as a convicted paedophile, he was required to register any change of address, it was felt that the convent would offer a safer refuge, as had Saint Anselm's. Dalgliesh, suppressing a smile, privately agreed that no more suitable post could have been found. Father Martin was buying a house in Norwich, and the Pilbeams would move in to look after him, inheriting the house when he died. Although Raphael's right to his inheritance had been confirmed, the legal position was complicated, and there was much to be decided, including whether the church would be taken into the local group ministry or deconsecrated. Raphael was anxious that the Van der Weyden should be used as an altarpiece, and an appropriate place was being sought. The picture was at present safely locked in a bank security vault, as was the silver. Raphael had also decided to give the Pilbeams their cottage, and Eric Surtees his. The main building had been sold as a residential centre for meditation and alternative medicine. Father Sebastian's tone conveyed a nicely judged distaste, but Dalgliesh guessed that he thought it could have been worse. In the meantime, the 4 priests and the staff were temporarily staying on at the request of the trustees, until the building was handed over. When it was apparent that the interview was over, Dalgliesh handed Father Sebastian Gregory's letter. He said, I think you have a right to see this." Father Sebastian read in silence. At the end, folding it and returning it to Dalgliesh, he said, "Thank you. It is extraordinary that a man who loved the language and literature of one of the world's greatest civilizations should be reduced to this tawdry self-justification. I have been told that murderers are invariably arrogant, but this is arrogance on the scale of Milton's Satan. Evil, be thou my good. I wonder when he last read Paradise Lost. Archdeacon Crampton was right in one criticism of me. I should have taken more trouble in choosing the people I invited to work here. You're staying the night, I believe?" "Yes, Father. That will be pleasant for us all. I hope you will be comfortable." Father Sebastian didn't accompany Dalgliesh to his old apartment in Jerome, but summoned Mrs. Pilbeam and handed over the key. Mrs. Pilbeam was unusually talkative, checking carefully in Jerome that Dalgliesh had all that was necessary. She seemed almost reluctant to depart. "Father Sebastian will have told you about the changes. I can't say Reg and I much like the idea of alternative medicine. Still, the people who came round seemed harmless enough. They wanted us to stay on in our present jobs, and Eric Surtees too. I think he's happy enough. But Reg and I are too old for change. We've been with the fathers a good many years now, and we don't fancy getting used to strangers. Mr. Raphael says we are free to sell the cottage, so we may do that, and put a bit by for our old age. Father Martin probably told you that we're thinking of moving to Norwich with him. He's found a very nice house, with a good study for himself, and plenty of room for the three of us." "Well, you can't really see Father Martin looking after himself, can you? Not at over 80. And it will be nice for him to see a bit of life. For us, too. Have you got everything you want now, Mr. Dalgliesh? Father Martin will be pleased to see you. You'll find him on the beach. Mr. Raphael's back for the weekend, and Miss Lavenham is here, too." Dalgliesh moved his Jaguar to the back of the college and set out to walk to the mere. In the distance he saw that the pigs at St. John's Cottage were now roaming freely on the headland. They seemed, too, to have increased in number. Even the pigs, apparently, seemed to know that things were different now. As he watched, Eric Surtees came out of his cottage, bucket in hand. He walked along the cliff path to the mere. From the top of the steps he could at last see the whole stretch of the beach. The three figures seemed almost wilfully to have distanced themselves. To the north he could see Emma sitting high among the pebbles, her head bent over a book. On one of the nearer groins Raphael was sitting, dangling his legs in the water and looking out to sea. Close to him on a sandy patch, Father Martin seemed to be constructing a fire. Hearing the scrunch of Dalglish's shoes on the shingle, he levered himself up with difficulty, and smiled his transforming smile. "Adam, I'm glad you could come. You've seen Father Sebastian?" "Yes, and congratulated him on the chair." Father Martin said, "It's the one he's always wanted, and he knew it would become vacant in the autumn. But of course he wouldn't have considered accepting the offer if Saint Anselm's had remained open." He crouched again to his task. Dalgliesh saw that he had scooped a shallow hollow in the sand, and was now building a small wall of stones round it. Beside it there was a canvas bag and a box of matches. Dalgliesh sat down, leaning back on his arms and thrusting his feet into the sand. Without ceasing his work, Father Martin said, "Are you happy, Adam?" "I have health, a job I enjoy, enough food, comfort, occasional luxuries if I feel the need of them, my poetry. Given the state of 3/4 of the world's poor, wouldn't you say that unhappiness would be a perverse indulgence?" "I might even say that it would be a sin, something to be striven against anyway. If we can't praise God as he deserves, we can at least thank him. But are those things enough?" "Is this going to be a sermon, Father?" "Not even a homily. I'd like to see you marry, Adam, or at least sharing your life with someone. I know that your wife died in childbirth. That must be a continuing shadow. But we can't set aside love. Nor should we wish to. Forgive me if I'm being insensitive and impertinent, but grief can be an indulgence." "Oh, it isn't grief, Father, that's kept me single. Nothing as simple, natural, and admirable. It's egotism. Love of my privacy, reluctance to be hurt or to be responsible again for another's happiness. And don't say that pain would be good for my verse. I know that. I see enough of it in my job. He paused, then said, "You're a bad matchmaker. She wouldn't have me, you know. Too old, too private, far too uncommitted. Perhaps with hands too blood-stained." Father Martin selected a smooth round stone and placed it with precision. He looked as happily occupied as a small child. Dalgliesh added, "And there's probably someone at Cambridge." "Oh, with such a woman, there probably is. At Cambridge or elsewhere. That means you will have to take trouble and risk failure. That at least would be a change for you." "Well, good luck, Adam." The words sounded like a dismissal. Dalgliesh got to his feet and looked towards Emma. Then he saw that she too had got to her feet and was walking towards the sea. They were only 50 yards apart. He thought, "I'll wait, and if she comes to me, that at least will mean something, even if it's only to say goodbye." And then the thought struck him as cowardly and ungallant. He had to make the first move. He moved to the edge of the sea. The small sheet of paper with the 6 lines of verse was still in his wallet. He took it out, and, tearing it into small pieces, dropped them into the next advancing wave, and watched them slowly disappear in the creeping line of foam. He turned again towards Emma, but when he began moving, he saw that she too had turned, and was already walking towards him on the strip of dry sand, between the bank of pebbles and the receding tide. She drew close, and, without speaking, they stood shoulder to shoulder, looking out over the sea. When she spoke, her words surprised him. "Who is Sadie?" "Why do you ask?" "When you were coming round, you seemed to expect that she was waiting for you." God, he thought, I must have looked a mess, dragged half-naked up the shingle, bleeding, covered with sand, spewing water and blood, spluttering and retching. He said, "Sadie was very sweet. She taught me that, although poetry was a passion, it needn't be the whole of life. Sadie was very wise for 15.5. He thought he heard a low, satisfied laugh, but it was caught in a sudden breeze. It was ridiculous at his age to feel this uncertainty. He was torn between resentment at the adolescent indignity of it and a perverse pleasure that he was capable of so violent an emotion. And now the words had to be said. Even as they fell dully upon the breeze, he judged them in all their banality, their inadequacy. He said, "I would very much like to see you again, if the idea doesn't repel you. I hoped that we might get to know each other." He told himself, "I must sound like a dentist making the next appointment." And then he turned to look at her, and what he saw in her face made him want to shout aloud. She said gravely, "There's a very good train service between London and Cambridge now. In both directions." And she held out her hand. Father Martin had finished preparing his fireplace. Now he took from the canvas bag a sheet of newspaper and bunched it into the hollow. Then he laid the Anselm papyrus above it and, crouching, struck a match. The paper caught fire immediately, and it seemed that the flames leapt at the papyrus as if it were prey. The heat for a moment was intense, and he stepped back. He saw that Raphael had come beside him and was silently watching. Then he said, "What are you burning, Father?" "Some writing which has already tempted someone to sin, and may tempt others. It's time for it to go." There was a silence. Then Raphael said, "I shan't make a bad priest, Father." Father Martin, the least demonstrative of men, laid a hand briefly on his shoulder and said, "No, my son, I think you may make a good one." Then they watched together in silence as the fire died down and the last frail wisp of white smoke drifted over the sea.